Why can't I do what I really want to do with my life and still make a living?
What? You mean you actually want to have fun in your life and still earn your keep? Brother, are you dreaming?
What?
I'm only kidding.
Oh.
Just doing a little mind reading, that's all.
Hmm.
You see, that's been your thought about it.
Well, it's been my experience.
Yes, well, we've been all through this a number of times. The people who make a living doing what they love are the people who insist on doing so. They don't give up. They never give in. They dare life not to let them do what they love. But there's another element that must be brought up, because this is the missing element in most people's understanding when it comes to life work.
What's that?
There's a difference between being and doing, and most people have placed their emphasis on the latter.
Shouldn't they?
There's no should or should not involved. There's only what you choose and how you can have it. If you choose peace and joy and love, you won't get much of it through what you're doing. If you choose happiness and contentment, you'll find little of that on the path of doingness. If you choose reunion with God, supreme knowing, deep understanding, endless compassion, total awareness, absolute fulfillment, you won't achieve much of that out of what you're doing. In other words, if you choose evolution, the evolution of your soul, you won't produce that by the worldly activities of your body. Doing is a function of the body. Being is a function of the soul. The body is always doing something. Every minute of every day it's up to something. It never stops. It never rests. It's constantly doing something. It's either doing what it's doing at the behest of the soul or in spite of the soul. The quality of your life hangs in the balance. The soul is forever being. It is being what it is being, regardless of what the body is doing, not because of what it's doing. If you think your life is about doingness, you do not understand what you are about. Your soul doesn't care what you do for a living. And when your life is over, neither will you. Your soul cares only about what you're being while you're doing whatever you're doing. It is a state of beingness the soul is after, not a state of doingness.
What is the soul seeking to be?
Me.
You?
Yes, me. Your soul is me, and it knows it. What it is doing is trying to experience that. And what it is remembering is that the best way to have this experience is by not doing anything. There is nothing to do but to be.
Be what?
Whatever you want to be. Happy, sad, weak, strong, joyful, vengeful, insightful, blind, good, bad, male, female, you name it. I mean that literally. You name it.
Now, this is all very profound, but I don't know what it has to do with my career. I'm trying to find a way to stay alive, to survive, to support my family and myself, doing what I like to do.
Try being what you like to be.
What do you mean?
Some people make lots of money doing what they do. Others can't make a go of it, and they're doing the same thing. What makes the difference?
Well, some people have more skill than others.
That's the first cut. But now we get to the second cut. Now we're down to two people with relatively equal skills. Both graduated from college, both were at the top of their class, both understand the nature of what they're doing, both know how to use their tools with great facility. Yet one still does better than the other. One flourishes while the other struggles. What's that about?
Location.
Location?
Well, somebody once told me there are only three things to consider when starting a new business. Location, location, and location.
In other words, not what are you going to do, but where are you going to be?
Exactly.
That sounds like the answer to my question as well. The soul is concerned only with where you are going to be. Are you going to be in a place called fear or in a place called love? Where are you? And where are you coming from? as you encounter life. Now, in the example of the two equally qualified workers, one is successful and the other is not. Not because of anything either is doing, but because of what both are being. One person is being open, friendly, caring, helpful, considerate, cheerful, confident, even joyful in her work, while the other is being closed, distant, uncaring, inconsiderate, grumpy, even resentful of what she is doing. Now, suppose you were to select even loftier states of beingness. Suppose you were to select goodness, mercy, compassion, understanding, forgiveness, love. What if you were to select godliness? What then would be your experience? I tell you this, beingness attracts beingness and produces experience. You are not on this planet to produce anything with your body. You are on this planet to produce something with your soul. Your body is simply and merely the tool of your soul. Your mind is the power that makes the body go. So what you have here is a power tool used in the creation of the soul's desire.
What is the soul's desire?
Indeed, what is it?
I don't know, I'm asking you.
I don't know, I'm asking you.
This could go on forever.
It has.
Wait a minute. A moment ago you said the soul is seeking to be you.
So it is.
Well, then that's the soul's desire.
In the broadest sense, yes. But this me it is seeking to be is very complex, very multidimensional, multisensual, multifaceted. There are a million aspects to me, a billion, a trillion, you see? There is the profane and the profound, the lesser and the larger, the hollow and the holy, the ghastly and the godly. You see?
Yes, I do see. The up and the down, the left and the right, the here and the there, the before and the after, the good and the bad.
Precisely. I am the Alpha and the Omega. That was not just a pretty saying or a nifty concept. That was truth expressed. So, in seeking to be me, the soul has a grand job ahead of it, an enormous menu of beingness from which to choose. And that is what it is doing in this moment, now.
Choosing states of being.
Yes. And then producing the right and perfect conditions within which to create the experience of that. It is therefore true that nothing happens to you or through you that is not for your own highest good.
Do you mean my soul is creating all of my experience, including not only the things I'm doing, but the things that are happening to me?
Let us say that the soul leads you to the right and perfect opportunities for you to experience exactly what you had planned to experience. What you actually experience is up to you. It could be what you plan to experience, or it could be something else, depending upon what you choose.
Well, why would I choose something I don't want to experience?
I don't know. Why would you?
Do you mean that sometimes the soul wishes one thing and the body or the mind wishes another?
What do you think?
But how can the body or the mind overrule the soul? Doesn't the soul always get what it wants?
The spirit of you seeks, in the largest sense, that grand moment when you have conscious awareness of its wishes and join in joyful oneness with them. But the spirit will never, ever force its desire on the present conscious physical part of you. The Father will not force his will upon the Son. It is a violation of his very nature to do so, and thus quite literally impossible. The Son will not force his will upon the Holy Spirit. It is against his very nature to do so, and thus, quite literally, impossible. The Holy Spirit will not force his will upon your soul. It is outside of the nature of the Spirit to do so, and thus quite literally impossible. Here is where the impossibilities end. The mind very often does seek to exert its will on the body, and does so. Similarly, The body seeks often to control the mind, and frequently succeeds. Yet the body and the mind together do not have to do anything to control the soul, for the soul is completely without need, unlike the body and the mind, which are shackled with it, and so always allows the body and the mind to have their way all the time. Indeed, the soul would have it no other way. For if the entity, which is you, is to create, and thus know who it really is, it must be through an act of conscious volition, not an act of unconscious obedience. Obedience is not creation, and thus can never produce salvation. Obedience is a response, while creation is pure choice, undictated, unrequired. Pure choice produces salvation through the pure creation of highest idea in this moment, now. The function of the soul is to indicate its desire, not impose it. The function of the mind is to choose from its alternatives. The function of the body is to act out that choice. When body, mind, and soul create together in harmony and in unity, God is made flesh. Then does the soul know itself in its own experience. Then do the heavens rejoice. Right now, in this moment, your soul has again created opportunity for you to be, do, and have what it takes to know who you really are. Your soul has brought you to the words you are listening to right now, as it has brought you to words of wisdom and truth before. What will you do now? What will you choose to be? Your soul waits and watches with interest, as it has many times before.
Do I understand you to say that it is out of the state of beingness I select my worldly success? I'm still trying to talk about my career here, and how that'll be determined?
I'm not concerned about your worldly success, only you are. It's true that when you achieve certain states of being over a long period of time, success in what you are doing in the world is very difficult to avoid. Yet you are not to worry about making a living. True masters are those who have chosen to make a life rather than a living. From certain states of being will spring a life so rich, so full, so magnificent, and so rewarding that worldly goods and worldly success will be of no concern to you. Life's irony is that as soon as worldly goods and worldly success are of no concern to you, the way is open for them to flow to you. Remember, you cannot have what you want, but you may experience whatever you have.
I can't have what I want?
No.
I thought you've been telling me that I could have whatever I want. As you think, as you believe, so shall it be done unto you, and all that.
The two statements are not inconsistent with each other?
They aren't. They sure as hell feel inconsistent to me.
That's because you lack understanding.
Well, I admit that. That's why I'm talking with you.
I will then explain. You cannot have anything you want. The very act of wanting something pushes it away from you.
You're losing me fast.
Fight to keep up. I'll go over it again in greater detail. Try to stay with it now. Let's go back to a point you do understand. Thought is creative, okay?
Okay.
Word is creative, got it?
Got it.
Action is creative. Thought, word, and deed are the three levels of creation. Still with me?
Right there.
Good. Now, let's take worldly success as our subject for the moment, since that's what you've been talking about, asking about.
Terrific.
Now, do you have a thought, I want worldly success?
Sometimes, yes.
And do you also sometimes have the thought, I want more money?
Yes.
You can therefore neither have worldly success nor more money.
But why not?
The universe has no choice but to bring you the direct manifestation of your thought about it. Your thought is, I want worldly success. You understand? The creative power is like a genie in a bottle. Your words are its command. You understand?
Well, then why don't I have more success?
I said your words are its command. Now, your words were, I want success. And the universe says, okay, you do.
I'm not sure I follow here.
Think of it this way. The word I is the key that starts the engine of creation. The words I am are extremely powerful. They are statements to the universe, commands. Now, whatever follows the word I, which calls forth the great I am, tends to manifest in physical reality. Therefore, I plus want success produces you wanting success. I plus want money must produce you wanting money. It can produce no other thing, because thoughts, words, are creative. Actions are too. And if you act in a way which says that you want success and money, then your thoughts, words, and actions are in accord. And you are sure to have the experience of this wantingness. You see?
Yes, my God, I do. Does it really work that way?
Of course. You're a very powerful creator. Now, granted, if you had a thought or made a statement just once, as in anger, for instance, or frustration, it's not very likely that you'll convert those thoughts or words into reality. So you don't have to worry about drop dead or go to hell or all the other less than nice things you sometimes think or say.
Thank God.
You're welcome. But if you repeat a thought or say a word over and over again, not once, not twice, but dozens, hundreds, thousands of times, do you have any idea of the creative power of that? A thought or a word expressed and expressed and expressed becomes just that, expressed. That is, pushed out. It becomes outwardly realized. It becomes your physical reality.
Good grief.
That's exactly what it produces every time. Good grief. You love the grief. You love the drama. That is, until you don't anymore. There comes a certain point in your evolution when you cease to love the drama, cease to love the story as you've been living it. That's when you decide, actively choose to change it. Only most don't know how. You now do. To change your reality, simply stop thinking like that. In this case, instead of thinking, I want success, think, I have success.
Well, that feels like a lie to me. I'd be kidding myself if I said that. My mind would shout, the hell, you say.
Then think a thought you can accept. My success is coming to me now. Or, all things lead to my success.
Ah, so this is the trick behind the New Age practice of affirmations.
Affirmations don't work if they are merely statements of what you want to be true. Affirmations work only when they are statements of something you already know to be true. The best so-called affirmation is a statement of gratitude and appreciation. Thank you, God, for bringing me success in my life. Now that idea, thought, spoken, and acted upon, produces wonderful results when it comes from true knowing, not from an attempt to produce results, but from an awareness that results have already been produced. Jesus had such clarity. Before every miracle, he thanked me in advance for its deliverance. It never occurred to him not to be grateful, because it never occurred to him that what he declared would not happen. The thought never entered his mind. So sure was he of who he was and of his relationship to me, that his every thought, word, and deed reflected his awareness, just as your thoughts, words, and deeds reflect yours. If now there is something you choose to experience in your life, do not want it, choose it. Do you choose success in worldly terms? Do you choose more money? Good, then choose it, really, fully, not half-heartedly. Yet at your stage of development, do not be surprised if worldly success no longer concerns you.
What is that supposed to mean?
There comes a time in the evolution of every soul when the chief concern is no longer the survival of the physical body, but the growth of the spirit. No longer the attainment of worldly success, but the realization of self. In a sense, this is a very dangerous time, particularly at the outset, because the entity housed in the body now knows it is just that, a being in a body, not a body being. At this stage, before the growing entity matures in this point of view, there is often a sense of no longer caring about affairs of the body in any way. The soul is so excited about being discovered at last. The mind abandons the body and all matters of the body. Everything is ignored. Relationships are set aside. Families are disappeared. Jobs are made secondary. Bills go unpaid. The body itself is not even fed for long periods. The entire focus and attention of the entity is now on the soul and matters of the soul. This can lead to a major personal crisis in the day-to-day life of the being, although the mind perceives no trauma. It's hanging out in bliss. Other people say you have lost your mind, and in a sense, you may have. Discovery of the truth that life has nothing to do with the body can create an imbalance the other way. Whereas at first the entity acted as if the body were all there is, now it acts as if the body matters not at all. This, of course, is not true, as the entity soon, and sometimes painfully, remembers. You are a tripart being, made of body, mind, and spirit. You will always be a tripart being, not just while you are living on the earth. There are those who hypothesize that upon death the body and mind are dropped. The body and the mind are not dropped. The body changes form, leaving its most dense part behind, but retaining always its outer shell. The mind, not to be confused with the brain, goes with you too, joining with the spirit and the body as the one energy mass of 3 dimensions, or facets. Should you choose to return to this experiencing opportunity that you call life on earth, your divine self will once again separate its true dimensions into what you call body, mind, and spirit. In truth, you are all one energy, yet with 3 distinct characteristics. As you undertake to inhabit a new physical body here on earth, your ethereal body, as some of you have termed it, lowers its vibrations, slows itself from a vibration so rapid that it cannot even be seen, to a speed that produces mass and matter. This actual matter is the creation of pure thought, the work of your mind, the higher mind aspect of your 3-part being. This matter is a coagulation of 1,000,000, billion, trillion different energy units into one enormous mass, controllable by the mind. You really are a mastermind. As these tiny energy units have expended their energy, they are discarded by the body, while the mind creates new ones. This the mind creates out of its continuing thought about who you are. The ethereal body catches the thought, so to speak, and lowers the vibration of more energy units, in a sense crystallizes them, and they become matter, the new matter of you. In this way, every cell of your body changes every several years. You are quite literally not the same person you were a few years ago. If you think thoughts of illness or disease or continuing anger, hatred, and negativity, your body will translate these thoughts into physical form. People will see this negative, sick form, and they will say, "What's the matter?" They will not know how accurate their question is. The soul watches this whole drama play out year after year, month after month, day after day, moment after moment, and always holds the truth about you. It never forgets the blueprint, the original plan, the first idea, the creative thought. Its job is to remind you, that is to literally remind you, so that you may remember once again who you are, and then choose who you now wish to be. In this way, the cycle of creation and experience, imaging and fulfilling, knowing and growing into the unknown continues both now and even forevermore.
Whoa.
Yes, exactly. Oh, and there's much more to explain. So much more. But never ever in one dialogue, nor probably not even in one lifetime. Yet you have begun, and that is good. Just remember this. It is, as your grand teacher William Shakespeare said, there are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
May I ask you some questions about this? Well, like when you say the mind goes with me after death, does that mean my personality goes with me? Will I know in the afterlife who I was?
Yes, and who you have ever been. It will all be opened unto you, because then it will profit you to know. Now in this moment, it will not.
And with regard to this life, will there be an accounting, a review, a tally taking?
There is no judgment in what you call the afterlife. You will not even be allowed to judge yourself, for you would surely give yourself a low score, given how judgmental and unforgiving you are with yourself in this life. No, there is no accounting, no one giving thumbs up or thumbs down. Only humans are judgmental, and because you are, you assume that I must be. Yet I am not, and that is a great truth you cannot accept. Nonetheless, while there will be no judgment in the afterlife, there will be opportunity to look again at all you have thought, said, and done here, and to decide if that is what you would choose again, based on who you say you are and who you want to be.
There's an Eastern mystical teaching surrounding a doctrine called Kamaloka. According to this teaching, at the time of our death, each person is given the opportunity to relive every thought ever entertained, every word ever spoken, every action ever taken. Not from our standpoint, but from the standpoint of every other person affected. In other words, we've already experienced what we felt, thinking, saying, and doing what we did, and now we're given the experience of feeling what the other person felt in each of these moments. And it is by this measure that we decide whether we'll think, say, or do those things again. Any comment on that?
What occurs in your life after this is far too extraordinary to describe it here in terms you could comprehend, because the experience is other-dimensional. It literally defies description using tools as severely limited as words. It's enough to say that you will have the opportunity to review again this, your present life, without pain or fear or judgment, for the purpose of deciding how you feel about your experience here and where you want to go from there. Many of you will decide to come back here, to return to this world of density and relativity for another chance to experience out the decisions and choices you make about yourself at this level. Others of you, a select few, will return with a different mission. You will return to density and matter for the sole purpose of bringing others out of density and matter. Always there are on the earth those among you who have made such a choice. You can tell them apart at once. Their work is finished. They have returned to earth simply and merely to help others. This is their joy. This is their exaltation. They seek naught but to be of service. You cannot miss these people. They are everywhere. There are more of them than you think. Chances are you know one, or know of one.
Am I one?
No. If you have to ask, you know you are not one. One such as this asks questions of no one. There's nothing to ask. You, my son, in this lifetime, are a messenger, a harbinger, a bringer of news, a seeker, and frequently a speaker of truth. That is enough for one lifetime. Be happy.
Oh, I am, but I could always hope for more.
Yes, and you will. Always you will hope for more. It is in your nature. It is divine nature to seek always to be more. So seek, yes, by all means seek. Now, I want to answer definitively the question with which you started this segment of our ongoing conversation. Go ahead and do what you really love to do. Do nothing else. You have so little time. How can you think of wasting a moment doing something for a living you don't like to do? What kind of a living is that? That is not a living. That is a dying. If you say, but I have others who depend on me, little mouths to feed, a spouse who is looking to me, I will answer, if you insist that your life is about what your body is doing, you do not understand why you came here. At least do something that pleases you, that speaks of who you are. Then at least you can stay out of resentment and anger toward those you imagine are keeping you from your joy. What your body is doing is not to be discounted. It is important, but not in the way you think. The actions of the body were meant to be reflections of a state of being, not attempts to attain a state of being.
In the true order of things, one does not do something in order to be happy.
One is happy, and hence does something.
One does not do some things in order to be compassionate. One is compassionate, and hence acts in a certain way. The soul's decision precedes the body's action in a highly conscious person. Only an unconscious person attempts to produce a state of the soul through something the body is doing. This is what is meant by the statement, your life is not about what your body is doing. Yet it is true that what your body is doing is a reflection of what your life is about. It is another divine dichotomy. Yet know this, if you understand nothing else. You have a right to your joy. Children or no children, spouse or no spouse. Seek it, find it, and you will have a joyful family no matter how much money you make or don't make. And if they aren't joyful, and they get up and leave you, then release them with love to seek their joy. If, on the other hand, you have evolved to the point where things of the body are not of concern to you, then you are even more free to seek your joy. On earth, as it is in heaven, God says it's okay to be happy. Yes, even happy in your work. Your life work is a statement of who you are. If it is not, then why are you doing it? Do you imagine that you have to? You don't have to do anything. If man who supports his family at all costs, even his own happiness, is who you are, then love your work, because it is facilitating your creation of a living statement of self. If a woman who works a job she hates in order to meet responsibilities as she sees them is who you are, then love your job, for it totally supports your self-image, your self-concept. Everyone can love everything the moment they understand what they are doing and why. No one does anything he doesn't want to do.
How can I solve some of the health problems I face? I've been the victim of enough chronic problems to last 3 lifetimes. Why am I having them all now in this lifetime?
First, let's get one thing straight. You love them. Most of them, anyway. You use them admirably to feel sorry for yourself and to get attention for yourself. On the few occasions when you haven't loved them, it's only because they've gone too far. Farther than you thought they ever would when you created them. Now let's understand what you already know. All illness is self-created. Even conventional medical doctors are now seeing how people make themselves sick. Most people do so quite unconsciously. They don't even know what they're doing. So when they get sick, they don't know what hit them. It feels as though something has befallen them, rather than that they did something to themselves. This occurs because most people move through life not simply health issues and consequences unconsciously. People smoke and wonder why they get cancer. People ingest animals and fat and wonder why they get blocked arteries. People stay angry all their lives and wonder why they get heart attacks. People compete with other people mercilessly and under incredible stress and wonder why they have strokes. The not-so-obvious truth is that most people worry themselves to death. Worry is just about the worst form of mental activity there is, next to hate, which is deeply self-destructive. Worry is pointless. It is wasted mental energy. It also creates biochemical reactions which harm the body, producing everything from indigestion to coronary arrest, and a multitude of things in between. Health will improve almost at once when worrying ends. Worry is the activity of a mind which does not understand its connection with me. Hatred is the most severely damaging mental condition. It poisons the body, and its effects are virtually irreversible. Fear is the opposite of everything you are, and so has an effect of opposition to your mental and physical health. Fear is worry magnified. Worry, hate, fear, together with their offshoots, anxiety, bitterness, impatience, avarice, unkindness, judgmentalness, and condemnation, all attack the body at the cellular level. It is impossible to have a healthy body under these conditions. Similarly, although to a somewhat lesser degree, conceit, self-indulgence, and greed lead to physical illness or lack of well-being. All illness is created first in the mind.
How can that be? What of conditions contracted from another? Colds, or for that matter, AIDS?
Nothing occurs in your life. Nothing which is not first a thought. Thoughts are like magnets, drawing effects to you. The thought may not always be obvious and thus clearly causative, as in, I'm going to contract a terrible disease. The thought may be, and usually is, far more subtle than that. I am not worthy to live. My life is always a mess. I am a loser. God is going to punish me. I am sick and tired of my life. Thoughts are a very subtle, yet extremely powerful form of energy. Words are less subtle, more dense. Actions are the most dense of all. Action is energy in heavy physical form, in heavy motion. When you think, say, and act out a negative concept, such as, I am a loser, you place tremendous creative energy into motion. Small wonder you come down with a cold. That would be the least of it. It is very difficult to reverse the effects of negative thinking once they have taken physical form. Not impossible, but very difficult. It takes an act of extreme faith. It requires an extraordinary belief in the positive force of the universe. Whether you call that God, Goddess, the unmoved mover, prime force, first cause, or whatever. Healers have just such faith. It is a faith that crosses over into absolute knowing. They know that you are meant to be whole, complete, and perfect in this moment now. This knowingness is also a thought, and a very powerful one. It has the power to move mountains, to say nothing of molecules in your body. That is why healers can heal, often even at a distance. Thought knows no distance. Thought travels around the world and traverses the universe faster than you can say the word. Say but the word, and my servant shall be healed. And it was so in that self-same hour, even before his sentence was finished. Such was the faith of the centurion. Yet you are all mental lepers. Your mind is eaten away with negative thoughts. Some of these are thrust upon you. Many of these you actually make up, conjure up yourselves, and then harbor and entertain for hours, days, weeks, months, even years. Then you wonder why you are sick. You can solve some of the health problems, as you put it, by solving the problems in your thinking. Yes, you can heal some of the conditions you have already acquired, given yourself, as well as prevent major new problems from developing. And you can do this all by changing your thinking. Also, and I hate to suggest this because it sounds so mundane, coming as it were from God, but for God's sake, take better care of yourself. You take rotten care of your body, paying it little attention at all until you suspect something's gone wrong with it. You do virtually nothing in the way of preventive maintenance. You take better care of your car than you do of your body. And that's not saying much. Not only do you fail to prevent breakdowns with regular checkups, once-a-year physicals, and use of the therapies and medicines you've been given. Why do you go to the doctor, get her help, then not use the remedies she suggests? Can you answer me that one? You also mistreat your body terribly between these visits, about which you do nothing. You do not exercise it, so it grows flabby and, worse yet, weak from non-use. You do not nourish it properly, thereby weakening it further. Then you fill it with toxins and poisons and the most absurd substances, posing as food. And still it runs for you, this marvelous engine. Still it chugs along, bravely pushing on in the face of this onslaught. It's horrible. The conditions under which you ask your body to survive are horrible. But you will do little or nothing about them. You will hear this, nod your head in regretful agreement, and go right back to the mistreatment. And do you know why?
I'm afraid to ask.
Because you have no will to live.
That seems a harsh indictment.
It's not meant to be harsh, nor is it meant as an indictment. Harsh is a relative term, a judgment you have laid on the words. Indictment connotes guilt, and guilt connotes wrongdoing. There is no wrongdoing involved here, hence no guilt and no indictment. I've made a simple statement of truth. Like all statements of truth, it has the quality of waking you up. Some people don't like to be awakened. Most do not. Most would rather sleep. The world is in the condition that it's in because the world is full of sleepwalkers. With regard to my statement, what about it seems untrue? You have no will to live. At least you have had none until now. If you tell me you've had an instant conversion, I will reassess my prediction of what you will now do. I acknowledge that my prediction is based on past experience. It was also meant to wake you up. Sometimes, when a person is really deeply asleep, you have to shake him a little. I've seen in the past that you have had little will to live. Now, you may deny that, but in this case, your actions speak louder than your words. If you ever lit a cigarette in your life, much less smoked a pack a day for 20 years as you have very little will to live. You don't care what you do to your body.
But I stopped smoking 10 years ago.
Only after 20 years of grueling physical punishment. And if you've ever taken alcohol into your body, you have very little will to live.
I drink very moderately.
The body was not meant to intake alcohol. It impairs the mind.
But Jesus took alcohol. He went to the wedding and turned water into wine.
So who said Jesus was perfect?
Oh, for God's sake.
Say, are you becoming annoyed with me?
Well, far be it from me to become annoyed with God. I mean, that would be a bit presumptuous, wouldn't it? But I do think we can carry this a bit too far. My father taught me all things in moderation. I think I've stuck to that where alcohol is concerned.
The body can more easily recover from only moderate abuse. The saying is therefore useful. Nevertheless, I'll stick to my original statement. The body was not meant to intake alcohol.
But even some medicines contain alcohol.
I have no control over what you call medicine. I'll stay with my statement.
You really are rigid, aren't you?
Look, truth is truth. Now, if someone said a little alcohol won't hurt you, and placed that statement in the context of life as you now live it, I would have to agree with them. That does not change the truth of what I've said. It simply allows you to ignore it. Yet consider this. Currently, you humans wear your bodies out typically within 50 to 80 years. Some last longer, but not many. Some stop functioning sooner, but not the majority. Can we agree on that?
Yes, okay.
All right, so we have a good starting point for discussion. Now, when I said I could agree with the statement, a little alcohol won't hurt you, I qualified that by adding, in the context of life as you now live it. You see, you people seem satisfied with life as you now live it. But life, it may surprise you to learn, was meant to be lived a whole different way. And your body was designed to last a great deal longer.
It was?
Yes.
How much longer?
Infinitely longer.
What does that mean?
It means, my son, your body was designed to last forever.
Forever?
Yes, forevermore.
You mean that we are never supposed to die?
You never do die. Life is eternal. You are immortal. You never do die. You simply change form. You didn't even have to do that. You decided to do that. I didn't. I made you bodies that would last forever. Do you really think the best God could do, the best I could come up with, was a body that could make it 60, 70, maybe 80 years before falling apart? Is that, do you imagine, the limit of my ability?
I never thought of putting it that way exactly.
I designed your magnificent body to last forever. And the earliest of you did live in the body, virtually pain-free and without fear of what you now call death. In your religious mythology, you symbolize your cellular memory of these first virgin humans by calling them Adam and Eve. Actually, of course, there were more than two. At the outset, the idea was for you wonderful souls to have a chance to know yourselves as who you really are, through experiences gained in the physical body, in the relative world, as I have explained repeatedly here. This was done through the slowing down of the unfathomable speed of all vibration, thought form, to produce matter, including that matter you call the physical body. Life evolves through a series of steps in the blink of an eye that you now call billions of years. And in this holy instant came you, out of the sea, the water of life, onto the land, and into the form you now hold.
Then the evolutionists are right.
I find it amusing, a source of continual amusement, actually, that you humans have such a need to break everything down into right and wrong. It never occurs to you that you've made those labels up to help you define the material and yourself. It never occurs to you, except to the finest minds among you, that a thing could be both right and wrong, that only in the relative world are things one or the other. In the world of the absolute, of time, no time, all things are everything. There is no male and female. There's no before and after. There is no fast and slow, here and there, up and down, left and right, and no right and wrong. Your astronauts and cosmonauts have gained a sense of this. They imagined themselves to be rocketing upward to get to outer space, only to find when they got there that they were looking up at the Earth. Or were they? Maybe they were looking down at the Earth. But then, where was the sun? Up, down? No? Over there. To the left. So now suddenly a thing was neither up nor down, it was sideways, and all definitions thus disappeared. So it is in my world, our real realm. All definitions disappear, rendering it difficult to even talk about this realm in definitive terms. Religion is your attempt to speak of the unspeakable. It does not do a very good job. No, my son, the evolutionists are not right. I created all of this, in the blink of an eye, in one holy instant, just as the creationists have said. And it came about through a process of evolution, taking billions and billions of what you call years, just as the evolutionists claim. They are both right. As the cosmonauts discovered, it all depends on how you look at it. But the real question is, one holy instant, billions of years, what's the difference? Can you simply agree that on some of the questions of life, the mystery is too great for even you to solve? Why not hold the mystery as sacred? And why not allow the sacred to be sacred and leave it alone?
I suppose we all have an insatiable need to know.
But you already know. I've just told you. Yet you don't want to know the truth. You want to know the truth as you understand it. This is the greatest barrier to your enlightenment. You think you already know the truth. You think you already understand how it is. So you agree with everything you see or hear or read that falls into the paradigm of your understanding, and reject everything which does not. And this you call learning. This you call being open to the teachings. Alas, you can never be open to the teachings so long as you are closed to everything save your own truth. Thus will this very dialogue be called blasphemy, the work of the devil by some. Yet those who have ears to hear, let them listen. I tell you this, you were not meant to ever die. Your physical form was created as a magnificent convenience, a wonderful tool, a glorious vehicle, allowing you to experience the reality you have created with your mind, that you may know the self you have created in your soul. The soul conceives, the mind creates, the body experiences. The circle is complete. The soul then knows itself in its own experience. If it does not like what it is experiencing, feeling, or wishes a different experience for any reason, it simply conceives of a new experience of self and quite literally changes its mind. Soon the body finds itself in a new experience. I am the resurrection and the life was a magnificent example of this. How do you think Jesus did it anyway? Or do you not believe it ever happened? Believe it. It happened. Yet this much is so. The soul will never override the body or the mind. I made you as a 3-in-1 being. You are 3 beings in one, made in the image and likeness of me. The 3 aspects of self are in no wise unequal to each other. Each has a function, but no function is greater than another. Nor does any function actually precede another. All are interrelated in an exactly equal way. Conceive, create, experience. What you conceive, you create. What you create, you experience. What you experience, you conceive. That is why it is said, if you can cause your body to experience something, take abundance, for example, you will soon have the feeling of it in your soul, which will conceive of itself in a new way, namely, abundant, thus presenting your mind with a new thought about that. From the new thought springs more experience, and the body begins living a new reality as a permanent state of being. Your body, your mind, and your soul, spirit, are one. In this you are a microcosm of me, the divine all, the holy everything, the sum and substance. You see now how I am the beginning and the end of everything, the Alpha and the Omega. Now, I will explain to you the ultimate mystery, your exact and true relationship to me. You are my body. As your body is to your mind and soul, so too are you to my mind and soul. Therefore, everything I experience through you. Just as your body, mind, and spirit are one, so too are mine. So it is that Jesus of Nazareth, among the many who understood this mystery, spoke immutable truth when he said, I and the Father are one. Now I will tell you, there are even larger truths than this to which you will one day become privy. For even as you are the body of me, I am the body of another.
You mean you are not God?
Yes, I am God, as you now understand him.
I am Goddess, as you now comprehend her. I am the conceiver and the creator of everything you now know and experience, and you are my children, even as I am the child of another.
Are you trying to tell me that even God has a God?
I am telling you that your perception of ultimate reality is more limited than you thought, and that truth is more unlimited than you can imagine. I am giving you ever so small a glimpse of infinity, an infinite love, a much larger glimpse, and you could not hold it in your reality. You can barely hold this.
Wait a minute. You mean I'm not really talking with God here?
I've told you, if you conceive of God as your creator and master, even as you are the creator and master of your own body, I am the God of your understanding, and you are talking with me, yes. It's been a delicious conversation, no?
Well, delicious or not, I thought I was talking with the real God, the God of gods. You know, the top guy, the chief honcho.
You are. Believe me, you are.
And yet you say that there is someone above you in this hierarchical scheme of things.
We are now trying to do the impossible, which is to speak of the unspeakable. As I said, that is what religion seeks to do. Let me see if I can find a way to summarize this. Forever is longer than you know. Eternal is longer than forever. God is more than you imagine. God is the energy you call imagination. God is creation. God is first thought. And God is last experience. And God is everything in between. Have you ever looked down a high-powered microscope or seen pictures or movies of molecular action and said, "Good heavens, there's a whole universe down there"? And to that universe, I, the now present observer, must feel like God. Have you ever said that or had that kind of experience?
Sure, I would imagine every thinking person has.
Indeed. You have given yourself your own glimpse of what I am showing you here. And what would you do if I told you that this reality of which you have given yourself a glimpse never ends?
Explain that. I'd like to ask you to explain that.
Take the smallest part of the universe you can imagine. Imagine this tiny, tiny particle of matter.
Okay.
Now cut it in half.
Okay.
What have you got?
2 smaller halves.
Precisely. Now cut those in half. What now?
2 smaller halves.
Right. Now again and again. What's left?
Smaller and smaller particles.
Yes, but when does it stop? How many times can you divide matter until it ceases to exist?
I don't know. I guess it never ceases to exist.
You mean you can never completely destroy it? All you can do is change its form?
It would seem so.
I tell you this. You have just learned the secret of all of life and seen into infinity. Now I have a question to ask you.
Okay.
What makes you think infinity goes only one way?
So, there's no end going up any more than there's an end going down.
There is no up or down, but I understand your meaning.
But if there's no end to smallness, well, that means there's no end to bigness.
Correct.
But if there's no end to bigness, then there's no biggest. That means, in the largest sense, there's no God.
Or perhaps all of it is God, and there is nothing else. I tell you this. I am that I am. And you are that you are. You cannot not be. You can change form all you wish, but you cannot fail to be. Yet you can fail to know who you are. And in this failing, experience only the half of it.
That would be hell.
Exactly. Yet you are not condemned to it. You are not relegated to it forevermore. All that it takes to get out of hell, to get out of not knowing, is to know again. There are many ways and many places, dimensions, in which you can do this. You are in one of those dimensions now. It is called, in your understanding, the third dimension.
And there are many more?
Have I not told you that in my kingdom there are many mansions? I would not have told it to you were it not so.
Well, then there is no hell, not really. I mean, there's no place or dimension to which we are everlastingly condemned.
What would be the purpose of that? Yet you are always limited by your knowingness, for you, we, are a self-created being. You cannot be what you do not know yourself to be. That is why you have been given this life, so that you might know yourself in your own experience. Then you can conceive of yourself as who you really are, and create yourself as that in your experience. And the circle is again complete, only bigger. And so you are in the process of growing, or as I have put it before, of becoming. There is no limit to what you can become.
You mean I can even become, dare I say it, a god? Just like you?
What do you think?
I don't know.
Until you do, you cannot. Remember the triangle, the Holy Trinity, spirit, mind, body. Conceive, create, experience. Remember, using your symbology, Holy Spirit equals inspiration, equals conceive. Father equals parenting, equals create. Son equals offspring, equals experience. The Son experiences the creation of the fathering thought, which is conceived of by the Holy Ghost. Can you conceive of yourself as one day being a god?
In my wildest dreams, in my wildest moments.
Good, for I tell you this, you are already a god. You simply do not know it. Have I not said, ye are gods? There now. I have explained it all for you. Life, how it works, its very reason and purpose. How else can I serve you?
There's nothing more I could ask. I'm filled with thanks for this incredible dialogue. It's been so far-reaching, so encompassing. You know, I had more questions to ask, but somehow these discussions make those questions seem irrelevant.
Yes. Still, you wanted to ask them. Let's just quickly answer the remainder of them one by one, now that we're moving this rapidly through the material.
What material?
The material I brought you here to expose you to. Now that we're moving through the material, let's just take those remaining questions and deal with them quickly.
All right, what is the karmic lesson I'm supposed to be learning here? What am I trying to master?
You are learning nothing here. You have nothing to learn. You have only to remember. That is, remember me. What are you trying to master? You are trying to master mastering itself.
Is there such a thing as reincarnation? How many past lives have I had? What was I in them? Is karmic debt a reality?
It's difficult to believe there is still a question about this. I find it hard to imagine. There have been so many reports from thoroughly reliable sources of past life experiences. Some of these people have brought back strikingly detailed descriptions of events and such completely verifiable data as to eliminate any possibility that they were making it up or had contrived to somehow deceive researchers and loved ones. You have had 647 past lives, since you insist on being exact. This is your 648th. You were everything in them. A king, a queen, a serf, a teacher, a student, a master, a male, a female, a warrior, a pacifist, a hero, a coward, a killer, a savior, a sage, a fool. You've been all of it. No, there is no such thing as karmic debt. Not in the sense that you mean in this question. A debt is something that must or should be repaid. You are not obligated to do anything. Still, there are certain things that you want to do, choose to experience, and some of these choices hinge on the desire for them has been created by what you have experienced before. And that is as close as words can come to this thing you call karma. If karma is the innate desire to be better, to be bigger, to evolve and to grow, and to look at past events and experiences as a measure of that, then yes, karma does exist. But it does not require anything. Nothing is ever required. You are, as always you have ever been, a being of free choice.
I sometimes feel very psychic. Is there such a thing as being psychic? And am I that? Are people who claim to be psychic trafficking with the devil?
Yes, there is such a thing as being psychic. You are that. Everyone is that. There is not a person who does not have what you call psychic ability. There are only people who do not use it. Using psychic ability is nothing more than using your sixth sense. Obviously, this is not trafficking with the devil, or I would not have given the sense to you. And of course, there is no devil with whom to traffic.
Is sex okay? Come on, what is the real story behind this human experience? Is sex purely for procreation, as some religions say? Is true holiness and enlightenment achieved through denial or transmutation of the sexual energy? Is it okay to have sex without love? Is just the physical sensation of it okay enough as a reason?
Of course sex is okay. Again, if I didn't want you to play certain games, I wouldn't have given you the toys. Do you give your children things you don't want them to play with? Play with sex. Play with it. It's wonderful fun. Why, it's just about the most fun you can have with your body, if you're talking of strictly physical experiences alone. But for goodness sake, don't destroy sexual innocence and pleasure, and the purity of the fun, the joy, by misusing sex. Don't use it for power, or hidden purpose, for ego gratification or domination, for any purpose other than the purest joy and the highest ecstasy, given and shared, which is love and love recreated, which is new life. Have I not chosen a delicious way to make more of you? With regard to denial, I've dealt with that before. Nothing holy has ever been achieved through denial. Yet desires change as even larger realities are glimpsed. It is not unusual, therefore, for people to simply desire less or even no sexual activity, or for that matter, any of a number of activities of the body. For some, the activities of the soul become foremost, and by far the more pleasurable. Each to his own without judgment. That is the motto. The end of your question is answered this way. You don't need to have a reason for anything. Just be cause. Be the cause of your experience. Remember, experience produces concept of self. Conception produces creation. Creation produces experience. You want to experience yourself as a person who has sex without love? Go ahead. You'll do that until you don't want to anymore. And the only thing that could ever cause you to stop this or any behavior is your newly emerging thought about who you are. It's as simple and as complex as that.
Why did you make sex so good, so spectacular, so powerful a human experience if all we're supposed to be doing is staying away from it as much as we can? What gives? And for that matter, why are all fun things either immoral, illegal, or fattening?
I've answered the end of this question with what I've just said. All fun things are not immoral, illegal, or fattening. Your life is, however, an interesting exercise in defining what fun is. To some, fun means sensations of the body. To others, fun may be something entirely different. It all depends on who you think you are and what you are doing here. There is much more to be said about sex than is being said here, but nothing more essential than this. Sex is joy. And many of you have made sex everything else but. Sex is sacred, too. Yes, but joy and sacredness do mix. They are, in fact, the same things, and many of you think they do not. Your attitudes about sex form a microcosm of your attitudes about life. Life should be a joy, a celebration, and it has become an experience of fear, anxiety, not enoughness, envy, rage, and tragedy. The same can be said about sex. You have repressed sex, even as you have repressed life, rather than fully self-expressing with abandon and joy. You have shamed sex, even as you have shamed life, calling it evil and wicked, rather than the highest gift and the greatest pleasure. Before you protest that you have not shamed life, look at your collective attitudes about it. 4/5 of the world's people consider life a trial, a tribulation, a time of testing, a karmic debt that must be paid, a school with harsh lessons that must be learned, and in general, an experience to be endured while awaiting the real joy, which is after death. It's a shame that so many of you think this way. Small wonder you have applied shame to the very act which creates life. The energy which underscores sex is the energy which underscores life, which is life. The feeling of attraction and the intense and often urgent desire to move toward each other, to become one, is the essential dynamic of all that lives. I have built it into everything. It is inbred, inherent, inside all that is. The moral codes, religious constrictions, social taboos, and emotional conventions you have placed around sex, and by the way, around love and all of life, have made it virtually impossible for you to celebrate your being. From the beginning of time, all man has ever wanted is to love and be loved. And from the beginning of time, man has done everything in his power to make it impossible to do that. Sex is an extraordinary expression of love. Love of another, love of self, love of life. You ought to, therefore, love it. And you do. You just can't tell anyone you do. You don't dare show how much you love it, or you'll be called a pervert. Yet this is the idea that is perverted. For you personally, simply know this. I have given you nothing shameful, least of all your very body and its functions. There is no need to hide your body or its functions, nor your love of them and of each other. Your television programs think nothing of showing naked violence, but shrink from showing naked love. Your whole society reflects that priority.
Is there life on other planets? Have we been visited by it? Are we being observed now? Will we see evidence, irrevocable and indisputable, of extraterrestrial life in our lifetime? Does each form of life have its own God? Are you the God of all of it?
Yes to the first part, yes to the second, yes to the third. I cannot answer the fourth part, since that would require me to predict the future, something I am not going to do.
Is that it? Is that all for now? Are we to speak no more here?
You miss me already?
I do. This has been fun. Are we quitting now?
You need a little rest. There's a lot here to absorb, a lot to wrestle with, a lot to ponder. Take some time off. Reflect on this. Ponder it. Don't feel abandoned. I'm always with you. If you have questions, day-to-day questions, as I know you do even now and will continue to, know that you can call on me to answer them. This is not the only way I speak to you. Listen to me in the truth of your soul. Listen to me in the feelings of your heart. Listen to me in the quiet of your mind. Hear me everywhere. Whenever you have a question, simply know that I have answered it already. Then open your eyes to your world. My response could be in an article already published, in the sermon already written and about to be delivered, in the movie now being made, in the song just yesterday composed, in the words about to be said by a loved one, in the heart of a new friend about to be made. My truth is in the whisper of the wind, the babble of the brook, the crack of the thunder, the tap of the rain. It is the feel of the earth, the fragrance of the lily, the warmth of the sun, the pull of the moon. My truth, and your surest help in time of need, is as awesome as the night sky, and as simply, incontrovertibly trustful as a baby's gurgle. It is as loud as a pounding heartbeat, and as quiet as a breath taken in unity with me. I will not leave you. I cannot leave you, for you are my creation and my product, my daughter and my son. my purpose and my self. Call on me, therefore, wherever and whenever you are separate from the peace that I am.
I will be there.
With truth.
And light.
And love.
Now, here is an exclusive interview conducted by Michael Toms with James Redfield.
James, one of the aspects of this book is that a lot of the words of God, as they're portrayed here in Conversations with God, are at odds with the religious doctrine and dogma of many of the religious institutions. What about that dichotomy?
Well, I think that it's really just indicative of where we are. I think that for so long, spiritual thought has been held in dogma. Maybe the culture could not hold it any other way. But I think at this point we are shifting away from the dogma. The germ of truth is moving away from some of the older, more fundamental institutions of religion, and into the great dialogue that we're having, the great conversation, in my view, where we're testing out for ourselves what to believe about spirituality, because we will find the evidence for it experientially. In the face of this grand conversation and the energy shifting over into the conversation, the religious institutions then have to evolve themselves and shift the dogma back toward the truth that I think is being defined popularly.
James, there's a quote in the book I want to recite here for you and get your comment on it. The deepest secret is that life is not a process of discovery, but a process of creation. Do you agree with that?
I think there's a semantic problem right there. But essentially, I think what is being conveyed in the Conversations with God is that this is nothing that we're to discover as though we did not already have it. In other words, living the spiritual life is really creating, in the sense of engaging the experience. And I think in that sense it's very, very true. I think that in another way it feels like discovery. It feels like self-discovery. But I think we do have to keep in mind that it's that we're really not just discovering, we're remembering. We're trying to open up to that which we always have been.
Taking that a little further, one of the things that permeates Conversations with God is the idea and the concept of we create our own reality. You create your own reality. What is your perspective? Do we create our own reality?
Well, I think that I really think what's being said here is that we all create the reality. And so while we personally are responsible for much of what happens to us personally, also what happens to us personally is the result of what everybody else is creating out there and all the interfaces that happen. And I definitely think that that's true. That's why to say that you're absolutely creating everything that happens to you is, to me, too strict. But to say that you are involved, you're co-creating everything that happens to you, I think is very close to the truth. But the main point in that, I think, is that it's not so much what happens to us as how we react to what happens to us, because that's that way we can make sure that if we react positively from a sense of love, then we are doing everything we can to keep our path on a positive track.
I think you brought out a salient point here, that it's not only recreating our own reality, but creating our own reality in the midst of many other realities being created by others. And this would explain or be a response to the critique that comes up about, well, did I create my cancer? Did I create my ill health? What about that? I mean, isn't that true?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if we have to take responsibility for our part of it always. But I think we also live within a particular social reality that influences not only how we think, but influences the level of healthiness around us. So I think that our mission really is to not only to continue to project the positive personally, but also to be able to interact and hold on to this positive when we interact with others, because that helps them turn their creative energy around into the positive as well, which is another point I think he made very clearly in here, and that is that the essence of relating is the act of forgiveness.
Another thing that's talked about a lot in the book is that we create the devil and we create hell, and we also create heaven. What about that?
Well, I think that's I would call that the 10th insight. We are to a place where we realize that the highest part of ourselves is that all-knowing God self that truly evaluates how we're doing. And so we have to ultimately face how we've lived our lives, how we've created, how it has turned out. And if we feel disappointed in aspects of that life, it'll be ourselves that create that disappointment. If we are so cut off from the force of love that is who we are, that we're in total fear, it is hellish. And that's the definition of hell, is when we're so cut off that we are in that space instead of in a love space that has the connection with the divine.
At some point in the book, there wasn't a comparison or an equation of fear with hell, that when we're in fear, we're out of love, and that can be a hellish situation.
No, absolutely. I just think that's the recognition that we're having out there. I called it the 10th insight because I think that's the insight that's circulating through the culture right now. We know there's no other judgment that's going to happen to us about our lives other than the one that we impose, and the greater part of us imposes. So I think there's a sense of awareness and an imperative too. I think that to go out and live our lives, taking all the risks that we want, that we think we need to go for it all, to try to create at our highest level, and take all the risks associated with that, because we know that we are going to feel responsible later on as to how well we've done it, and we're going to want to do it as well as we can.
James, one of the questions that came up for me was the reference to feelings as an indicator and a channel for truth. And I'm wondering are we talking about levels of feelings? Because feelings have been the cause of wars and conflicts for millennia. And so what about that idea of feelings being a channel for the truth?
Well, I took that to mean that inwardly, once we get past the negative feelings that maybe distract us, but that once we get clear that we have an inward feeling as to what is truth and what is not truth. And of course that's somewhat relative to our own situation, but each of us, I think, knows intuitively which move to make at any juncture in our lives. Now, we don't always do it because we rationalize it or we fall into fear about it and we can't really make the move, but at our highest level, if we can get to that, we know what to do and when to do it and what to say in every circumstance. We're guided. I mean, we have that higher self intuitive guidance at that level once we can find it within our own experience.
So in some sense, when you're talking about inward, you're really talking about going deeper to the deeper level of our feelings, right?
That's the way I would look at it. Yes, there are all kinds of emotions that run through our experience. It can be the jealousy and irritation and hatred and all the rest. But I think that those we know now are come from a place of fear, not a place of love. And if there's something we know, I think, here in the 90s, if we're really gonna live our true spirituality, we have to stay in a space of love. First of all, we have to find that for ourselves and define it, and then we always have to come back to this space of love, this state of being that we know as love. That's you can abstractly debate philosophy and religion and dogma all you want to, but nothing matters except coming back to that state and that space of love. And I think that's one thing that has come into popular consciousness at this point.
So there's a quote in the book that follows up on what you just said. The highest thought is always that thought which contains joy. The clearest words are those words which contain truth. The grandest feeling is that feeling which you call love, joy, truth, and love. That's pretty much echoing what you just said.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that that we really know now that there is an experience out there that's available to us, and we don't want to just talk about it. We don't want to think about it. We don't want to just debate about it. We want to go for it and experience that ourselves. And that's going to change everything, because we are finally getting to the level of experience with all this. I always like to say that we've got a new image that's emerging out in the culture of what the good life is. The good life is to find that space of love, that space of joy, that space of euphoria almost, because from that comes all the other things that we associate with fulfillment, like a sense of mission, a sense of making the world a better place, a sense of having good, positive relationships, knowing how to parent, all the rest. It all flows from staying in that space, and I think we know that now.
James, a lot of people are feeling pessimistic and cynical and not really hopeful or optimistic about the future. And one of the quotes in the book that I'd like you to comment on is, "I tell you this, all you see in your world is the outcome of your idea about it." What is your comment on that statement?
Well, I think that's absolutely true and of so immense importance right now. The ideas we have about how we can turn the course of the world around, how we can make it more positive, how we can solve our social and environmental problems. The ideas that we project about that are going to create the state of the future. And I think that we've reached a point where we now know how powerful we are in terms of our ideas and our visualization of the future. And I think it's got to be that understanding that carries us through right now. We cannot just fall back into this fear reaction that the world is doomed, that can't be saved, because I really believe that all the heroes are in place, as I've said many times, that we can, all the people who need to intervene in all our social problems are already there. All we have to do is connect with this, the divine guidance and the courage, and just everybody making a move at once can change the world literally overnight.
James, what was the most impressive aspect of Conversations with God for you?
Well, I really liked the foundation it was built upon, the basic principles that were voiced in the book. A couple of sentences that I really loved had to do with heaven, and I think the answer that God gave was, there is no such thing as getting to heaven. There's only a knowing that you're already there. And this whole the whole theme of remembering, I think, is just so important for us at this time. It's something, again, that I believe is emerging in the culture now. This awareness that, hey, we are spiritual beings. We always have been, and all we have to do is open up to it and remember it, and then our lives can change very, very dramatically.
So if you had something to share with people as to what they could do in these times, what would it be, James?
Well, I think what I like to say is that each of us has to find our own experience of the divine. You know, we have to have that experience whereby we become more than we were. We have a transcendent experience where our bodies feel different. We feel like a full or more complete person. We are imbued with a kind of energy that the mystics have always talked about as being transforming. And people find that in different ways. They find it in the churches and synagogues, in prayer. They find it in meditation. But we also find it in dance and in body work and in the martial arts. And we find it in visiting sacred sites on this planet. You know, there's an inspiring energy that certain locations can give us. And I think I would say that the first chore in the 90s is to go out and find that transcendent experience, because everything else springs from that sense of being part of the divine and having the source within that the mystics have always talked about.
James, thank you for being with us today. Appreciate your taking the time.
Thank you, Michael.
Now, Michael Toms interviews Neale Donald Walsch.
Neale, how has your life changed since writing the book Conversations with God, An Uncommon Dialogue?
Gosh, I think everything about my life is different. I have a relationship now that works, and works wonderfully. I have all the money anyone could ever ask for, frankly, to be honest. I have great health. I'm in far better health than ever I was before. But I think the most important thing, because those are all exterior, is that it feels very much as if the interior part of me is finally coming together, is finally being repaired, is finally, I hate to use the overworked word, but is finally being healed. I feel more one. I feel more one with myself, and I feel more at one-ment with everyone else and everything. It's a healing of the deepest part of me that I've waited for a long time. And that's, I think, the largest difference that I notice as a result of this book.
Do you have a spiritual practice now, a regular discipline that you follow?
Well, I'm not a very disciplined person. You know, I when I was 27, they put a sign on the door outside my office, "Don't try to discipline this guy, just tap his genius." I used to laugh at that, but they never took it off the door. I worked at that place for 10 years. I think that they saw something in me that they made fun of, but that was really true, which was that I had, how do I say this without sounding arrogant, I had a level of awareness and creativity that might have been, by some people's measurement, at a genius level. I think many people do, for that matter. But I absolutely had no sense of discipline, nor do I hope I ever have any. It's probably not politically correct to say that. But if I had a bumper sticker I could create, it would be "Down with Discipline." And so I don't discipline myself. My spiritual practice in my everyday life is what it is when it is that, and it's not that when it's not. So I meditate except on days that I don't. And I move through certain physical exercises except on days when I don't. And I read a great many spiritual books except when I don't. And so I allow myself really to flow freely through my experience of self and through my experience of all the rest of this wonderful adventure that we are mutually embarked upon. And I don't really get too rigid with myself. I don't have schedules. I don't have a diet that I really stick to religiously, to use a probably bad word, but although I am careful with what I eat in some ways. So I'm not a terribly disciplined guy. I think there are probably two disciplines that I do adhere to. I don't drink any alcohol, and I don't smoke, and I haven't for years. And those are about the only disciplines I can think of, really, in my life.
Neale, have you always been interested in spiritual things?
Yes, I have. I have from the earliest days of my life. When I was 7 and 8 years old, I was asking my parents questions that they couldn't answer. They sent me to parochial school. I was educated in a Roman Catholic school. And I would ask the nuns and the priests who would come in. Once a week, the priests would come in and teach catechism. And I would ask the priests and the pastor of the parish questions that he couldn't answer. And when I was 9 or 10 or 11, those pastors began saying to me, why don't you come out over to the rectory? We can talk about this some more. And they would actually invite me into their study. And I would talk theology with the priests when I was 10 and 11 years old. Now, obviously, it wasn't high theology, but it was high theology for an 11-year-old, without a doubt. And I asked all kinds of questions that provoked interesting conversations, like, how do we know truly what is right and wrong?
You were raised Roman Catholic and eventually left the church. Why did you leave?
Well, of course, it wasn't a decision that one makes overnight or in a split second. It was a cumulative thing. It was a cumulative thing that happened over a period of years. My movement away from the church. But I think what really broke it for me was in my early 20s, I was about 23 or 24, somewhere in there, I picked up a newspaper and I realized that something astonishing had happened. The Roman Catholic Church had announced that eating meat on Fridays was no longer a sin. Now, you might say, well, what's the problem? Except that through all of my young years, when I was 8, 9, 10 years old, I had been a very devout young Catholic boy, and I was very, very serious about following all the rules, including never sinning. And one of the things I didn't do for all the years of my youth was I never ate meat on Fridays. And there were many times when I had to miss a lot of joy and fun because I couldn't eat meat on Fridays, and everyone else around me was going to the ballpark, for instance, and having a hot dog or whatever. And that's not a big deal, in life, naturally. But in my life it was, and what I noticed was that what this brought up for me was, oh, I get it, right and wrong are a movable feast. Right and wrong, even the Roman Catholic Church changes its mind about what is or is not a sin. Well, if I thought that the Roman Catholic Church was going to change its mind from time to time about what was a sin and what was not a sin, what was right and wrong, I thought I'd better get out of that church. That church was a little bit too flexible for me, and that was said about all of religion.
After you disconnected from the Catholic Church, did you pursue other religions?
Yes, also having to do with the Roman Catholic Church. I was kicked out of the altar boys. And I was a very devout young Catholic boy, and I had intended to become a priest. And at the age of 12, I was surreptitiously removed, unceremoniously dumped from the local altar boy contingent at my parish. And the reason that I was fired, if you will, from the altar boys is that I arrived for a procession. We had a processional that all the altar boys were going to be in, carrying candles and the crucifix and so forth. And I was about 3 minutes late for that. Not too late to get into the procession, mind you, but too late for the Mother Superior, who was nominally in charge of organizing the altar boys. And because I came into the sanctuary a bit late to get on my chasuble and my robes, she said, you're no longer part of us. Well, that was you might think that's a petty little childhood event, but in fact, I couldn't imagine, because everyone, I think, had observed a great sense of devotion in me. And in that Catholic Church, I was known as the one who had the calling. And they thought that I was going to become the next priest to emerge from that parish. Not taken lightly, I might add, in Catholic neighborhoods. And so for me to be dumped that way from the altar boys said more things to me about the nature of human churches and humanly constructed religions and our true relationship with God. Because I didn't feel any separation from God at all because I had been 3 minutes late. And I was literally 3 minutes late. But I did feel a great separation from my local parish church. And that really turned me away from Roman Catholicism, which was, I'm sure, an enormous turning point in my life. And having said that, I should add that I honor the Roman Catholic Church greatly, and I am very grateful to it, because it brought me my earliest sense of the presence of something larger than myself in the universe. And it also taught me that honoring that larger part of the universe that existed outside of myself was not a bad thing to do. When I was 17 and 18 and emerging from high school and getting into college, I began looking once again at the question of religion and theology. And I moved into the Presbyterian Church and thought I would find a home there. And I did for a bit, and I was even asked by the congregation where I attended if they could send me to the seminary. And I would come back as a associate minister at that church for a number of years to pay back the loan. They were actually going to give me money to go because they saw, again, something inside of me. I'm not sure what it was, but it's been identified by a lot of people through the years that might be useful in such an occupation as the ministry. But the more I delved into the theological constructions of mainstream Protestantism, the more I began to realize that there too I could not be comfortable and could not find a home. And that really launched a 25-year investigation of virtually every spiritual tradition on the face of the earth, of which I am currently aware. And I looked really at them all, some more than others, but at least touching bases with all of them. I read a great deal of comparative theology. I spent days and weeks and months in the libraries around the country where I began moving because of my career. And I looked very deeply. I even had long conversations. I would sit down with rabbis, and I sat down once for 2 days for a weekend with a man from the Middle East. And he explained a great many of the Middle Eastern Orthodox theologies. And so I began to get my mind deeply involved in the question of how human beings experience the gods, the various gods of their understandings, and if any one of those ways would be comfortable for me. And I have to say that I could find a complete comfort in none of those constructions.
Now, here is an exclusive interview by Michael Toms with Shakti Gawain.
Hi, Shakti.
Hi.
So, you've read Conversations with God. This is a book it's similar to other books that have appeared. I mean, it's not the same thing, obviously, but there's a lot of books that have been published in recent years. I think of the Celestine Prophecy, Mutant Message, books like Care of the Soul, and others that deal with spirituality and enriching our spiritual life. Why do you think that's happening right now? Because it seems like they're coming in abundance.
Oh, gosh. I mean, to me, it's been happening for quite some time. So, I've been pretty tuned in to the kinds of ideas and books that have been coming out for about 25 years now. So I guess it's true that it's reaching more and more people and reaching into the mainstream and reaching the masses much more. I think that's just because the evolution of consciousness is getting to the point where it's really more and more people are finding the necessity to tune into these kinds of ideas.
Do you have conversations with God, Shakti?
Well, I don't think of it that way because I wasn't brought up in any kind of Christian or even any kind of organized religion at all. Although my family did have some religious roots, but I don't relate that much to the word God or the image of God as a person, as a man, or whatever. So I don't think of it that way. But in using other terms, yes, I do very much. And an awful lot of my own personal work and my own teaching has been about that precise thing, that we each have that connection inside of us to that higher intelligence and wisdom, and that we can access that within ourselves. So yes, I do. I do that on a regular basis and have for many years.
In the book, there's a lot of emphasis on paying attention to your feelings and going inside. And how do you see that from your own work with visualization and intuition? And how would you compare what you do with what God is saying here in this book?
Well, this particular God, the way he, she is expressing, is coming through with a pretty strong Christian orientation. Counteracting a lot of the misunderstandings and limitations in the way that people commonly practice and understand Christianity, and I think in a very wonderful way, actually, explaining what the real meaning of a lot of that is. There's an emphasis, to me, there's quite an emphasis on thoughts, how thoughts create our reality. And that's something that, of course, I explored a lot in my early books, Creative Visualization, Living in the Light, and it's been a foundation of my work. In recent years, I've moved a lot more into exploring what I call all four levels of our being: spiritual, mental, emotional, and physical. And I think there's a lot of necessity and a lot of importance to deal with the emotional level as well as the mental level. And in this book, there's a kind of more of an emphasis on the mental, as I find in most kind of traditional spiritual books. It talks a lot more about the spiritual and the mental. And yes, it does make reference in passing kind of to our emotions and how important they are and how we need to accept them, but it doesn't really tell very much about how do we really do that. And what I find is that that's the stumbling block for most people, is the level of deep emotional healing. We don't know much about how to do that. We don't have very many role models. So my work has probably more emphasis on doing the emotional healing and really bringing it into the physical. But I have to say that one of the reasons I like this book is because most of what's being said in this book is almost word for word, concept for concept, things I've said in my own books, from creative visualization through living in the light to path of transformation.
So you believe that you think thought basically determines our reality, what we think and how we perceive?
I think that certainly what we think and how we perceive is a large part of what creates our experience of reality. I think what we feel, our emotions and our emotional patterns, are a big part of that too, and they're different from our thoughts. And most people don't differentiate that. Most people just talk about thoughts and how our thoughts create a reality and talk about how we have to change our thoughts. But I don't find that most people in the spiritual traditions talk much about the deep emotions and feelings and emotional patterns we have. And it's a very different thing to deal with those. You have to deal with them in a different way. You can't just change your emotions. You have to really experience and embrace your emotions. And when you think about it, emotions happen to us a lot earlier in life than thoughts do. I mean, we feel for months at least, if not years, before we begin to form those feelings into thoughts. So it's in some ways a deeper level, I feel. But yes, we do. Our thoughts have a lot to do with creating our reality.
Your work has taken you into relationships. You've written about relationship.
Yeah.
And there's a quote in the book that I'd like to bring out right now. Relationships are sacred because they provide life's grandest opportunity. Indeed, its only opportunity to create and produce the experience of your highest conceptualization of self.
Absolutely.
You agree with that?
Oh, yeah. In fact, I do workshops all the time about how relationship is our best path of consciousness. It's our most relentless reflection. We can count on our intimate relationships to always be reflecting to us what our growth is, what our next level of healing and learning and growing is. And I do believe that the purpose of relationship is to help us develop our greatest potential. And they're very effective at that if we know how to use them. Most of us don't really know how to use them that way. So I appreciated what he had to say about relationship.
There's a large focus in this book on love, and love being the path. Yeah,
and as I read through the book, there were very few things I disagreed with. In fact, most of the things I went, yes, that's what I say too. There were a couple of places. One of the things I felt a little uncomfortable with is, I really believe that this is a plane of duality, of polarities, in which our task is to learn to truly honor and embrace all opposites, all polarities, that one isn't better than another, but that in fact all the aspects of life are equally valuable and blessed. And he says that over and over again in here, but then sometimes when he gives examples, it seems to have a different emphasis, like he's saying everything is either love or fear. And it's quite clear from the way he talks about that love is better. Yes, we need to, accept fear and so forth, but what we really want to do is get to love. And to me, that still has that same underlying implication of one's higher, one's lower, one's better, one's worse, one's good, one's bad. It felt that way as I was reading it. And to me, fear is a way we characterize the emotional state of contraction. Love is the emotional state of expansion. We need both expansion and contraction in the physical world. If we just expanded all the time, there would be no boundaries, there would be no individuation. One isn't better than the other.
But somehow, perhaps you have to experience fear, just like you have to experience suffering, in order to understand the deep dimensions of life, and to understand love. You have to
Well,
go
and
through
there's
fear.
a purpose for fear in the physical world. I mean, we feel fear, valid fear, when there's danger, when we need to protect ourselves, when we need to pull back physically from something that's dangerous to us or emotionally. So that was the only thing that or one of the only things that I kind of reacted to. And there aren't very many other people I ever hear saying what I'm saying here. I mostly hear people saying this, that let's choose love, let's let go of fear, let's get rid of fear and choose love because love is the higher. And I know what they mean. I mean, it feels much better to love than to fear. Yet I don't know, I just think that there's a place for both and they're both appropriate. My way of thinking of it is that on a spiritual level, love is what we are. Unconditional love is our experience on the spiritual level. And whenever we get the opportunity to touch into that level, we get that wonderful feeling of unconditional love. On a human level, unconditional love, it's not human. On a human level, we have needs, we have vulnerabilities, we have to protect ourselves. We love and we need both. To have unconditional love, you have to have no needs. And on a human level, we do have needs. And I think being here, one of the reasons we've chosen to come here is to explore this dimension of humanness, of vulnerability, of having needs, of having emotions, of not being so perfect and so self-sufficient. Am I making sense?
Yes. Uh-huh.
So, I don't know, I'm just kind of a champion for not in any way implying that the human aspect is less than the spiritual. But really, they're both incredibly beautiful, and we're here, I think, at this point in our evolution to try to bring them together and have this experience in physical bodies on the earth of being human and being divine.
How do you pray?
Well, I don't usually think of it as praying, again, because I don't come from that kind of orientation, and that word was not something that I ever really related to. I think of it, but there's nothing wrong with it. It's just not a word that I particularly relate to. I meditate, and for me, meditation is really just sitting quietly and being with myself, with whatever's happening. If I happen to be in my mind with a lot of thoughts going on, just sort of allowing myself to be with that. And as I do that, often that starts to quiet down a little bit, and maybe I move into what I'm feeling emotionally, just becoming aware of that. And oftentimes then I can kind of drop down into what feels like a deeper place, a more core place, a more essence place, and just making contact with my own essence, which is also connected to the essence of life and God and, greater intelligence, whatever you want to call it. And then I often just open to receiving if there's any reminder or message or something that I need to be aware of. Or if I have a question or a problem, I'll ask, what do I need to know about this? Or what do I need to heal in this situation? And just pose the question, and if some kind of answer or insight comes to me, I take it. And oftentimes it doesn't right at that moment, but I know that by posing the question or asking for what I need, I'm creating the space for it to come to me either internally or oftentimes externally. So it's kind of a communion with that deeper wisdom that I feel is inside of me and in all of us.
There's something in the book that deals with prayer about that prayer really is not prayer that don't come in supplication, but come already in gratitude for what you already have.
Yeah, I think that's pretty powerful. I think come in any way that you want to.
Yeah.
Come however you feel to. Sometimes you feel like, I need help, or please. But that is kind of a disempowered place, and I think it's okay to be that way sometimes. It's like the universe can be our mother and father if that's what we need. But I agree that real powerful change and transformation comes from allowing yourself to really experience it the way you want it to be. And that's what my book Creative Visualization was really all about. And experiencing it with gratitude and appreciation. Yes. If you can muster that up, that's a good thing to do.
In conversations with God, did you resonate with the voice of God here? Did you resonate with it? It sounds like you did. Sounds like you resonated a lot with it.
Yeah, I did. I mean, as I said, I feel like a lot of what was being said in maybe slightly different words are things that I find myself saying or that I've written a lot.
Also, another part of the conversation with God, there's this emphasis on living without expectation, acting without thought of the results. I mean, not that we wouldn't think of the results at some point before we act, but that we're moving through life really coming from the deepest part of ourselves, from our passion, and we're expressing our beingness through that.
Well, I love the passion part, and I do feel that the more you live your passion and follow your desires and honor your feelings and express who you are, the more clear you become. I get a little anxious about, see, again, it's a kind of a very traditional spiritual approach to say, you know, we need to live without expectation. That's wonderful. That's like being unconditionally loving and non-judgmental, and it's all a kind of a wonderful spiritual ideal. Everybody I know has a real hard time doing that.
That's right.
Including myself.
Yeah.
And those kinds of, I mean, trying to live up to a spiritual ideal so often causes such a split in people. It puts us in conflict with ourselves. God, I want to be unconditionally loving and non-judgmental, but really I feel that I've, conditionally loving and judgmental a lot. What's wrong with me? Why can't I give this up? Why can't I be more like that? And there we are, judging ourselves, feeling bad about ourselves, feeling in conflict, which is the opposite of the way, the teaching, what the teaching is supposed to help us with. So my feeling is that, again, everything, all polarities are true. It's wonderful to have times where we can let go of expectations. It really is an incredible freedom when we can do it. It's wonderful to have those moments of unconditional love. It's wonderful to have those times of non-judgment. It's great to be looking at our judgments and see, where do they come from? Why do I have this? Can I let go? What's underneath it? But also to really love ourselves on the human side for the fact that we do have expectations. We do have judgments. It's all part of the human experience, and I think we can learn to work with them. I mean, ultimately, what he's saying is true. You can learn to work with them and work through them and let go more and more. But I don't know if it's a good idea to be trying to live up to that ideal, because that takes us out of our real experience.
Well, at times it just reminds me during the book, Conversation with God, that sometimes the author apologizes or says, and God says, don't worry about it. Forgive yourself. It's okay. Move on. And so there's this constant theme that comes through of forgiving yourself.
Yeah.
We need to forgive ourselves more often.
Absolutely. But, it's hard to forgive yourself when you've got a spiritual ideal that says you're, really. See, I do hear a little bit of this message in this book, and it's the only part that I don't really resonate with. And it's the part that I don't resonate with in most traditional spiritual writings or teachings from either the Eastern or the Western or the New Age tradition, where it's like it's all being said, yes, we must accept all of it and it's all wonderful, but at the same time there seems to be this double message that's saying it's all wonderful, but this is better. If only we could be, self-sufficient and non-judgmental and not have expectations, then that would be even better. And that makes it hard to really accept fully what the human experience is.
There's another aspect that comes up in what you're saying, and that is that in conversations with God, God does say that, and kind of repeating what Jesus said in the Gospel of Thomas, which was one of the later scriptures they found, the Nag Hammadi scriptures, where the kingdom, where's the kingdom, Lord? And he says, the kingdom's before you. It's right here before you. You just don't see it. And God in this conversation also says that that's true.
Yes. It's become quite clear to me in my own life experience that heaven and hell are definitely right here all the time. I mean, I experience myself sometimes as being in hell. When I just feel miserable and I feel blocked and I'm in confusion and life just feels terrible, and I know at those moments, oh, this is what hell is all about. This is where the concept of hell came from. We create it. We experience it right here, right now. at certain times and in certain ways. And similarly, I have moments of feeling incredible bliss and everything's perfect and it's all this wonderful flow and it's just heaven. So yeah, it seems very clear to me that those are both aspects of our experience.
Shakti, thanks for joining us today.
Oh, my pleasure.
And now, here is an exclusive interview conducted by Michael Toms with Neale Donald Walsch.
Where were you in your life when you began writing Conversations with God? Were you at a low point? Can you go back and recreate that time for me?
Well, I was in a very bad place, Michael. I was noticing that nothing really in my life was working. I was in a relationship that was very unrewarding, and I must say, through no fault of the marvelous lady who was sharing my life and in partnership with me at that time. I simply didn't know and hadn't learned through all the years of my life how to make relationship work, even with a person as wonderful as she. And that was depressing to me because I thought, gosh, if I can't make a relationship work with someone as really wonderful as this person, then with whom can I make relationship work? And likewise, my career was in a shambles. I was working all right. I wasn't out of work, but the work that I was doing had become, after 30 years, terribly unrewarding and not at all producing of happiness or joy or a feeling of fulfillment. Indeed, I used to think, am I going to be doing this when I'm 65? Am I going to actually retire out of this particular profession? And it did not seem to be the way that I always thought I would touch the world, nor the way that I thought that, for that matter, the world would touch me with its magnificence. I wasn't feeling that through my work. And my health, not surprisingly because of all the rest of this, was also rapidly going downhill, with ailments large and small, seemingly assaulting my body, which was just about reaching the age of a half-century. And so as I would wake up in the morning during those days and times, I recall feeling desperately unhappy and enormously frustrated because I didn't know how to deal with my unhappiness. I didn't know how to produce the kind of experience of life of which I knew that human beings were capable, but which I had not been able to produce in all the many years that I had been around here. And so it was out of that sense of desperation, and it was a months-long kind of depression. And I have to tell you, Michael, that I'm not a kind of a person who's in his lifetime been chronically depressed. In fact, I've never had that experience before. But if someone were to search for a clinical definition of where I was during that period, I'm sure they would say that I was, in fact, chronically depressed. That is to say, over a period of 8, 10, or 12 weeks, for 3 months or longer, I was just simply down in the dumps. And more than down in the dumps, I was beginning to question the very reason and purpose for my existence, and, to be quite frank, whether I even wanted to go on. Because, to borrow the words of that wonderfully poignant song by Peggy Lee, I was asking myself, is that all there is? Is this really all there is? Because if it is, somebody send in the clowns. And it was out of that place of deep, deep desperation and enormous frustration that I awoke one night, unable to sleep, tossing and turning, and it was around 4:20 in the morning, and so I got out of bed, and so as not to disturb the lady that I was partnering in life with and the rest of the household, and went someplace where I could be by myself. I didn't even know, frankly, what I was doing or why I was up or what I was going to do. I searched around and rummaged through the refrigerator, thinking my old friend food would solve the problem, but there was nothing in there I wanted, and so I went to the living room, sat on the couch, and looked at the four walls with one tiny lamp on. It's 4:20 in the morning. But I saw, luckily for me, that there was, for one reason or another, a pad of paper, a yellow legal pad, and a pencil on the lower shelf of the coffee table. And I reached down and I picked it up and I began to write. I simply wrote therapeutically to no one in particular, just an angry letter to the universe, if you will, to the great unseen. And the letter contained desperate statements and angry statements. Why, I can't even repeat some of them here in this interview, but why is life being this way? What does it take for relationships to work? Why can't I do what I love to do, truly love to do, and make a living? When is it my turn? When will life show up for me in the way I had been promised from the earliest days of my youth. And how come I can't have what I see so many other people having, fulfillment and a sense of completion with some of the earlier mysteries of life, a sense of inner peace, and joie vive, joy in life. What does it take? And I wrote all these questions out in a very angry, angry letter to no one in particular. And when I was finished writing those questions, and I must have been at that legal pad for 20 minutes or more, finally I had written myself out, and my hand was becoming tired just from the writing of it. So I put it down and I reached over to the side of me to put the pen down on the side table, and the pen literally would not leave my hands. And my hand was drawn back to the legal pad. I picked it back up and I thought, I guess there's something more I want to write here. And I frankly didn't even know what I was going to write next. But as the pad hit the paper, words came to me silently in my head from what I could only describe as a voiceless voice. And the voiceless voice said to me, and I quickly wrote the thought, do you really want answers to all of these questions, or are you just venting? And I laughed, and I chuckled, and I said to myself, well, this is interesting. Where did that thought come from? But I decided to play a game with myself. I thought, okay, I'm talking to myself in my mind. That's all right. It's part of the therapy, I guess. And so I wrote an answer. Yeah, I'm venting, but I would like answers too. And if you've got answers to all these questions, don't hold them back. I sure as hell like to hear them. And with that, this voiceless voice again began speaking, if you will, in almost as if someone were whispering in my right ear. And I began writing as quickly as I could what I was hearing in my head. It was very much like taking dictation. And there followed the most extraordinary exchange that went on periodically over the next year, with my writing back, if you will, answering his questions or asking her questions that came to me, and receiving answers almost immediately, so quickly that I almost couldn't write fast enough to keep up, and several times during the dialogue I had to say, whoa, slow down a bit, give me a chance here. And the voice did slow down. Very considerate person. So I was engaged in that process for over a year. But that particular morning when it began, I recall vividly, because I stopped writing after about an hour and a half of this back and forth dialogue, the beginnings of which formed the very beginning of the book Conversations with God. And when I finished, I turned back the pages to see what I had written. I had not done that at any point during the dialogue, but finally when I realized that I was talked out, if you will, for the morning, I turned back the pages and I began reading. And frankly, Michael, I was stunned with what I found there on my own legal pad in my own handwriting. And I didn't know where this was coming from. Partly I felt very, very much afraid. Partly I felt almost overjoyed. And I didn't even know why I was feeling joy. I just felt very joyful, the experience. And so it was a mixture of fear and joy, or fear and love, if you will, not unlike life itself.
That's quite an account you just gave, Neil. It sounds like what was happening is that you were outside of your thinking mind. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, that's exactly how it was, Michael. I wasn't thinking at all. And it is said in the book, in order to really get in touch with God, you have to be out of your mind. And I think that I was out of my mind that morning. Many people think that I am out of my mind in general, and that may also be true, but I do think in the literal sense I was existing at that point outside of my mind. That is to say, I wasn't thinking at all about what was being said here in and through me, nor was I thinking about what I was going to say in return. It was a very much a spontaneous conversation as the one we're having right now, where I have no idea what you're going to say next, and you have no idea what I'm going to say next. And that's exactly how I experienced it, except that the voice was coming at me from just outside and above my right ear, and then I would hear it, and I'd begin to write. It was I had, in fact, often at the beginning of paragraphs, I would have no idea where the end of that paragraph was going. That was particularly true in the section on the Ten Commandments, one of the most extraordinary sections in the book, when I had no idea. I recall vividly when the voice said to me, "This may upset a lot of people, but I have to begin this part of our dialogue by telling you there's no such thing as the Ten Commandments." And I recall writing back, sitting up straight on the couch that particular morning, writing back, there are no 10 Commandments? And the answer came back, no. And I had no idea what that was about. I had no idea, well, now where do we go with this? And so all I did was just sit there in the darkness and listen and take dictation. And out came one of the most extraordinary constructions, one of the most extraordinary theological constructions around our concept of the 10 Commandments I've ever encountered. Quite apart and aside from the fact that that particular construction stepped outside of any paradigm I've ever held. It was, in and of itself, a unique description of our true and right relationship with God, in my opinion. And it was at that point in the book that I realized, at that point in the dialogue, that I realized that I was, in fact, communicating with something much larger than myself, something that existed quite apart and separate from me, something with which I had nothing to do. I even gave up my thought, well, I'm imagining this, or I'm calling this forth from my own higher self, or all of those other ways I was trying to explain what was happening. And it was after that section on the 10 commitments that I realized, no, this is something very separate from me. And yet, of course, when the book was finished, I realized that separate from me does not exist in the experience of God. But I used the popular vernacular in that I understood it was not coming from any of my own prior experiences or my own previous thoughts about this thing called God.
Now, here is an exclusive interview conducted by Michael Toms with Ram Dass.
Ram Dass, it's good to be with you again.
Thank you, Michael.
There's a lot happening in the world today. One of the things I notice is that there are a lot of books coming out that deal with spirituality, spiritual things, not the least of which is this Conversations with God, but books like The Celestine Prophecy, Mutant Message, Care of the Soul. It seems like the New York Times bestseller list has 4 or 5 books that deal with spirituality on it every time I look at it. What about that phenomenon? What do you think's happening today?
Well, I'm delighted the phenomenon's happening because the implication of it is that people are more accepting of the fact that there are non-ordinary states of consciousness and that there are other planes of reality. And I live in that world in which all of that is true, and so none of the fact that these things are happening surprises me. Now, you could ask the question of why are beings from other planes bothering with us now, or the other one is how are we happening to pick up the stuff now? I mean, let's say it's always being sent, but we just tune in now because of a certain cultural readiness or some critical moment, or who knows what it is, you know. As a spiritual practice, a dialogue with an inner being or a higher being or a guru are all incredibly useful to keep straightening your game out, to keep helping you get integrity with your being. And so in that sense, I mean, this is all fine to me. I mean, a lot of the books have in it a lot of melodrama. And I hope mostly honesty as well as people can be, but I'm sure there are selective distortions in the way the material is reported or the way it's experienced or the way it happens. And the predicament is, as it becomes more acceptable in the society, it gains more power as an economic force, and then a lot of people move in on it in a way that aren't directly having this experience, but are really good at imagining themselves having these experiences, which is a different level of the game.
In Conversations with God, the dialogue actually is a dialogue between God and the author, Neil Donald Walsch.
Yeah.
Does God talk to all of us?
Well, I think I want to deal with the word talk to and make sure we understand that talk to can be silence, talk to can be the wind, talk to, I'd say yes. If you're talking about, I would say I don't know that most of us need that.
Not all of us will have the experience of writing a book in a conversation with God.
Well, all of us have that inner experience of a relationship, a relational thing. No, I don't think so. I don't think it is appropriate for everybody to have it. I think what I see is different strokes for different folks. I mean, there are some people for whom singing to God is their way. For some people, meditating is their way. For others, a dialogue, which is a contemplative kind of visualization form, or a form of meeting beings, that's their way. Like Ramana Maharshi said, God, Guru, and Self are one. So you can come at it from any one of those angles. Your root may be with a relationship with God, or with Guru, or with Self.
I think in the book, Conversation with God, God says that he uses many ways, all ways, to communicate with humans.
Sure.
What I'm wondering is, if one gets in touch with one's inner voice, how do you know it's God's voice versus your own intellectual voice or feeling voice or whatever? How do you tell the difference?
Think you don't know, you know. You don't know. You have to intuitively keep testing and being totally open to disconfirmation all the time. And you've got to stay totally with what your intuitive sense is, that this is what is coming through is useful and harmonious with what you understand the universe to be. And if it isn't, you should, take reflection about that. I don't say you should reject or anything, but you should take reflection about it. I've learned to trust that, and I often, people say, well, why do you feel that way about that? And I say, I don't know, but I trust what I feel, which I never used to do. I used to have to always justify what I felt, and say, well, it's because of, like you're writing a critique.
In the book, it refers to feelings, too, being a channel for truth or a channel for the soul. And I think about feelings. I think about feelings of anger, of great emotion, of upset. I mean, there have been wars fought. There are wars being fought today because people over feelings. One person has one feeling and somebody else has another.
Yeah.
Why would feelings be the place? And are we talking about levels of feelings?
Well, I think that when we're talking about words and thoughts and concepts, we're talking about a plane of reality. You stay on a certain way in which your mind projections define reality very, very, very formally, if you will. Feelings are another form of communication with the universe around you. And every time you try to put them into words, a poet can play at the edge, but everybody feels the absurdity of speaking about the unspeakable. And in a way, feelings are that dimension which tunes you to a different level of spiritual, that starts to move you into another plane of consciousness. It's a doorway. I think feelings are a doorway. Like in devotional yoga, you start out with emotional, relational feeling of, I love Jesus, or I love Mary, or I love Krishna. And, it's just this relational, and you imagine Krishna as the boy playing the flute and all that. And then over time, the whole devotional quality moves into, like the whisper, are you there? I'm here. Wow. And just the delicious quality of the sharing of being. And then there's another stage where the dualism the boundaries start to fall apart. And it's like you're coming to orgasm or something. You're coming into a place of just presence. It's just such thick presence. It's like you're in the presence of God, or you're in presence. That's the way I'd say it. Yeah.
It reminds me of a story from my own life in 1968. In fact, it was when you first came back from India, and you appeared in Berkeley. I was living in the Marina District of San Francisco, and I lived in a high-rise, a flat, and I looked out over the bay, and I saw that searchlight at the tower at Alcatraz, the lighthouse, which doesn't operate anymore. doesn't have that, foghorns. Anyway, that light would come around, like it would circle around, and that light became my voice, that inner voice. That was the answer, that God was present.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've just finished this book on called Aging Lightly, and in it I talked for the first time about Guru Kripa, which is it's a path, which is the path of grace of the Guru. When I met my Guru in 1967, and then I was with him in 70 to 72, and then he died in 73. And he's continued to be the most active, living presence in my life. Now that's the same, we're talking about exactly the same thing, And what I said was that I had been reticent to talk about it because I didn't want to make people jealous, because I didn't know who to send anybody to that I really felt good about, And so I always kind of covered it over because I didn't, and it also, gurus are misunderstood in the West and all that. But then an interesting thing happened. I did this book, Miracle of Love, in 78, and I got hundreds of letters from people saying, who is this guy? He's in my head, or he's in my heart, or he's coming to me, or he's around all the time. And I began to see the way they were talking about him. They had him the same way I had him. There was the same quality of connectedness, He was their guru now, too. They could have, they had him, too. And I saw, and all the people who had been with Maharaji were all busy. We've been with him, and you haven't. And I didn't. I saw through that whole thing. It had nothing to do with that. I mean, a lot of the people that were with him didn't get, couldn't get much. So then I started to create a game, and it was called Have Your Own Imaginary Playmate, which was, you're going to create an imaginary playmate, and you're going to imbue it with all the qualities of somebody you'd like to hang out with. Somebody that's wise, that's humorous, it's kind of a rascal, that is quite empty, that is compassionate, that has incredible love, that's fun. Whatever qualities you want to imbue it. And you can have a body or not have a body, whatever you want. And then just hang out with it. Just bring it along to all social gatherings and just carry on. It's like a silent playmate. And I realized that everybody could have that same game. So right. That's really dealing with the same issue, it seems to me, as to which form you project that dialogue to be, or you meet, what form you meet. But to say, well, I've met God, so that is more than if you've met, that to me is a conceptual issue, not.
In conversations with God, it seems to be mostly a Christian orientation, although that's debatable. But the Father, Son, Holy Ghost kind of ideas there. Do you think God cuts across all the traditions? We're talking about Krishna, we're talking about God in the Christian tradition, we're talking about Buddha, we're talking about... what do you see?
Well, in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says at one point, from time to time, I take form in order to relieve the suffering of my devotees. I sort of see that there is a wisdom that is greater than the wisdom that we know. There is a meta system. There's a larger context in which we exist. And how that context comes from its non-conceptual nature into our minds, it seems to me is very much a function of the nature of the programming of the receiver. So that a Tibetan Lama meets the fearful deities and the great deities and Tara and all, and a Christian meets the Christian saints, and an American Indian, Native American, meets Native American elders.
So this is not only true in life, but may also be true in death, that we meet on the other side who we've identified with on this side.
I would say that at the stage where we're going through a transformation right after death, where the mind is going through transformation, I would say that you would meet all the projective forms. You would meet all the ways, all the beings in the mind's way you knew them or you conceived of them prior to that. There's a great line in Yogananda's autobiography of a yogi, in which Yogananda's guru said, when I go to be with a devotee, I pick the form that would be most comfortable for that being. And you got a sense of a long closet, with clothing like today I am Satan, today I am the Lord.
Right, yeah. That's interesting you mentioned Satan, because in the book Conversations with God, God says that we create the devil, essentially, that we create evil. What do you think?
Well, I mean, we create God, too, in that sense of a concept. God, we don't, I mean, this is tricky business, but
yes, it is.
God better watch what God's saying, because everything goes in the sale,
Right, yes, right.
And it is true. I mean, I think that all concept, everything that you conceive of is a concept that you have imposed through your mind. So, sure. But the question is, how do you formulate or characterize the nature of dualism? In a way that doesn't trap you in dualism, I mean, like the line from Manly P. Hall,
Mm-hmm.
One who knows not that the prince of darkness is but the other face of the king of light knows not me. See,
Yeah.
that's the one with the one.
So it's the both and.
It's the both and,
yeah.
exactly, yeah.
Yeah, in the Conversation with God, God says that he loves both good and evil.
Sure.
And he says something like, Hitler is in heaven, and until you know this, you won't know me.
That reminds me of Emmanuel's statement. Emmanuel is a
Yes.
being that Pat Rodegast knows and
writes about
and speaks with. Emmanuel described the Holocaust as so many beings getting together and agreeing to take birth for that experience as part of a statement as a compassionate act, and as a way that was also, I'm sure, working out their karma, but it was a compassionate act. It was a collective compassionate act, the far out one. I mean, for the sense of generations of history.
In Conversations with God, Ram Dass, there's a lot of prayer, and one of the quotes I'd like to pull from the book is this: the correct prayer is therefore never a prayer of supplication, but a prayer of gratitude. Thankfulness is thus the most powerful statement to God, an affirmation that even before you ask, I have answered. Would you agree with that?
Yes. I would agree with a part of it. I would agree that supplication is off the wall, because when you're asking for something, who are you asking? You're assuming they don't know, and if they know, why would you ask? They'll do what they do out of their infinite wisdom. So, what business is it of yours whether they do it?
One of the points made in the book is that the idea of supplication, like I want this, basically gives you the I want.
Mm-hmm.
You're just in I want, and you're never going to get what you want because you're saying I want it, and not taking this assumption that God already knows what you want and it's already there for you. You just have to grab it.
I think that that it reinforces desire systems and identification with desire, which is what you're saying. The part of that statement that I would is the kind of directive that what you are to experience is gratitude. I think that's too righteous. It's too trippy.
It doesn't. Perhaps.
It's a little moralistic, and because what that does is keep you in dualism. You see, I mean, forgiveness, gratitude, all of those things keep you. They're wonderful feelings to have, but to say you must have those is cutting off the way in which you and God are one. And if you were God at one, I mean, if I pull a splinter out of one finger with the other hand, one hand doesn't have to say to the other hand, hey, thanks, because they're both part of the same body. And it's the same thing. Who are you saying gratitude to? Don't push me away that far that you can be that you can express that to me. Why keep me in a relationship?
One of the aspects that permeates Conversations with God is the idea that we create our own reality. Now, we create our own reality in the midst of many other realities, but how do you see that? Do we actually create our own reality?
I think that let's say the ego, he's talking to the ego. He's talking to an ego that sees things. If he were talking to your soul, he'd be talking differently, I think. Because the soul's perception is probably not distorted by identification with desire.
Here's another aspect which I think you might resonate with, and certainly will have something to say, because it seems to cross philosophical lines. This is a direct quote. To live your life without expectations, without the need for specific results, that is freedom. That is godliness. That is how I live.
Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Lovely, lovely statement. Sure. I think that when you live fully in the moment embraces future and past into itself. You are not living with expectations about the future. You're not, you're in no way dependent on the phenomena. You're just delighting in the play without the need for specific results. Well, yeah. See, like in the Gita, Krishna says, be not identified with being the actor and be not attached to the fruits of the action. This is the fruits of the action. There's another one of being identified with the actor. I mean, you say to God, thank you for doing that. God didn't do it. God is it.
Well, isn't this the heart of karma yoga, of service, of the service for the sake of the service, not for the results of the service?
Yeah, yeah.
Action for the sake of action?
Well, that's doing your dharma. You do what is appropriate to do. What happens is what happens. In God's hands, it's not in your hands. That's one of the secrets for burned-out activists, is to learn that, of how to do something as impeccably as you can without attachment to how it comes out.
Well, this is, I think, burnout is a result of activism without spirit.
Without spirit.
Activism
exactly.
without soul.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like bearings without grease.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you look at some of the people who've come through activism as a path, and I think of people like Maya Angelou and Alice Walker, who were firebrands in their early years and are still firebrands in a sense, but they have a rootedness in their own souls that comes through their activism.
Yeah, exactly.
This idea of living in the moment without without expectations or thoughts of what's going to happen next, and just putting your passion into your act, that's what's important.
Well, you're not completely oblivious of what might happen next. I mean, that's all goes into the calculations or into the gestalt out of which comes the action.
Yes.
But you're not, a part of your mind isn't constantly assessing where this is in relation to where it's going, unless that's a functional strategy for getting feedback loops. But in terms of judging yourself or judging how you do it by the effect, you don't do that. You wouldn't do that. Because there are too many factors involved in every event. I can say I'm going to go to the store, and halfway to the store, Christ appears and says, follow me. I'll probably never get to the store.
How would you define truth?
I would say that truth is not definable, and that all definitions are relative truth. And that's why I love the way Gandhi saw his life and wrote his autobiography titled Experiments in Truth. I mean, he was approaching, and he had that great line when he led the march and then stopped it, and the people said, you can't stop this march. And he said, God is absolute truth. I am a human. I only know relative truth, and my understanding of truth changes from day to day, and my commitment must be to truth, not to consistency. It's a great, great teaching. Great teaching, because you're moving constantly towards a deeper truth. You don't ever arrive until you give up moving towards it, but you can be truth. You can't know truth.
We might say that there could be an intellectual truth and a soul truth. There could be a feeling truth.
Well, I don't know what that intellectual truth is.
It's truth that comes out of the mind.
Truth that comes out of the mind. Yeah, I think you're right.
The kind of truth that comes out of this is the way it is.
Yeah, it's dealing with the paradox, the seeming paradox. It's not really a paradox, but seeming paradox. that what is true on one plane isn't necessarily true on another. And having to deal with that tension or that disparity or whatever. It's like saying it's all perfect and saying it all stinks. I mean, they're both true, but they're both true in different planes of discourse. You know?
I remember hearing a Jesuit teacher say when I was in high school about how there may be nobody in hell because one of the requirements to commit a mortal sin requires full knowledge of the gravity of the offense against God. How can natural beings have any idea of the offense against a supernatural being? Because again, it's that
like
relative
That's
absolute.
lovely.
Yeah.
It's a good story. Yeah, absolutely. Because you'd be a fool once you understand. You'd be like sticking your fingers in your own eyes or something like that. It would be absurd. Sure.
Are you hopeful, optimistic about the future around us?
I'm neither optimistic nor pessimistic. I don't find that an interesting place to hang out. I mean, I optimize what I do for all possibilities. What happens is what happens. See, that's again the expectations or attachments. If I had an attachment, there'd be fear. And there's just no attachment. Not that there isn't fear in my life, but that one particular one isn't one of them.
It's interesting you mentioned fear, because fear comes out a lot in the conversations with God as being really almost as synonymous with evil and the opposite of love.
Yeah. Emmanuel says the same thing about fear and love. Two dimensions of fear and love. And I mean, in Buddhism, when you say, what is the root ignorance is separateness, and separateness is the one that identification with your separateness awakens fear. Fear isn't the same quality as love. It's not the same depth. Love is like presence. Love is a total permeating thing. Fear comes out of division. Fear is in dualism. Love is non-dual.
Love crosses lines in many ways.
It has no boundaries. It's boundaryless.
Yeah.
Fear has boundaries. Fear of.
Yeah. It's better to be in love.
It's better to be love.
Be love.
Be loved. Beloved. Beloved. Yeah.
Thanks, Ram Dass.
Thank you, Michael.
Now, Michael Toms interviews Neale Donald Walsch.
I'd like to talk about some of the things that are in the book and how the book is presented. One of the aspects I noticed is that the book seems to have a largely Christian orientation, though there was cursory mention of other spiritual traditions. What about that largely Christian orientation, Neale?
Well, I don't experience it as having a largely Christian orientation. In fact, I think, as a matter of fact, I think that the people who would argue the most that it has anything but a Christian orientation would be devout Christians, and certainly born-again Christians and fundamentalists would be the first to disagree with you. They would almost scoff at anyone's description of this book as having a largely Christian orientation. In fact, some have said that the book was written by just the opposite, by the Antichrist. So I find your observation to be somewhat unique among the reactions that I received to the book. Although it is true that the great teacher Jesus has been mentioned a number of times in the book, I suspect that that had to do with the fact that God speaks to each of us along the avenues and through the channels with which she knows we are deeply familiar. And because my own particular upbringing and background happened to be in the largest of the Christian sects, the Roman Catholic Church, I believe that it was not inappropriate nor terribly unexpected that God would use the teacher with whom I was most familiar to make some very important points. In that context, I understand your question. God has said to us in the book that he will use any device, any tool, any channel, the lyrics of the next song you hear, the storyline of the next movie you watch, or the words of any teacher with which you are deeply familiar and to which you are emotionally attached. And I think, therefore, that we can expect God to show up in our lives and to communicate with us in our lives through the mediums with which we are most personally familiar. Therefore, it is not at all shocking to me that the revelations, and I use that word advisedly, received by peoples elsewhere in the world differ in tone, but rarely in content, from the revelations in conversations with God. And that difference of tone or nuance has to do with the adjustments that God has made, if you will, to the awarenesses and the consciousness of the messenger. And so God will speak to someone in the Middle East, I'm certain, with constructions and nuances that are largely Middle Eastern in their theological approach.
Speaking of God using anything and everything to communicate with us, in the book it says that feelings are a channel for the truth. Feelings are the language of the soul. Feelings can run the gamut from anger to love and have been the cause of many wars and conflicts over the centuries, even to this day and time. How do you reconcile this apparent dichotomy of feelings and truth?
The statement actually is feelings are the language of the soul. Now we'll get back into my own theological constructions here. I do use the figure of Jesus as a point of reference because he is the master teacher, one of many, with whom I am most familiar. And so in response to your question, I'll begin by saying even Jesus experienced anger. And the story of his driving the money changers out of the temple was not placed in the Bible without awareness on the part of those who were constructing that that scriptural collection. They were deeply aware that in order for us to truly understand spiritual truth, in order for us to deeply understand spiritual truth, we needed to be given a model and an example of a person who allowed himself to genuinely experience all the feelings that he was feeling. The question, therefore, before the human race is not whether we ought to allow ourselves or to look inside of ourselves for the truth of our feelings, but how we ought to express those feelings in a way that allows us to elevate our experience of who and what we are. Anger in itself is not a negative emotion. Anger is simply a gift from God, a way that we have of saying no thank you, a way that we have of causing others to notice that something or another is not okay with us. It is rarely an emotion, or I should say rarely a feeling that is inappropriate. Feelings are, by definition, never inappropriate because, in fact, it's how we feel. And we get into more trouble by trying to deny that we feel a certain way in order to come off within our own constructions as holy or as healed or as altogether. And this sublimation of our feelings, this repression, is what creates a great deal of the psychological difficulties confronting humankind. Therefore, I think it's the free expression and the free flow of our deepest feelings which produces the greatest freedom. Now, the question, therefore, is not ought we to express our feelings freely, or not even, the question isn't even, is it good or is it okay to have a negative feeling, like anger or even hatred or envy or jealousy or rage. Those issues are not the real issues. The issue is when we feel rage, when we feel anger, when we feel any negative emotion, what do we do in response to that? What is the way we deal with that? And what action do we allow ourselves and permit ourselves to take as a result of that? And it is in the answer to that question that mastery is found, not in the sublimation of the feeling itself. If you want to know what's true for you, just listen to your feelings.
When I hear you say listen to your feelings, I hear you talking about listening deeply, not in a shallow way.
Well, actually, I'm talking about both, Michael. I think first we have to listen in a shallow way to what's coming up for us in the instant moment. And then after we hear what's really true for us in the instant moment about a thing, then if we have the willingness and the desire and the level of mastery, I want to say, that allows us to go deeper, then we look even more deeply into that first flush of feeling to see what feeling is behind the feeling, if you will, and more deeply and more deeply and more deeply, like layers of onion skin from the onion, until we peel away all but the deepest feeling and the purest thought. But I don't think it starts there. I mean, I think you have to begin to look at the most shallow feelings and look at them, frankly, in a rather superficial way, as in simply, hey, I'm angry here, or that really upsets me, or I'm jealous. I'm just simply jealous. I don't want you going out until 10 o'clock with that other guy, or whatever it is that's coming up for you, just to be able to notice it, to hold it, to speak it, to be safe with it, to feel okay with it, to stop condemning ourselves about even our most shallow interpretation of our feelings. Because it is after we get through the shallow water that we can submerge ourselves in the deep. One doesn't dive to the bottom without going through the top.
Another aspect in the book is that love and fear seem to be in opposition. Can you explain that further?
In truth, love and fear are not in opposition, and the book makes very clear that there is only one thing, and that's love, and that love is all there is. And the book makes that statement repeatedly so that we might understand what is really so. Nevertheless, within the context of love being all there is, we see that there can be polarities. Let me relate this to the color white. White is not the absence of every other color, but rather it is the inclusion of all colors. And every other color in the universe put together and mixed in together produces white. That's also true with love. Love is not the absence of anger. It's not the absence of negative emotion, but in fact the inclusion of every single kind of emotion that there is. All of it put together is the thing we call love, which word we use interchangeably, some of us, with the word God. And that God is love and love is God, and those two words are interchangeable. Now, having announced and proclaimed that in highest truth, love is all there is, or, if you will, God is all there is, God then described to us the relative universe, and in the book, Conversations with God, this is described in some considerable, and I want to say elegant detail, describing the relative universe where we established two polarities, if you will, and a system of duality that includes left and right, now and then, before and after, male and female, up and down, fast and slow, good and evil, and love and fear. And that the two ends of this duality, love on one side and fear on the other, are really, if you can see it in your mind's eye, the two sides of a circle. That is to say, love is at, let's say, nominally 9 o'clock, and fear is at 3 o'clock. Most people start off at noon and get down to 3 and have to go through fear to get to love. It's quite interesting. But if you hold the picture of a circle in your mind's eye, or the face of a clock, you will see that love is on one side in my construction and fear is at the other, but they're all the same thing. See, they're all the same circle. And yet, without love being on one side and fear being on the other, or what we call love and call fear in the relative experience known as the human adventure of life, without our definition of those two sides of the circle itself cannot exist. And the book explains rather in great detail how this system of relativity works, and how in the world of duality a thing cannot exist without its direct opposite. Therefore, up is just a concept and not a reality without down. Fast is merely a concept having no reality in time and space without slow. And similarly, all parts of the duality, including love and fear. And therefore, in order for love to exist as an experienceable, there's a coin a word, as an experienceable energy in the universe, love, there must be that thing in our system of duality that we call fear. In the absence of what you are not, that which you are cannot be. I'll say that again. In the absence of that which you are not, that which you are cannot be. That is to say, in the absence of up, you cannot be down. In the absence of cold, you cannot be hot. In the absence of evil, you cannot be the thing called good. Not in this relative universe. In the realm of the absolute, where God resides, of course, one can be all those things, and one is all those things simultaneously. But in order for us to experience, in order for us to know experientially these concepts, which is, of course, the purpose of the human soul, we needed to create, and God needed to create, I use the word we and God interchangeably here, a system of duality and a system of polarities. Therefore, love and fear exist as two sides of the same circle, and yet it's all the same stuff. Some people choose to picture love and fear as two ends of a long rod or a long straight line, with love on one side and fear on the other, and in this way in their mind they construct a mental image, if you will, of the great polarity. That isn't the image of the great polarity at all. The image is the one I gave you, a circle with love at 9 o'clock and fear at 3. And it's as soon as you bend that rod around and connect it to itself, you see the beautiful symmetry and the awesome simplicity of the design.
Conversations with God takes the form of Book 1, 2, and 3. Is this all God has to say, or will there be more volumes?
I really don't know, Michael. Part of me, this is a risky thing to say, part of me hopes that it ends with Book 3, because people are beginning to look at me as some kind of source for enormous truth and for deep insight and instant understanding of the most profound concepts with which the human race has confronted itself. And that is not a place with which I am most comfortable. And so it's become a very interesting experience for me in my life. And if the dialogue were over with the end of Book 3, it would not displease me, and I would have an opportunity to remove myself from that position as the current messenger of the moment. God help me if Conversations with God or Neil Donald Walsh turns into the latest fad. That would defeat the purpose of everything I've tried to do. On the other hand, if when Book 3 is finished, and by the way, the concepts I just described to you of the circle and so forth, all of those visual constructions are part of Book 3. Book 3 deals with the larger cosmology of all of it. And if at the end of Book 3, it's clear to me that another book or more material or the dialogue is continuing and more material is coming, then I'm not obviously going to turn away from that. I've announced and declared myself to be a willing messenger of the grandest truth that I am capable of accessing, announcing to the world as I do so that I freely admit the filtering system which is in place in my own mind through which I seek to bring these revelations. And I'm aware that there's a filtering system there. So I don't claim, nor do I represent myself as infallible, nor do I claim infallibility. But I think that the material speaks for itself in terms of its clarity, in terms of the depth of its insights, and in terms of the eternality of its wisdom. This book contains eternal wisdom, and so do all 3 books. Will there be a Book 4 or a Book 5? Well, no, there will not, unless there are.
There are 2 other books that come through in a similar way as the Conversations with God. One is the Urantia book, and another is A Course in Miracles.
Yes, I've been told by many people that Conversations with God is A Course in Miracles made accessible. That is to say, you can read it more than one paragraph at a time without getting lost in the circular construction. I thought that A Course in Miracles was an extraordinary document, but very difficult to plow through for large numbers of people because of the circular constructions and because of the way it was simply put together. To some degree, the same is true of the Urantia material, with which I've become familiar. But Conversations with God, I believe, and again, I don't say this from any standpoint of ego, because I was simply not involved in it except as a scribe. But as the scribe of that material, I can say that Conversations with God, I believe, is the first book to use such extraordinarily accessible language, such easy-to-understand constructions, and such totally visible wisdoms that even the most uninitiated among us can pick up that book and say, I got it. I got it. It's clear. Now I understand. And we're getting 200 and 300 letters a week at this point from people all over the world saying exactly that. The most delicious comment of all that I received in the past year about this extraordinary material, "Thank you," one lady said to me, "for introducing me to a God I can fall in love with." Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. The following audio program contains selections concerning creating your future in the eternal moment and sane sex, sacred sex. With the exception of the few words I'm speaking now, all the material was placed on paper between spring of 1993 and a little over a year later. I'd like to present it to you now, just as it came from me and was given to me. Well, it's Easter Sunday, 1993, and as instructed, I'm here. I am here, pencil in hand, writing pad before me, ready to begin. I suppose I should tell you, God asked me to be here. We had a date. On Easter Sunday, 1992, 1 year ago today, God began a dialogue with me. I know that sounds ridiculous, but it's what happened. Not long ago, that dialogue ended. I was given instructions to take a rest, but told also that I had a date to return to this conversation this day. You have a date, too. You're keeping it right now. I'm clear that these words are being spoken not only to me, but to you through me. Apparently, you've been looking for God and for word from God for a very long time. So have I. Today, we shall find God together. That's always the best way to find God, together. We shall never find God apart. I mean that two ways. I mean, we'll never find God so long as we are apart. For the first step in finding that we are not apart from God is finding that we are not apart from each other. And until we know and realize that all of us are one, we cannot know and realize that we and God are one. God is not apart from us, ever. And we only think we are apart from God. It's a common error. We also think we're apart from each other. And so the fastest way to find God, I've discovered, is to find each other, to stop hiding out from each other, and of course to stop hiding out from ourselves. The fastest way to stop hiding out is to tell the truth, to everyone, all the time. Start telling the truth now and never stop. Begin by telling the truth to yourself about yourself. Then tell the truth to yourself about another. Then tell the truth about yourself to another. Then tell the truth about another to that other. And finally, tell the truth to everyone about everything. This program is about truth, not my truth, God's truth. Our initial dialogue, God's and mine, was concluded just a month ago. I assume this one will go just like the first. That is, I ask questions and God answers. I guess I'll stop and ask God right now. God, is this how it's going to go?
Yes.
I thought so.
Except that I'll bring some subjects up myself without you asking.
Why are you adding that twist here?
Because I asked you here. The first contact you started by yourself. This time you have no agenda, except to do my will.
Yes, that's correct.
That, Neil, is a very good place to be. I hope you and others will go to that place often.
But I thought your will was my will. How could I not do your will if it's the same as mine?
That is an intricate question, and not a bad place to start. Not a bad place at all for us to begin this dialogue. Let's go back a few paces. I've never said that my will was your will.
Oh, yes, you have. You said to me very clearly, your will is my will.
Indeed. But that is not the same thing.
It's not. Could have fooled me.
When I say your will is my will, that is not the same thing as saying my will is your will. If you did my will all the time, there would be nothing more for you to do to achieve enlightenment. The process would be over. You would be already there. One day of doing nothing but my will would bring you enlightenment. If you had been doing my will all the years you've been alive, you'd hardly need to be involved in this project right now. So it's clear you have not been doing my will. In fact, most of the time you don't even know my will.
I don't.
No, you don't.
Well, then why don't you tell me what it is?
I do. You just don't listen. And when you do listen, you don't really hear. And when you do hear, you don't believe what you're hearing. And when you do believe what you're hearing, you don't follow instructions anyway. So to say that my will is your will is demonstrably inaccurate. On the other hand, your will is my will. First, because I know it. Second, because I accept it. Third, because I praise it. Fourth, because I love it. Fifth, because I own it and call it my own. This means you have free will to do as you wish, and that I make your will mine through unconditional love. Now, for my will to be yours, you would have to do the same. First, you would have to know it. Second, you would have to accept it. Third, you would have to praise it. Fourth, you would have to love it. Finally, you would have to call it your own. In the whole history of your race, only a few of you have ever done this consistently. A handful of others have done it nearly always. Many have done it a great deal. A whole slew of people have done it from time to time. And virtually everyone has done it on rare occasion, although some have never done it at all.
Which category am I in?
Doesn't matter. Which category do you want to be in from now on? Isn't that the pertinent question?
Yes.
And your answer?
Well, I'd like to be in the first category. I'd like to know and do your will all the time.
That's laudable, commendable, and probably impossible.
Why?
Because you have far too much growing to do before you can claim that. Yet I tell you this, you could claim that. You could move to godhood this instant if you chose to. Your growth need not take so much time.
Well, then why has it taken it so much time?
Indeed, why hasn't? What are you waiting for? Surely you don't believe it is I holding you back?
No, I'm clear that I'm holding myself back.
Good. Clarity is the first step to mastery.
Well, I'd like to get to mastery. How do I get there? How do I do that?
Keep listening. That's exactly where I'm taking you.
I'm not sure where to begin.
Let's take time.
How much time do we need to take? It's already taken me 5 months to get here. I know that people listen to this and think it's all put down in one even, uninterrupted flow. They don't realize that 20 weeks separated the 32nd and 33rd paragraph of this program. They don't understand that sometimes the moments of inspiration are half a year apart. How much time do we have to take?
That's not what I meant. I mean, let's take time.
As our first subject, as a place to begin.
Oh, well, okay. But while we're on the subject, why are you so long between visits?
My dear and wonderful son, I am not long between visits. I am never not with you. You are simply not always aware.
Why? Why am I not aware of you if you're always here?
Because your life gets caught up in other things. Let's face it, you've had a pretty busy 5 months.
Oh, yes, I have. A lot's been going on.
And you've made these things more important than me.
That doesn't feel like my truth.
I invite you to look at your actions. You've been deeply involved in your physical life. You've paid very little attention to your soul.
Well, it's been a challenging period.
Yes, all the more reason to have included your soul in the process. These past months would have gone much more smoothly with my help. So may I suggest that you don't lose contact?
I try to stay close, but I seem to get lost, caught up, as you put it, in my own drama. And then somehow I don't find time for you. I don't meditate. I don't pray. I certainly don't write.
I know. It's an irony of life that when you need our connection the most, you step away from it.
How can I stop doing that?
Stop doing that.
That's just what I said, but how?
You stop doing that by stopping doing that.
Well, it's not that simple.
It is that simple.
I wish it were.
Then it really will be, because what you wish is my command. Remember, my cherished one, your desires are my desires. Your will is my will.
All right, okay. Then I wish for this conversation to be finished by March. It's October now, and I wish for no more 5-month gaps in the material coming.
So will it be.
Good.
Unless it's not.
Oh, man, do we have to play these games?
No, but so far that's how you've decided to live your life. You keep changing your mind. Remember, life is an ongoing process of creation. You are creating your reality every minute. The decision you make today is often not the choice you make tomorrow. Yet here is the secret of all masters. Keep choosing the same thing.
Over and over again? Once is not enough?
Over and over until your will is made manifest in your reality. For some, that could take years. For some, months. For others, weeks. For those approaching mastery, days, hours, or even minutes. For masters, creation is instantaneous. You can tell you are on your way to mastery when you see the gap closing between willing and experiencing.
You said the decision you make today is often not the choice you make tomorrow. So what? Are you saying we should never indulge in a change of mind?
Change your mind all you want. Yet remember that with each change of mind comes a change in the direction of the whole universe. When you make up your mind about something, you set the universe into motion. Forces beyond your ability to comprehend, far more subtle and complex than you can imagine, are engaged in a process, the intricate dynamics of which you are only just now beginning to understand. These forces and this process are all part of the extraordinary web of interactive energies which comprise the entirety of existence, which you call life itself. They are, in essence, me.
So when I change my mind, I'm making it difficult for you, is that it?
Nothing is difficult for me, but you might be making things very difficult for yourself. Therefore, be of one mind and of single purpose about a thing. And don't take your mind off it until you have produced it in reality. Keep focused. Stay centered. This is what is meant by being single-minded. If you choose something, choose it with all your might, with all your heart. Don't be faint-hearted. Keep going. Keep moving toward it. Be determined.
Don't take no for an answer.
Exactly.
But what if no is the right answer? What if what we want is not for us, not for our own good, not in our best interests? Then you won't give it to us, right?
Wrong. I will give you whatever you call forth, whether it's good for you or bad for you. Have you looked at your life lately?
But I've been taught that we can't always have what we desire. That God won't give it to us if it's not for our highest good.
That's something people tell you when they want you not to be disappointed with a particular outcome. First of all, let's move back to clarity about our relationship. I don't give you anything. You call it forth. Secondly, I don't make a judgment about what you call forth. I don't call a thing good or bad. You, too, would do well not to do so. You are a creative being, made in the image and likeness of God. You may have whatever you choose, but you may not have anything you want.
In fact, you'll never get anything you want if you want it badly enough.
I know. You've said that the act of wanting a thing pushes it away from us.
Yes. And do you remember why?
Because thoughts are creative, and the thought of wanting a thing is a statement to the universe, a declaration of a truth, which the universe then produces in my reality.
Precisely. Exactly. You have learned. You do understand. That's great. Yes, that's how it works. The moment you say, I want something, the universe says, indeed you do, and gives you that precise experience, the experience of wanting it. Whatever you put after the word I becomes your creative command. The genie in the bottle, which I am, exists but to obey. I produce what you call forth. You call forth precisely what you think, feel, and say. It's as simple as that.
So tell me again, why does it take so much time for me to create the reality I choose?
For a number of reasons. Because you do not believe you can have what you choose. Because you do not know what to choose. Because you keep trying to figure out what's best for you. Because you want guarantees ahead of time that all your choices will be good. And because you keep changing your mind.
Let me see if I understand. I shouldn't try to figure out what's best for me?
Best is a relative term, depending on 100 variables. That makes choices very difficult. There should be only one consideration when making any decision. Is this a statement of who I am? Is this an announcement of who I choose to be? All of life should be such an announcement. In fact, all of life is. You can allow that announcement to be made by chance or by choice. A life lived by choice is a life of conscious action. A life lived by chance is a life of unconscious reaction. Reaction is just that, an action you have taken before. When you react, what you do is assess the incoming data, search your memory bank for the same or nearly the same experience, and act the way you did before. This is all the work of the mind, not of your soul. Your soul would have you search its memory to see how you might create a truly genuine experience of you in the now moment. This is the experience of soul-searching of which you have so often heard, but you have to be literally out of your mind to do it. When you spend your time trying to figure out what's best for you, you are doing just that, spending your time. Better to save your time than to spend it wastefully. It is a great time saver to be out of your mind. Decisions are reached quickly, choices are activated rapidly, because your soul creates out of present experience only, without review, analysis, and criticism of past encounters. Remember this: the soul creates, the mind reacts. The soul knows in its wisdom that the experience you are having in this moment is an experience sent to you by God before you had any conscious awareness of it. This is what is meant by a present experience. It's already on the way to you even as you are seeking it. For even before you ask, I shall have answered you. Every now moment is a glorious gift from God. That's why it is called the present. The soul intuitively seeks the perfect circumstance and situation now needed to heal wrong thought and bring you the rightful experience of who you really are. It is the soul's desire to bring you back to God, to bring you home to me. It is the soul's intention to know itself experientially, and thus to know me. For the soul understands that you and I are one, even as the mind denies this truth, and the body acts out this denial. Therefore, in moments of great decision, be out of your mind and do some soul-searching instead. The soul understands what the mind cannot conceive. If you spend your time trying to figure out what's best for you, your choices will be cautious, your decisions will take forever, and your journey will be launched on a sea of expectations. If you are not careful, you will drown in your expectations.
Whew, that's quite an answer. But how do I listen to my soul? How do I know what I'm hearing?
The soul speaks to you in feelings. Listen to your feelings. Follow your feelings. Honor your feelings.
Why does it seem to me that honoring my feelings is precisely what has caused me to get into trouble in the first place?
Because you have labeled growth trouble and standing still safe. I tell you this, your feelings will never get you into trouble because your feelings are your truth. If you want to live a life where you never follow your feelings, but where every feeling is filtered through the machinery of your mind, go right ahead. Make your decisions based on your mind's analysis of the situation. But don't look for joy in such machinations, nor for celebration of who you truly are. Remember this: true celebration is mindless. If you listen to your soul, you will know what is best for you, because what is best for you is what is true for you. When you act only out of what is true for you, you speed your way down the path. When you create an experience based on your now truth, rather than react to an experience based on a past truth, you produce a new you. Why does it take so much time to create the reality you choose? This is why. Because you have not been living your truth. Know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Yet once you come to know your truth, don't keep changing your mind about it. This is your mind trying to figure out what's best. Stop it. Get out of your mind. Get back to your senses. That is what is meant by getting back to your senses. It is a returning to how you feel, not how you think. Your thoughts are just that, thoughts, mental constructions, made-up creations of your mind. But your feelings, now they are real. Feelings are the language of the soul, and your soul is your truth. There. Now does that tie it all together for you?
Does this mean we are to express any feelings, no matter how negative or destructive?
Feelings are neither negative nor destructive. They are simply truths. How you express your truth is what matters. When you express your truth with love, negative and damaging results rarely occur. And when they do, it is usually because someone else has chosen to experience your truth in a negative or damaging way. In such a case, there's probably nothing you can do to avoid the outcome. Certainly, failing to express your truth would hardly be appropriate. Yet people do this all the time. So afraid are they to cause or to face possible unpleasantness that they hide their truth altogether. Remember this. It is not nearly so important how well a message is received as how well it is sent. You cannot take responsibility for how well another accepts your truth. You can only ensure how well it is communicated. And by how well, I don't mean merely how clearly. I mean how lovingly, how compassionately, how sensitively, how courageously, and how completely. This leaves no room for half-truths, the brutal truth, or even the plain truth. It does mean the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. It's the so help you God part that brings in the godly qualities of love and compassion. For I will help you communicate in this way always if you will ask me. So yes, express what you call your most negative feelings, but not destructively. Failure to express or push out negative feelings does not make them go away. It keeps them in. Negativity kept in harms the body and burdens the soul.
But if another person hears every negative thought you have about that person, it would have to affect the relationship, no matter how lovingly those thoughts were delivered.
I said to express, push out, get rid of your negative feelings. I did not say how or to whom. All negativity need not be shared with the person about whom it is felt. It is only necessary to communicate these feelings to the other when failure to do so would compromise your integrity or cause another to believe an untruth. Negativity is never a sign of ultimate truth, even if it seems like your truth at the moment. It may arise out of an unhealed part of you. In fact, always it does. That is why it is so important to get these negativities out.
To release them. Only by letting go of them, putting them out there, placing them in front of you, can you see them clearly enough to know whether you really believe them. You have all said things, ugly things, only to discover that, once having been said, they no longer feel true. You have all expressed feelings from fear to anger to rage, only to discover that, once having been expressed, they no longer reveal how you really feel. In this way, feelings can be tricky. Feelings are the language of the soul, but you must make sure you are listening to your true feelings and not some counterfeit model constructed in your mind.
Oh, man. So now I can't even trust my feelings. Great. I thought that was the way to the truth. I thought that was what you were teaching me.
It is. I am. But listen, because it is more complex than you now understand. Some feelings are true feelings. That is, feelings born in the soul. And some feelings are counterfeit feelings. These are constructed in your mind. In other words, they are not feelings at all. They are thoughts. Thoughts masquerading as feelings. These thoughts are based on your previous experience and on the observed experience of others. You see someone grimace when having a tooth pulled. You grimace when having your tooth pulled. It may not even hurt, but you grimace anyway. Your reaction has nothing to do with reality, only how you perceive reality, based on the experience of others or on something that's happened to you in the past. The greatest challenge as human beings is to be here now, to stop making things up. Stop creating thoughts about a pre-sent moment, a moment you sent yourself before you had a thought about it. Be in the moment. Remember, you sent yourself this moment as a gift. The moment contained the seed of a tremendous truth. It is a truth you wish to remember. Yet when the moment arrived, you immediately began constructing thoughts about it. Instead of being in the moment, you stood outside the moment and judged it. Then you reacted. That is, you acted as you did once before. Now listen to these two words. Reactive, creative. Notice they are the same word, only the C has been moved. When you see things correctly, you become creative rather than reactive.
That's very clever.
Well, God is like that. But you see, the point I'm trying to make is that when you come to each moment cleanly, without a previous thought about it, you can create who you are, rather than reenact who you once were. Life is a process of creation, and you keep living it as if it were a process of reenactment.
But how can any rational human being ignore one's previous experience in the moment something occurs? I mean, isn't it normal to call up everything you know on the subject and respond from that?
It may be normal, but it is not natural. Normal means something usually done. Natural is how you are when you're not trying to be normal. Natural and normal are not the same thing. In any given moment, you can do what you normally do, or you can do what comes naturally. I tell you this, nothing is more natural than love. If you act lovingly, you will be acting naturally. If you react fearfully, resentfully, angrily, you may be acting normally, but you will never be acting naturally.
How can I act with love when all of my previous experience is screaming at me that a particular moment is likely to be painful?
Ignore your previous experience and go into the moment. Be here now. See what there is to work with right now in creating yourself anew. Remember, this is what you are doing here. You have come to this world in this way, at this time, in this place, to know who you are and to create who you wish to be. This is the purpose of all of life. Life is an ongoing, never-ending process of recreation. You keep recreating yourselves in the image of your next highest idea about yourselves.
But isn't that rather like the man who jumped off the highest building, sure that he could fly? He ignored his previous experience and the observed experience of others and jumped off the building, all the while declaring, "I am God." That doesn't seem very smart.
And I tell you this, men have achieved results much greater than flying. Men have healed sickness. Men have raised the dead.
One man has.
You think only one man has been granted such powers over the physical universe?
Only one man has demonstrated them.
Not so. Who parted the Red Sea?
God?
Indeed. But who called upon God to do that?
Moses.
Exactly. And who called upon me to heal the sick and raise the dead?
Jesus.
Yes. And now do you think what Moses and Jesus did you cannot do?
But they didn't do it. They asked you to. That's a different thing.
Okay, we'll go with your construction for now. And do you think that you cannot ask me these same miraculous things?
I suppose I could.
And would I grant them?
I don't know.
That's the difference between you and Moses. That's what separates you from Jesus.
Many people believe if they ask in Jesus' name, you will grant their request.
Yes, many people do believe that. They believe they have no power, But they have seen, or believe others who have seen, the power of Jesus, so they ask in his name, even though he said, "Why are you so amazed? These things and more shall you also do." Yet the people could not believe it. Many do not to this day. You all imagine you are unworthy, so you ask in the name of Jesus, or the Blessed Virgin Mary, or the patron saint of this or that, or the sun god, or the spirit of the east. You'll use anybody's name, anybody's, but your own. Yet I tell you this, ask and you shall receive, seek and you shall find, knock and it shall be opened unto you.
Jump off the building and you shall fly.
There have been people who have levitated. Do you believe this?
Well, I've heard of it, I guess.
And people who have walked through walls and even left their bodies.
Yes, but I've never seen anybody walk through walls, and I don't suggest anyone try it. Nor do I think we should jump off buildings. That's probably not good for your health.
That man fell to his death not because he could not have flown if he were coming from the right state of being, but because he could never have demonstrated godliness by trying to show himself as separate from you.
Please explain.
The man on the building lived in a world of self-delusion in which he imagined himself to be other than the rest of you. By declaring, "I am God," he began his demonstration with a lie. He hoped to make himself separate, larger, more powerful. It was an act of the ego. Ego, that which is separate, individual, can never duplicate or demonstrate that which is one. By seeking to demonstrate that he was God, the man on the building demonstrated only his separateness, not his unity with all things. Thus he sought to demonstrate godliness by demonstrating ungodliness, and failed. Jesus, on the other hand, demonstrated godliness by demonstrating unity, and seeing unity and wholeness wherever and upon whomever he looked. In this his consciousness and my consciousness were one, and in such a state whatever he called forth was made manifest in his divine reality in that holy moment.
I see, so all it takes is Christ consciousness to perform miracles. Well, that should make things simple.
Actually, it does. More simple than you think. And many have achieved such consciousness. Many have been Christed, not just Jesus of Nazareth. You can be Christed too.
How?
By seeking to be. By choosing to be. But it is a choice you must make every day, every minute. It must become the very purpose of your life. It is the purpose of your life. You simply do not know it. And even if you know it, even if you remember the exquisite reason for your very existence, you do not seem to know how to get there from where you are.
Yes, that is the case. So how can I get from where I am to where I want to be?
I tell you this, again, seek and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you.
I've been seeking and knocking for 35 years. You'll pardon me if I'm a little bored with that line.
If not to say disillusioned, yes. But really, while I have to give you good grades for trying, an A for effort, so to speak, I can't say, I can't agree with you, that you've been seeking and knocking for 35 years. Let's agree that you've been seeking and knocking on and off for 35 years, mostly off. In the past, when you were very young, you came to me only when you were in trouble, when you needed something. As you grew older and matured, you realized that was probably not a right relationship with God, and sought to create something more meaningful. Even then, I was hardly more than a sometimes thing. Still later, as you came to understand that union with God can be achieved only through communion with God, you undertook the practices and behaviors that could achieve communion, yet even these you engaged sporadically, inconsistently. You meditated, you held ritual, you called me forth in prayer and chant, and you evoked the spirit of me in you, but only when it suited you, only when you felt inspired to. And glorious as your experience of me was, even on these occasions, still you've spent 95% of your life caught up in the illusion of separateness. and only flickering moments here and there in the realization of ultimate reality. You still think that your life is about car repairs and telephone bills and what you want out of relationships, that it's about the dramas you've created rather than the creator of those dramas. You have yet to learn why you keep creating your dramas. You're too busy playing them out. You say you understand the meaning of life, but you do not live your understandings. You say you know the way toward communion with God, but you do not take that way. You claim you're on the path, but you do not walk it. Then you come to me and say you've been seeking and knocking for 35 years. I hate to be the one to disillusion you, but it's time you stopped being disillusioned in me and started seeing you as you really are. Now, I tell you this. You want to be Christed? Act like Christ every minute of every day. It's not that you don't know how. He has shown you the way. Be like Christ in every circumstance. It's not that you can't. He has left you instructions. You are not without help in this, should you seek it. I'm giving you guidance every minute of every day. I am the still small voice within which knows which way to turn, which path to take, which answer to give, which action to implement, which word to say, which reality to create if you truly seek communion and unity with me. Just listen to me.
I guess I just don't know how to do that.
Ah, nonsense. You're doing it right now. Simply do it all the time.
I can't walk around with a yellow legal pad every minute of the day. I can't stop everything and start writing notes to you, hoping you'll be there with one of your brilliant answers.
Thank you. They are brilliant. And here's another one. Yes, you can. I mean, if someone told you that you could have a direct connection with God, a direct link, a direct line, and all you had to do was make sure you had paper and pen handy at all times, would you do it?
Well, yes, of course.
Yet you just said you wouldn't, or can't. So what's the matter with you? What are you saying? What is your truth? Now, the good news is that you don't even need a pad and pen. I am with you always. I don't live in the pen. I live in you.
That is true, isn't it? I mean, I can really believe that, can't I?
Of course you can believe it. It's what I've been asking you to believe from the beginning. It's what every master, including Jesus, has said to you. It is the central teaching. It is the ultimate truth. I am with you always, even unto the end of time. Do you believe this?
Yes. Yes, now I do. More than ever, I mean.
Good. Then use me. If it works for you to take out a pad and a pen, and I must say that seems to work pretty well for you, then take out a pad and a pen. More often, every day, every hour if you have to. Get close to me. Get close to me. Do what you can. Do what you have to. Do what it takes. Say a rosary. Kiss a stone. Bow to the east. Chant a chant. Swing a pendulum. Test a muscle. Or write a book. Do what it takes. Each of you has your own construction. Each of you has understood me, created me in your own way. To some of you, I am a man. To some of you, I am a woman. To some, I am both. To some, I am neither. To some of you, I am pure energy. To some, the ultimate feeling, which you call love. And some of you have no idea what I am. You simply know that I am. And so it is. I am. I am the wind which rustles your hair. I am the sun which warms your body. I am the rain which dances on your face. I am the smell of flowers in the air. And I am the flowers which send their fragrance upward. I am the air which carries the fragrance. I am the beginning of your first thought. I am the end of your last. I am the idea which sparked your most brilliant moment. I am the glory of its fulfillment. I am the feeling which fueled the most loving thing you ever did. I am the part of you which yearns for that feeling again and again. Whatever works for you, whatever makes it happen, whatever ritual, ceremony, demonstration, meditation, thought, song, word, or action it takes for you to reconnect, do this. Do this in remembrance of me.
So, going back and summarizing what you're telling me, I seem to come up with these main points. Life is an ongoing process of creation. A secret of all masters is to stop changing one's mind, keep choosing the same thing. Don't take no for an answer. We call forth what we think, feel, and say. Life is a process of creation or reaction. The soul creates, the mind reacts. The soul understands what the mind cannot conceive. Stop trying to figure out what is best for you, how you can win the most, lose the least, get what you want, and start going with what feels like who you are. Your feelings are your truth. What is best for you is what is true for you. Thoughts are not feelings. Rather, they are ideas of how you should feel. When thoughts and feelings get confused, truth becomes clouded, lost. To get back to your feelings, be out of your mind and get back to your senses. Once you know your truth, live it. Negative feelings are not true feelings at all. Rather, they are your thoughts about something, based always on the previous experience of yourself and others. Previous experience is no indicator of truth, since pure truth is created here and now, not reenacted. To change your response to anything, be in the present, that is, the pre-sent moment, the moment that was sent to you, and was what it was before you had a thought about it. In other words, be here now, not in the past or the future. The past and the future can exist only in thought. The pre-sent moment is the only reality. Stay there. Seek, and you shall find. Do whatever it takes to stay connected with God, Goddess, truth. Don't stop the practices, the prayers, the rituals, the meditations, the readings, the writings, the whatever works for you to stay in touch with all that is. How's that so far?
Great. So far, so good. You've got it. Now, can you live it?
I'm going to try.
Good.
Now, can we go to where we left off? Tell me about time.
There is no time like the present. You've heard that before, I'm sure, but you didn't understand it. Now you do. There is no time but this time. There is no moment but this moment. Now is all there is.
What about yesterday and tomorrow?
Figments of your imagination, constructions of your mind, non-existent in ultimate reality. Everything that ever happened is happening and ever will happen is happening right now.
I don't understand.
And you can't, not completely, but you can begin to, and a beginning grasp is all that is needed here. So, just listen. Time is not a continuum. It is an element of relativity that exists vertically, not horizontally. Don't think of it as a left-to-right thing, a so-called timeline that runs from birth to death for each individual and from some finite point to some finite point in the universe. Time is an up and down thing. Think of it as a spindle representing the eternal moment of now. Now picture leaves of paper on the spindle, one atop the other. These are the elements of time, each element separate and distinct, yet each existing simultaneously with the other. All the paper on the spindle at once, as much as there will ever be, as much as there ever was. There is only one moment, this moment, the eternal moment of now. It is right now that everything is happening, and I am glorified. There is no waiting for the glory of God. I made it this way because I just couldn't wait. I was so happy to be who I am that I just couldn't wait to make that manifest in my reality. So boom, here it is, right here, right now, all of it. There is no beginning to this, and there is no end. It, the all of everything, just is. Within the isness is where your experience and your greatest secret lies. You can move in consciousness within the isness to any time or place you choose.
You mean we can time travel?
Indeed, and many of you have. All of you have, in fact. And you do it routinely, usually in what you call your dream state. Most of you are not aware of it. You cannot retain the awareness. But the energy sticks to you like glue. And sometimes there's enough residue that others, sensitive to this energy, can pick up things about your past or your future. They feel or read this residue, and you call them seers and psychics. Sometimes there is enough residue that even you in your limited consciousness are aware you've been here before. Your whole being is suddenly jarred by the realization that you've done all this before.
Déjà vu.
Yes, or that wonderful feeling when you meet someone that you've known them all your life, known them for all eternity. That's a spectacular feeling. That's a marvelous feeling. And that's a true feeling. You have known that soul forever. Forever is a right now thing. So you have often looked up or looked down from your piece of paper on the spindle and seen all the other pieces. And you've seen yourself there because a part of you is on every piece.
How is that possible?
I tell you this, you have always been, are now, and always will be. There has never been a time when you were not, nor will there ever be such a time.
But wait. What about the concept of old souls? Aren't some souls older than others?
Nothing is older than anything.
I created it all at once, and all of it exists right now. The experience of older and younger to which you refer has to do with the levels of awareness of a particular soul or aspect of being. You're all aspects of being, simply parts of what is. Each part has the consciousness of the whole embedded within it. Every element carries the imprint. Awareness is the experience of that consciousness being awakened. The individual aspect of the all becomes aware of itself. It becomes, quite literally, self-conscious. And gradually becomes conscious of all others, and then of the fact that there are no others, that all is one. Then, ultimately, of me, magnificent me.
Boy, you really like you, don't you?
Don't you?
Well, yes. I think you're great.
I agree. I think you're great. That's the only place where you and I disagree. You don't think you're great.
How can I see myself as great when I see all my foibles, all my mistakes, all my evil?
I tell you this, there is no evil.
I wish that could be true.
You are perfect just as you are.
I wish that could be true, too.
It is true. A tree is no less perfect because it is a seedling. A tiny infant is no less perfect than a grown-up. It is perfection itself. Because it cannot do a thing, does not know a thing, that does not make it somehow less perfect. A child makes mistakes. She stands, she toddles, she falls. She stands again, a bit wobbly, hanging on to her mummy's leg. Does that make the child imperfect? I tell you, it is just the opposite. That child is perfection itself, wholly and completely adorable. So, too, are you.
But the child hasn't done anything wrong. The child hasn't consciously disobeyed, hurt another, damaged herself.
The child doesn't know right from wrong.
Precisely.
Neither do you.
But I do. I know it's wrong to kill people, and that it's right to love them. I know it's wrong to hurt and right to heal, to make things better. I know it's wrong to take what's not mine, to use another, to be dishonest.
I could show you instances where each of those wrongs would be right.
You're playing with me now.
Not at all. Merely being factual.
If you're saying there are exceptions to every rule, then I agree.
If there are exceptions to a rule, then it is not a rule.
Are you telling me that it's not wrong to kill, to hurt, to take from another?
That depends on what you are trying to do.
Okay, I get it. But that doesn't make these things good. Sometimes one has to do bad things to achieve a good end.
Which doesn't make them bad things at all, then, does it? They are just means to an end.
Are you saying the end justifies the means?
What do you think?
No, absolutely not.
So be it. Don't you see what you're doing here? You're making up the rules as you go along. And don't you see something else? That's perfectly okay. It's what you're supposed to be doing. All of life is a process of deciding who you are and then experiencing that. As you keep expanding your vision, you make up new rules to cover that. As you keep enlarging your idea about yourself, you create new do's and don'ts, yeses and nos to encircle that. These are the boundaries that hold in something which cannot be held in. You cannot hold in you because you are as boundless as the universe. Yet you can create a concept about your boundless self by imagining and then accepting boundaries. In a sense, this is the only way you can know yourself as anything in particular. That which is boundless is boundless. That which is limitless is limitless. It cannot exist anywhere because it is everywhere. If it is everywhere, it is nowhere in particular. God is everywhere. Therefore, God is nowhere in particular, because to be somewhere in particular, God would have to not be somewhere else, which is not possible for God. There's only one thing that is not possible for God, and that is for God to not be God. God cannot not be, nor can God not be like itself. God cannot ungod itself. I am everywhere, and that's all there is to it. And since I am everywhere, I am nowhere. And if I am nowhere, where am I? Now, here.
I love it. You made this point before, but I love it, so I let you go on.
That's very kind of you. And do you understand it better now? Do you see how you have created your ideas of right and wrong simply to define who you are? Do you see that without these definitions, boundaries, you are nothing? And do you see that, like me, you keep changing the boundaries as you change your ideas of who you are?
Well, I get what you're saying, but it doesn't seem that I've changed the boundaries, my own personal boundaries, very much. To me, it's always been wrong to kill. It's always been wrong to steal. It's always been wrong to hurt another. The largest concepts by which we govern ourselves have been in place since the beginning of time, and most human beings agree on them.
Then why do you have war?
Well, because there will always be some who break the rules. There's a rotten apple in every barrel.
Mm. What I'm going to tell you now, and in the passages which follow, may be very difficult for some people to understand and accept. It is going to violate much of what is held as truth in your present thought system. Yet I cannot let you go on living with these constructions if this dialogue is to serve you. So we must now, in this second book, meet some of these concepts head-on. But it's going to be bumpy going here for a while. Are you ready?
I think so, yes. Thanks for the warning, but what is it that's so dramatic or difficult to understand or accept that you're going to tell me?
I'm going to tell you this. There are no rotten apples. There are only people who disagree with your point of view on things. People who construct a different model of the world. I'm going to tell you this. No persons do anything inappropriate, given their model of the world.
Well, then their model is all messed up. I know what's right and wrong, and because some other people don't, that doesn't make me crazy because I do. They're the ones who are crazy.
I'm sorry to say, that's exactly the attitude which starts wars.
I know. I was doing that on purpose. I was just repeating here what I've heard many other people say. But how can I answer like that? I mean, how can I answer people who talk that way? What could I say?
You could tell them that people's ideas of right and wrong change, and have changed over and over again from culture to culture, time period to time period, religion to religion, place to place, even from family to family and person to person.
You could point out to them that what many people considered right at one time, burning people at the stake for what was considered witchcraft as an example, is considered wrong today. You could tell them that a definition of right and wrong is a definition established not only by time, but also by simple geography. You could allow them to notice that some activities on your planet, prostitution for instance, are illegal in one place and just a few miles down the road, legal in another. And so whether a person is judged as having done something wrong is not a matter of what that person has actually done, but of where he has done it. Now, I'm going to repeat something I said in Book 1, and I know that it was very, very difficult for some to grasp, to understand. Hitler went to heaven.
I'm not sure people are ready for this.
The purpose of this program, and of all the books in the trilogy we are creating, is to create readiness. Readiness for a new paradigm, a new understanding, a larger view, a grander idea.
Well, I'm going to have to ask the questions here that I know so many people are thinking and wanting to ask. How could a man like Hitler have gone to heaven? Every religion in the world, I would think everyone, has declared him condemned and sent straight to hell.
First, he could not have gone to hell because hell doesn't exist. Therefore, there is only one place left to which he could have gone. But that begs the question. The real issue is whether Hitler's actions were wrong. Yet I have said over and over again that there is no right or wrong in the universe. A thing is not intrinsically right or wrong. A thing simply is. Now, your thought that Hitler was a monster is based on the fact that he ordered the killing of millions of people, correct?
Obviously, yes.
Yet what if I told you that what you call death is the greatest thing that could happen to anyone? What then?
I'd find that hard to accept.
You think that life on earth is better than life in heaven? I tell you this, at the moment of your death, you will realize the greatest freedom, the greatest peace, the greatest joy, and the greatest love you have ever known. Shall we therefore punish Brer Fox for throwing Brer Rabbit into the briar patch?
You're ignoring the fact that, however wonderful life after death may be, our lives here should not be ended against our will. We came here to achieve something, to experience something, to learn something, and it's not right that our lives be cut short by some maniacal hoodlum with insane ideas.
First of all, you are not here to learn anything. Life is not a school, and your purpose here is not to learn. It is to remember. And on your larger point, life is often cut short by many things, a hurricane, an earthquake.
That's different. You're talking about an act of God.
Every event is an act of God. Do you imagine that an event could take place if I did not want it to? Do you think that you could so much as lift your little finger if I chose for you not to? You can do nothing if I'm against it. Yet let us continue to explore this idea of wrongful death together. Is it wrong for a life to be cut short by disease?
Wrong isn't a word that applies here. Those are natural causes. That's not the same as a human being, like Hitler, murdering people.
What about an accident? A stupid accident?
Same thing. It's unfortunate, tragic, but that's the will of God. We can't peer into God's mind and find out why these things happen. We ought not even try, because God's will is immutable and incomprehensible. To seek to unravel divine mystery is to lust for knowledge beyond our ken. It is sinful.
How do you know?
Because if God wanted us to understand all of this, we would. The fact that we can't, is evidence that it is God's will that we don't.
I see. The fact that you don't understand it is evidence of God's will. The fact that it happens is not evidence of God's will.
Well, I guess I'm not very good at explaining some of this, but I know what I believe.
Do you believe in God's will, that God is all-powerful?
Yes.
Except where Hitler was concerned. What happened there was not God's will.
No.
How can that be?
Well, Hitler violated the will of God.
Now, how do you think he could do that if my will is all-powerful?
You allowed him to.
If I allowed him to, then it was my will that he should.
It would seem that way. But what possible reason could you have? No. It was your will that he have free choice, and it was his will that he do what he did.
You're so close on this, so close. You're right, of course. It was my will that Hitler, that all of you, have free choice. But it is not my will that you be punished unceasingly, unendingly, if you do not make the choice I want you to make. If that were the case, how free have I made your choice? Are you really free to do what you want if you know you'll be made to suffer unspeakably if you do not do what I want? What kind of choice is that?
It isn't a question of punishment. It's just natural law. It's simply a question of consequences.
I see you've been schooled well in all the theological constructions that allow you to hold me as a vengeful God without making me responsible for it. But who made these natural laws? And if we can agree that I must have put them into place, why would I put into place such laws, then give you the power to overcome them? If I didn't want you affected by them, if it was my will that my wonderful beings never should suffer, why would I create the possibility that you could? And then, why would I continue to tempt you day and night to break the laws I've set down?
You don't tempt us. The devil does.
There you go again, making me not responsible. Don't you see that the only way you can rationalize your theology is to render me powerless? Do you understand that the only way your constructions make sense is if mine don't? Are you really comfortable with the idea of a God who creates a being whose actions it cannot control?
I didn't say you can't control the devil. You can control everything. You're God. It's just that you choose not to. You allow the devil to tempt us, to try to win our souls.
But why? Why would I do that if I don't want to have you not return to me?
Because you want us to come to you out of choice, not because there's no choice. Look, you set up heaven and hell so there could be a choice, so we could act out of choosing, not out of simply following a path because there's no other.
I can see how you've come to this idea. That's how I've set it up in your world, so you think that's how it must be in mine. In your reality, good cannot exist without bad, so you believe it must be the same in mine. I tell you this, there is no bad where I am, and there is no evil. There is only the all of everything, the oneness, and the awareness, the experience of that. Mine is the realm of the absolute, where one thing does not exist in relationship to another, but quite independent of anything. Mine is the place where all there is love.
And there are no consequences to anything we think, say, or do on earth?
Oh, but there are consequences. Look around you.
No, I mean after death.
There is no death. Life goes on forever and ever. Life is. You simply change form.
All right, have it your way. After we change form.
After you change form, consequences cease to exist. There is just knowing. Consequences are an element of relativity. They have no place in the absolute because they depend on linear time and sequential events. These do not exist in the realm of the absolute. In that realm, there is naught but peace and joy and love. In that realm, you will know at last the good news.
That your devil does not exist. That you are who you always thought you were. Goodness and love. Your idea that you might be something else has come from an insane outer world causing you to act insanely. An outer world of judgment and condemnation. Others have judged you, and from their judgments you have judged yourself. Now you want God to judge you, and I will not do it. And because you cannot understand a God who will not act as humans would, you're lost. Your theology is your attempt to find yourself again.
You call our theologies insane, but how can any theology work without a system of reward and punishment?
Everything depends on what you perceive to be the purpose of life, and therefore the basis of the theology. If you believe life exists as a test, a trial, a period of putting you through your paces to see if you are worthy, your theologies begin to make sense. If you believe that life exists as an opportunity, a process through which you discover, remember, that you are worthy and have always been, then your theologies seem insane. If you believe God is an ego-filled God who requires attention, adoration, appreciation, and affection, and will kill to get it, your theologies start to hold together. If you believe that God is without ego or need, but the source of all things, and the seed of all wisdom and love, then your theologies fall apart. If you believe that God is a vengeful God, jealous in his love and wrathful in his anger, then your theologies are perfect. If you believe God is a peaceful God, joyous in her love and passionate in her ecstasy, then your theologies are useless. I tell you this, the purpose of life is not to please God. The purpose of life is to know and to recreate who you are. In so doing, you do please God and glorify her as well.
Why do you keep saying her? Are you a she?
I'm neither a he nor a she.
Occasionally, I use the feminine pronoun to jar you out of your parochial thinking. If you think God is one thing, then you will think God is not another, and that would be a large mistake. Hitler went to heaven for these reasons. There is no hell, so there is no place else for him to go. His actions were what you would call mistakes, the actions of an unevolved being, and mistakes are not punishable by condemnation, but dealt with by providing the chance for correction, for evolution. Those souls were released from their earthly bondage like butterflies emerging from a cocoon. The people who were left behind mourn those deaths only because they do not know of the joy into which those souls entered. No one who has experienced death ever mourns the death of anyone. Your statement that their deaths were nevertheless untimely, and therefore somehow wrong, suggests that something could happen in the universe when it is not supposed to. Yet given who and what I am, that is impossible. Everything occurring in the universe is occurring perfectly. God hasn't made a mistake in a very long time. When you see the utter perfection in everything, not just those things with which you agree, but, and perhaps especially, those things with which you disagree, you achieve mastery.
I'd like to talk a little bit more about some of the very complex theologies we human beings have created. For instance, I was taught as a child that I was a sinner, that all human beings are sinners, that we can't help it. We're born that way. We're born into sin.
Quite an interesting concept. How did anyone get you to believe that?
Well, they told us the story of Adam and Eve. They told us in 4th, 5th, 6th grade catechism that, well, that we may not have sinned, and certainly babies haven't, but Adam and Eve did. And we're their descendants and have thus inherited their guilt as well as their sinful natures. You see, Adam and Eve ate of the forbidden fruit, partook of the knowledge of good and evil, and thus sentenced all of their heirs and descendants to separation from God at birth. All of us are born with this original sin on our souls. Each of us shares in the guilt, so we're given free choice to see, I guess, if we'll still do the same stuff Adam and Eve did and disobey God, or if we can overcome our natural inherited tendency to do bad and do the right thing instead, in spite of the world's temptations.
And if you do bad?
Well, then you send us to hell.
I do.
Yes, unless we repent.
I see.
If we say we're sorry and make a perfect act of contrition, you will save us from hell, but not from all suffering. We still have to go to purgatory for a while to cleanse us of our sins.
Mm-hmm. How long will you have to dwell in purgatory?
Well, it depends. We have to have our sins burned away. It's not too pleasant, I can tell you. And the more sins you've got, the longer it takes to burn them out, the longer we stay. That's what I've been told.
I understand.
But at least we won't go to hell, which is forever. On the other hand, if we die in mortal sin, we go straight to hell.
Mortal sin.
Well, as opposed to venial sin. See, if we die with a venial sin on our soul, we only go to purgatory. Mortal sin sends us right to hell.
Can you give me an example of these various categories of sin you were told about?
Sure. Mortal sins are serious, kind of like major crimes, theological felonies, things like murder, rape, stealing. Venial sins are rather minor, theological misdemeanors. A venial sin would be like missing church on Sunday, or in the old days, eating meat on Friday.
Wait a minute. This God of yours sent you to purgatory if you ate meat on Friday?
Yeah. But not anymore, not since the early 60s. But if we ate meat on Fridays before the early 60s, woe be unto us.
Really?
Absolutely.
Well, what happened in the early 60s to make this sin no longer a sin?
Well, the Pope said it was no longer a sin.
I see. And this God of yours, he forces you to worship him, to go to church on Sundays, under pain of punishment?
Well, failure to attend Mass is a sin, yes. And if it's not confessed, if you die with that sin on your soul, you'll have to go to purgatory. Yeah.
But what about a child? What about an innocent little child who doesn't know all these rules by which God loves?
Well, if a child dies before it's baptized into the faith, that child goes to limbo.
Goes to where?
Limbo. It's not a place of punishment, but it's not heaven either. It's limbo. You can't be with God, but at least you don't have to go to the devil.
But why couldn't that beautiful, innocent child be with God? The child did nothing wrong.
Well, that's true, but the child was not baptized. See, no matter how faultless or innocent babies are, or any persons for that matter, they have to be baptized to get into heaven. Otherwise, God can't accept them. That's why it's important to have your children baptized quickly, soon after birth.
Who told you all this?
God, through his church.
Which church?
The Holy Roman Catholic Church, of course. That is God's church. In fact, if you're a Catholic and you should happen to attend another church, that's also a sin.
I thought it was a sin not to go to church.
Well, it is. It's also a sin to go to the wrong church.
What's a wrong church?
Any church that's not Roman Catholic. You can't be baptized in the wrong church. You can't get married in the wrong church. You can't even attend a wrong church. Now, I know this for a fact, because as a young man, I wanted to go with my parents to the wedding of a friend. I was actually asked to be in the wedding as an usher. But the nuns told me I shouldn't accept the invitation because it was in the wrong church.
Mm-hmm. Did you obey them?
The nuns? No. I figured God, you, would show up at the other church just as willingly as you showed up at mine, so I went. I stood in the sanctuary in my tuxedo, and I felt fine.
Good. Well, let's see now. We have heaven, we have hell, we have purgatory, we have limbo, we have mortal sin, we have venial sin. Is there anything else?
Well, there's confirmation and communion and confession. There's exorcism and extreme unction. There's patron saints and holy days of obligation.
Every day is sanctified. Every minute is holy. This now is the holy instant.
Well, yes, but some days are really holy. The holy days of obligation. And on those days, you also have to go to church.
Here we go with the have-tos again. What happens if you don't?
It's a sin.
So you go to hell?
Well, no. You go to purgatory if you die with that sin on your soul. That's why it's good to go to confession, really, as often as you can. Some people go every week. Some people every day. That way they can wipe the slate clean, keep it clean, so they could, if they happen to die or something.
Wow. Talk about living in constant fear.
Well, yeah. But you see, that's the purpose of religion. To put the fear of God into us. Then we do right and resist temptation.
Uh-huh. But now, what if you do commit a sin between confessions and then get into an accident or something and die?
Oh, it's okay. No panic. Just make a perfect act of contrition. Oh, my God, I am heartily sorry for having offended thee.
Okay. Enough.
But wait, that's just one of the world's religions. Don't you want to look at some others?
No, I get the picture.
Well, I hope that people don't think I'm simply ridiculing their beliefs.
You're really ridiculing no one, just saying it like it is. It's as American President Harry Truman used to say, "Give 'em hell, Harry," people would shout, and Harry'd say, "I don't give 'em hell, I just quote 'em directly, and it feels like hell."
Boy, we really got sidetracked there. We started out talking about time and ended up talking about organized religion.
Yes, well, that's what it's like talking with God.
It's hard to keep the dialogue limited.
Well, let me see if I can summarize the points you're making. There is no time but this time. There's no moment but this moment. Time is not a continuum. It's an aspect of relativity that exists in an up and down paradigm, with moments or events stacked on top of each other, happening or occurring at the same time. We are constantly traveling between realities in this realm of time, no time, all time, usually in our sleep. Déjà vu is one way we are made aware of this. There has never been a time when we were not, nor will there ever be. The concept of age, as it relates to souls, really has to do with levels of awareness, not length of time. There is no evil. We are perfect just as we are. Wrong is a conceptualization of the mind, based in relative experience. We're making up the rules as we go along, changing them to fit our present reality, and that's perfectly all right. It's as it should be, must be, if we are to be evolving beings. Hitler went to heaven. Everything that happens is God's will, everything. That includes not just hurricanes, tornadoes, and earthquakes, but Hitler as well. The secret of understanding is knowing the purpose behind all events. There are no punishments after death, and all consequences exist only in relative experience, not in the realm of the absolute. Human theologies are mankind's insane attempt to explain an insane God who does not exist. The only way human theologies make sense is if we accept a God who makes no sense at all. How's that? Another good summary?
Excellent.
Good, because now I've got a million questions. Why did Hitler go to heaven? I know you just tried to explain this, but somehow I need more. And what is the purpose behind all events? And how does this larger purpose relate to Hitler and other despots?
Let's go to purpose first. All events, all experiences, have as their purpose the creating of opportunity. Events and experiences are opportunities, nothing more, nothing less. It would be a mistake to judge them as works of the devil, punishments from God, rewards from heaven, or anything in between. They are simply events and experiences, things that happen. It is what we think of them, do about them, be in response to them, that gives them meaning. Events and experiences are opportunities drawn to you, created by you individually or collectively through consciousness. Consciousness creates experience. You are attempting to raise your consciousness. You have drawn these opportunities to you in order that you might use them as tools in the creation and experiencing of who you are. Who you are is a being of higher consciousness than you are now exhibiting. Because it is my will that you should know and experience who you are, I allow you to draw to yourself whatever event or experience you choose to create in order to do that. Other players in the universal game join you from time to time, either as brief encounters, peripheral participants, temporary teammates, long-term interactors, relatives and family, dearly loved ones, or life path partners. These souls are drawn to you by you. You are drawn to them by them. It is a mutually creative experience expressing the choices and desires of both. No one comes to you by accident. There is no such thing as coincidence. Nothing occurs at random. Life is not a product of chance. Events, like people, are drawn to you, by you, for your own purposes. Larger planetary experiences and developments are the result of group consciousness. They are drawn to your group as a whole as a result of the choices and desires of the group as a whole.
What do you mean by the term your group?
Group consciousness is something that is not widely understood, yet it is extremely powerful and can, if you're not careful, often overcome individual consciousness. You must always, therefore, endeavor to create group consciousness wherever you go and with whatever you do, if you wish your larger life experience on the planet to be harmonious. If you are in a group whose consciousness does not reflect your own, and you are unable at this time to effectively alter the group consciousness, it is wise to leave the group, or the group could lead you. It will go where it wants to go, regardless of where you want to go. If you cannot find a group whose consciousness matches your own, be the source of one. Others of like consciousness will be drawn to you. Individuals in smaller groups must affect larger groups, and ultimately the largest group of all, which is all humankind, for there to be permanent and significant change on your planet. Your world and the condition it is in is a reflection of the total combined consciousness of everyone living there. As you can see by looking around you, much work is left to be done, unless, of course, you are satisfied with your world as it is. Surprisingly, most people are. That is why the world does not change. Most people are satisfied with a world in which differences, not similarities, are honored, and disagreements are settled by conflict and war. Most people are satisfied with a world in which survival is for the fittest, might is right, competition is required, and winning is called the highest good. If such a system happens also to produce losers, so be it, so long as you are not among them. Most people are satisfied, even though such a model produces people who are often killed when they are judged wrong, starved and rendered homeless when they are losers, oppressed and exploited when they are not strong. Most people define wrong as that which is different from them. Religious differences in particular are not tolerated, nor are many social, economic, or cultural differences. Exploitation of the underclass is justified by the self-congratulatory pronouncements from the upper class of how much better off their victims are now than they were before these exploitations. By this measure, the upper class can ignore the issue of how all people ought to be treated if one were being truly fair, rather than merely making a horrible situation a tiny bit better and profiting obscenely in the bargain. Most people laugh when one suggests any kind of system other than the one currently in place, saying that behaviors such as competing and killing and the victor taking the spoils are what makes this civilization great. Most people even think there is no other natural way to be, that it is the nature of humans to behave in this manner, and that to act any other way would kill the inner spirit that drives man to succeed. No one asks the question, succeed at what? Difficult as it is for truly enlightened beings to understand, most people on your planet believe in this philosophy, and that is why most people don't care about the suffering masses, the oppression of minorities, the anger of the underclass, or the survival needs of anyone but themselves and their immediate families. Most people do not see that they are destroying their earth, the very planet which gives them life, because their actions seek only to enhance their quality of life. Amazingly, they are not far-sighted enough to observe that short-term gains can produce long-term losses, and often do, and will. Most people are threatened by group consciousness, a concept such as the collective good, a one-world overview, or a God who exists in unity with all creation rather than separate from it. This fear of anything leading to unification, and your planet's glorification of all that separates, produce division, disharmony, discord. Yet you do not seem to have the ability even to learn from your own experience, and so you continue your behaviors with the same results. The inability to experience the suffering of another as one's own is what allows such suffering to continue. Separation breeds indifference, false superiority. Unity produces compassion, genuine equality. The events which occur on your planet, which have occurred regularly for 3,000 years, are, as I've said, a reflection of the collective consciousness of your group, the whole group on your planet. That level of consciousness could best be described as primitive.
Yes. But we seem to have digressed here from the original question.
Not really. You asked about Hitler. The Hitler experience was made possible as a result of group consciousness. Many people want to say that Hitler manipulated a group, in this case his countrymen, through the cunning and the mastery of his rhetoric. But this conveniently lays all the blame at Hitler's feet, which is exactly where the mass of people want it. But Hitler could do nothing without the cooperation and support and willing submission of millions of people. The subgroup, which called itself Germans, must assume an enormous burden of responsibility for the Holocaust, as must to some degree the larger group called humans, which, if it did nothing else, allowed itself to remain indifferent and apathetic to the suffering in Germany until it reached so massive a scale that even the most cold-hearted isolationists could no longer ignore it. You see, it was collective consciousness which provided fertile soil for the growth of the Nazi movement. Hitler seized the moment, but he did not create it. It's important to understand the lesson here. A group consciousness, which speaks constantly of separation and superiority, produces loss of compassion on a massive scale, and loss of compassion is inevitably followed by loss of conscience. A collective concept rooted in strict nationalism ignores the plights of others, yet makes everyone else responsible for yours, thus justifying retaliation, rectification, and war. Auschwitz was the Nazi solution to an attempt to rectify the Jewish problem. The horror of the Hitler experience was not that he perpetrated it on the human race, but that the human race allowed him to. The astonishment is not only that a Hitler came along, but also that so many others went along. The shame is not only that Hitler killed millions of Jews, but also that millions of Jews had to be killed before Hitler was stopped. The purpose of the Hitler experience was to show humanity to itself. Throughout history, you have had remarkable teachers, each presenting extraordinary opportunities to remember who you really are. These teachers have shown you the highest and the lowest of the human potential. They have presented vivid, breathtaking examples of what it can mean to be human, of where one can go with the experience, of where the lot of you can and will go given your consciousness. The thing to remember, consciousness is everything and creates your experience. Group consciousness is powerful and produces outcomes of unspeakable beauty or ugliness. The choice is always yours. If you are not satisfied with the consciousness of your group, seek to change it. The best way to change the consciousness of others is by your example. If your example is not enough, form your own group. You be the source of the consciousness you wish others to experience. They will when you do. It begins with you. Everything. All things. You want the world to change? Change things in your own world. Hitler gave you a golden opportunity to do that. The Hitler experience, like the Christ experience, is profound in its implications and the truths it revealed to you about you. Yet those larger awarenesses live, in the case of Hitler or Buddha, Genghis Khan or Hare Krishna, Attila the Hun or Jesus the Christ, only so long as your memories of them live. That is why Jews build monuments to the Holocaust and ask you never to forget it, for there is a little bit of Hitler in all of you, and it is only a matter of degree. Wiping out a people is wiping out a people, whether at Auschwitz or Wounded Knee.
So, Hitler was sent to us to provide us a lesson about the horrors man can commit, the levels to which man can sink.
Hitler was not sent to you. Hitler was created by you. He arose out of your collective consciousness and could not have existed without it. That is the lesson. The consciousness of separation, segregation, superiority, of we versus they, of us and them, is what creates the Hitler experience. The consciousness of divine brotherhood, of unity, of oneness, of ours rather than yours, mine, is what creates the Christ experience. When the pain is ours, not just yours, when the joy is ours, not just mine, when the whole life experience is ours, then it is at last truly that, a whole life experience.
Why did Hitler go to heaven?
Because Hitler did nothing wrong. Hitler simply did what he did. I remind you again that for many years millions thought he was right. How then could he help but think so? If you float out a crazy idea and 10 million people agree with you, you might not think you're so crazy. The world decided, finally, that Hitler was wrong. That is to say, the world's people made a new assessment of who they are and who they chose to be in relationship to the Hitler experience. He held up a yardstick. He set a parameter, a border against which we could measure and limit our ideas about ourselves. Christ did the same thing at the other end of the spectrum. There have been other Christs and other Hitlers, and there will be again. Be ever vigilant then, for people of both high and low consciousness walk among you, even as you walk among others. Which consciousness do you take with you?
I still don't understand how Hitler could have gone to heaven. How could he have been rewarded for what he did?
First, understand that death is not an end, but a beginning. Not a horror, but a joy. It's not a closing down, but an opening up. The happiest moment of your life will be the moment it ends. That's because it doesn't end, but only goes on in ways so magnificent, so full of peace and wisdom and joy as to make it difficult to describe and impossible for you to comprehend. It was the Buddha who said, "Life is suffering." The Buddha was right.
But even if I accept that, Hitler didn't know he was actually doing good. He thought he was doing bad.
No, he didn't think he was doing something bad. He actually thought he was helping his people. And that's what you don't understand. No one does anything that is wrong, given their model of the world. If you think Hitler acted insanely and all the while knew that he was insane, then you understand nothing of the complexity of human experience. Hitler thought he was doing good for his people, and his people thought so too. That was the insanity of it. The largest part of the nation agreed with him. You have declared that Hitler was wrong. Good. By this measure, you have come to define yourself. Know more about yourself. Good. But don't condemn Hitler for showing you that. Someone had to. You cannot know cold unless there is hot, up unless there is down, left unless there is right. Don't condemn the one and bless the other. To do so is to fail to understand. For centuries, people have been condemning Adam and Eve. They are said to have committed original sin. I tell you this, it was the original blessing. For without this event, the partaking of the knowledge of good and evil, you would not even know the two possibilities existed. Indeed, before the so-called fall of Adam, these two possibilities did not exist. There was no evil. Everyone and everything existed in a state of constant perfection. It was literally paradise. Yet you didn't know it was paradise, could not experience it as perfection, because you knew nothing else. Shall you then condemn Adam and Eve, or thank them? And what say you shall I do with Hitler? I tell you this, God's love and God's compassion, God's wisdom and God's forgiveness, God's intention and God's purpose are large enough to include the most heinous crime and the most heinous criminal. You may not agree with this, but it doesn't matter. You have just learned what you came here to discover.
Have you said all you're going to say about time?
I've said all you need to know. There is no time. All things exist simultaneously.
All events occur at once. This book is being written, and as it's being written, it's already written. It already exists. In fact, that's where you're getting all this information, from the book that already exists. You're merely bringing it into form. This is what is meant by, even before you ask, I will have answered.
This information about time all seems, well, interesting, but rather esoteric. Does it have any application to real life?
A true understanding of time allows you to live much more peacefully within your reality of relativity, where time is experienced as a movement, a flow, rather than a constant. It is you who are moving, not time. Time has no movement. There's only one moment. At some level, you deeply understand this. That is why when something really magnificent or significant occurs in your life, you often say it is as if time stands still. It does. And when you do also, you often experience one of those life-defining moments.
Whew, I find this hard to believe. How can this be possible?
Your science has already proven this mathematically. Formulas have been written showing that if you get into a spaceship and fly far enough, fast enough, you could swing back around toward the Earth and watch yourself taking off. This demonstrates that time is not a movement, but a field through which you move, in this case on spaceship Earth. You say it takes 365 days to make a year, yet what is a day? You've decided, quite arbitrarily I might add, that a day is the time it takes your spaceship to make one complete revolution on its axis. How do you know that it's made such a spin? You can't feel it moving. You've chosen a reference point in the heavens, the sun. You say it takes a full day for the portion of the spaceship you are on to face the sun, turn away from the sun, then face the sun again. You've divided this day into 24 hours. Again, quite arbitrarily. You could just as easily have said 10 or 73. Then you divided each hour into minutes. You said each hourly unit contains 60 smaller units called minutes, and that each of those contains 60 tiny units called seconds. One day you noticed that the Earth was not only spinning, it was also flying. You saw that it was moving through space around the sun. You carefully calculated that it took 365 revolutions of the Earth for the Earth itself to revolve around the sun. This number of Earth spins you called a year. Things got kind of messy when you decided that you wanted to divide up a year into units smaller than a year but larger than a day. You created the week and the month, and you managed to get the same number of months in every year, but not the same number of days in every month. You couldn't find a way to divide an odd number of days, 365, by an even number of months, 12, so you just decided that some months contain more days than others. You felt you had to stay with 12 as the yearly subdivider because that was the number of lunar cycles you observed your moon moving through during a year. In order to reconcile these three spatial events, revolutions around the sun, spins of the Earth on its axis, and moon cycles, you simply adjusted the number of days in each month. Even this device didn't solve all the problems because your earlier inventions kept creating a buildup of time which you didn't know what to do with. So you also decided that every so often 1 year would have to have a whole day more. You called this leap year and joked about it, but you actually lived by such a construction. And then you called my explanation of time unbelievable. You've just as arbitrarily created decades and centuries based, interestingly, on 10s, not 12s. to further measure the passage of time. But all along, what you've really been doing is merely devising a way to measure movements through space. Thus we see that it is not time which passes, but objects which pass through and move around in a static field which you call space. Time is simply your way of counting movements. Scientists deeply understand this connection, therefore speak in terms of the space-time continuum. Dr. Einstein and others realized that time was a mental construction, a relational concept. Time was what it was relative to the space that existed between objects. If the universe is expanding, which it is, then it takes longer for the Earth to revolve around the sun today than it did 1 billion years ago. There's more space to cover. Thus it took more minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, years, decades, and centuries for all these cyclical events to occur recently than it did in 1492. When is a day not a day? When is a year not a year? Your new, highly sophisticated timing instruments now record this time discrepancy, and every year clocks around the world are adjusted to accommodate a universe that won't sit still. This is called Greenwich Mean Time, and it is mean because it makes a liar out of the universe. Einstein theorized that it wasn't time which was moving, but he who was moving through space at a given rate. All he had to do was change the amount of space between objects, or change the rate of speed with which he moved through space from one object to another to alter time. It was his general theory of relativity which expanded your modern-day understanding of the correlation between time and space. You now maybe can understand why, if you make a long journey through space and return, you may have aged only 10 years, while your friends on Earth will have aged 30. The farther you go, the more you will warp the space-time continuum, and the less your chances when you land of finding alive on the Earth anyone who was there when you left. However, if scientists on Earth in some future time developed a way to propel themselves faster, they could cheat the universe and stay in sync with real time on Earth, returning to find that the same time had passed on Earth as had passed on the spaceship. Obviously, if even more propulsion were available, one could return to the Earth before one took off. That is to say, time on Earth would pass more slowly than time on the spaceship. You could come back in 10 of your years, and the Earth would have aged only 4. Increase the speed, and 10 years in space might mean 10 minutes on Earth. Now, come across a fold in the fabric of space. Einstein and others believed such folds exist, and they were correct. And you are suddenly propelled across space in one infinitesimal moment. Could such a time-space phenomenon literally fling you back into time? It should not be quite as difficult to now see that time does not exist except as a construction of your mentality. Everything that's ever happened and is ever going to happen is happening now. The ability to observe it merely depends on your point of view, your place in space. If you were in my place, you could see it all, right now. Comprehend?
Wow. I'm beginning to. On a theoretical level, yes.
Good. I've explained it to you here, very simply, so that a child could understand it. It may not make good science, but it produces good comprehension.
Right now, physical objects are limited in terms of their speed, but non-physical objects, my thoughts, my soul, could theoretically move through the ether at incredible speeds.
Exactly. Precisely. And that is what happens often in dreams and other out-of-body and psychic experiences. You now understand déjà vu. You probably have been there before.
But if everything has already happened, then it follows that I'm powerless to change my future. Is this predestination?
No, don't buy into that. That is not true. In fact, this setup should serve you, not disserve you. You are always at a place of free will and total choice. Being able to see into the future or get others to do it for you should enhance your ability to live the life you want, not limit it.
How? I need help here.
If you see a future event or experience you do not like, don't choose it. Choose again. Select another. Change or alter your behavior so as to avoid the undesired outcome.
But how can I avoid that which has already happened?
It has not happened to you yet. You are at a place in the space-time continuum where you are not consciously aware of the occurrence. You do not know it has happened. You have not remembered your future. This forgetfulness is the secret of all time. It is what makes it possible for you to play the great game of life. I'll explain later. What you do not know is not so. Since you do not remember your future, it has not happened to you yet. A thing happens only when it is experienced. A thing is experienced only when it is known. Now let's say you've been blessed with a brief glimpse, a split-second knowing of your future. What's happened is that your spirit, the non-physical part of you, has simply sped to another place on the space-time continuum and brought back some residual energy, some images or impressions of that moment or event. These you can feel, or sometimes another who has developed a metaphysical gift can feel or see these images and energies that are swirling about you. If you don't like what you sense about your future, step away from that. Just step away from it. In that instant, you change your experience, and every one of you breathes a sigh of relief.
Whoa, wait a minute, whoa.
You must know, you are now ready to be told, that you exist at every level of the space-time continuum simultaneously. That is, your soul always was, always is, and always will be. World without end. Amen.
I exist in more places than one?
Of course. You exist everywhere, and at all times.
There is a me in the future and a me in the past?
Well, future and past do not exist, as we've just taken pains to understand. But using those words as you have been using them, yes.
There's more than one of me?
There is only one of you, but you are much larger than you think.
So when the me that exists now changes something he doesn't like about his future, the me that exists in the future no longer has that as part of his experience?
Essentially, yes. The whole mosaic changes. But he never loses the experience he's given himself. He's just relieved and happy that you don't have to go through that.
But the me in the past has yet to experience this, so he walks right into it?
In a sense, yes. But of course, you can help him.
I can?
Sure. First, by changing what the you in front of you experienced. The you behind you may never have to experience it. It is by this device that your soul evolves. In the same way, the future you got help from his own future self, thus helping you avoid what he did not. Did you follow that?
Yeah. And it's intriguing. But I now have another question. What about past lives? If I've always been me in the past and in the future, how could I have been someone else, another person, in a past life?
You are a divine being, capable of more than one experience at the same time.
And able to divide yourself into as many different selves as you choose. You can live the same life over and over again in different ways, as I've just explained, and you can also live different lives at different times on the continuum. Thus, all the while you're being you here now, You can also be and have been other selves in other times and places.
Good grief. This gets complicateder and complicateder.
Yes, and we've really only just scratched the surface here. Just know this. You are a being of divine proportion, knowing no limitation. A part of you is choosing to know yourself as your presently experienced identity. Yet this is by far not the limit of your being, although you think that it is.
Why?
You must think that it is, or you cannot do what you've given yourself this life to do.
And what is that? You've told me before, but tell me again, here and now.
You are using all of life, all of many lives, to be and decide who you really are, to choose and to create who you really are, to experience and to fulfill your current idea about yourself. You are in an eternal moment of self-creation and self-fulfillment through the process of self-expression. You have drawn the people, events, and circumstances of your life to you as tools with which to fashion the grandest version of the greatest vision you ever had about yourself. This process of creation and recreation is ongoing, never-ending, and multi-layered. It is all happening right now and on many levels. In your linear reality, you see the experience as one of past, present, and future. You imagine yourself to have one life, or perhaps many, but surely only one at a time. But what if there were no time? Then you'd be having all your lives at once. You are. You are living this life, your presently realized life, in your past, your present, your future, all at once. Have you ever had a strange foreboding about some future event so powerful that it made you turn away from it? In your language, you call that premonition. From my viewpoint, it is simply an awareness you suddenly have of something you've just experienced in your future. Your future you is saying, hey, this was no fun. Don't do this. You are also living other lives, what you call past lives, right now as well, although you experience them as having been in your past, if you experience them at all. And that is just as well. It would be very difficult for you to play this wonderful game of life if you had full awareness of what is going on. Even this description offered here cannot give you that. If it did, the game would be over. The process depends on the process being complete, as it is, including your lack of total awareness at this stage. So bless the process and accept it as the greatest gift of the kindest Creator. Embrace the process and move through it with peace and wisdom and joy. Use the process and transform it from something you endure to something you engage as a tool in the creation of the most magnificent experience of all time, the fulfillment of your divine self.
How? How can I best do that?
Do not waste the precious moments of this, your present reality, seeking to unveil all of life's secrets. Those secrets are secrets for a reason. Grant your God the benefit of the doubt. Use your now moment for the highest purpose, the creation and the expression of who you really are. Decide who you are, who you want to be, and then do everything in your power to be that. Use what I have told you about time as a framework within your limited understanding upon which to place the constructions of your grandest idea. If an impression comes to you about the future, honor it. If an idea comes to you about a past life, see if it has any use for you. Don't simply ignore it. Most of all, if a way is made known to you to create, display, express, and experience your divine self in ever more glory right here, right now, follow that way. And a way will be made known to you because you have asked. Producing this book is a sign of your asking, for you could not be producing it right now before your very eyes without an open mind, an open heart, and a soul which is ready to know. The same is true of those who are now listening to it, for they have created it too. How else could they now be experiencing it? Everyone is creating everything now being experienced, which is another way of saying that I am creating everything now being experienced, for I am everyone. Are you getting the symmetry here?
Are you seeing the perfection? It is all contained in a single truth. There is only one of us.
Tell me about space.
Space is time demonstrated. In truth, there is no such thing as space, pure, empty space with nothing in it. Everything is something. Even the emptiest space is filled with vapors so thin, so stretched out over infinite areas that they seem to not be there. Then after the vapors are gone, there is energy, pure energy. This manifests as vibration, oscillations, movements of the all at a particular frequency. Invisible energy is the space which holds matter together. Once, using your linear time as a model, all the matter in the universe was condensed into a tiny speck. You cannot imagine the denseness of this, but that is because you think that matter as it now exists is dense. Actually, what you now call matter is mostly space. All solid objects are 2% solid matter and 98% air. The space between the tiniest particles of matter in all objects is enormous. It is something like the distance between heavenly bodies in your night sky. Yet these objects you call solid. At one point, the entire universe actually was solid. There was virtually no space between the particles of matter. All the matter had the space taken out of it. And with the enormous space gone, that matter filled an area smaller than the head of a pin. There was actually a time before that time when there was no matter at all, just the purest form of highest vibration energy, which you would call antimatter. This was the time, before the physical universe as you know it existed. Nothing existed as matter. Some people conceive of this as paradise or heaven because nothing was the matter. It's no accident that today in your language, when you suspect something is wrong, you say, "What's the matter?" In the beginning, pure energy, me, vibrated, oscillated so fast as to form matter, all the matter of the universe. You too can perform the same feat. In fact, you do every day. Your thoughts are pure vibration, and they can and do create physical matter. If enough of you hold the same thought, you can impact, even create portions of your physical universe.
Is the universe now expanding?
At a rate of speed you can't imagine.
Will it expand forever?
No, there'll come a time when the energies driving the expansion will dissipate, and the energies holding things together will take over, pulling everything back together again.
You mean the universe will contract?
Yes. Everything will quite literally fall into place, and you'll have paradise again. No matter, pure energy. In other words, me. In the end, it'll all come back to me. That is the origin of your phrase, it all comes down to this.
But that means that we will no longer exist.
Not in physical form, but you will always exist. You cannot not exist. You are that which is.
What will happen after the universe collapses?
The whole process will start all over again. There will be another so-called Big Bang, and another universe will be born. It will expand and contract, and then it will do the same thing all over again and again and again, forever and ever, world without end. This is the breathing in and breathing out of God.
Well, this is all, again, very interesting, but it has very little to do with my everyday life.
As I said before, spending an inordinate amount of time trying to unravel the deepest mysteries of the universe is probably not the most efficient use of your life. Yet there are benefits to be gained from these simple layman's allegories and descriptions of the larger process.
Like what?
Like understanding that all things are cyclical.
Including life itself. Understanding about the life of the universe will help you to understand about the life of the universe inside you. Life moves in cycles. Everything is cyclical. Everything. When you understand this, you become more able to enjoy the process, not merely endure it. All things move cyclically. There's a natural rhythm to life, and everything moves to that rhythm. Everything goes with that flow. Thus it is written, for everything there is a season and a time for every purpose under heaven. Wise is the one who understands this. Clever is the one who uses it. Few people understand the rhythms of life more than women.
Women live their whole lives by rhythm. They are in rhythm with life itself. Women are more able to go with the flow than men. Men want to push, pull, resist, direct the flow. Women experience it, then mold with it to produce harmony. A woman hears the melody of flowers in the wind. She sees the beauty of the unseen. She feels the tugs and pulls and urges of life. She knows when it is time to run and time to rest, time to laugh and time to cry, time to hold on and time to let go. Most women leave their bodies gracefully. Most men fight the departure. Women treat their bodies more gracefully when they are in them, too.
Men treat their bodies horribly. That is the same way they treat life. Of course, there are exceptions to every rule. I'm speaking here in generalities. I'm speaking of how things have been until now. I'm speaking in the broadest terms. But if you look at life, if you admit to yourself what you are seeing, have seen, if you acknowledge what is so, you may find truth in this generality.
Yet that makes me feel sad, That makes me feel as though women are somehow superior beings, that they have more of the right stuff than men.
Part of the glorious rhythm of life is the yin and the yang. One aspect of being is not more perfect or better than another. Both aspects are simply and wonderfully that aspect. Men obviously embody other reflections of divinity which women eye with equal envy. Yet it has been said that being a man is your testing ground or your probation. When you have been a man long enough, when you have suffered enough through your own foolishness, when you have inflicted enough pain through the calamities of your own creation, when you have hurt others enough to stop your own behaviors, to replace aggression with reason, contempt with compassion, always winning with no one losing,
then you may become a woman. When you have learned that might is not right, that strength is not power over, but power with, that absolute power demands of others absolutely nothing, when you understand these things, then you may deserve to wear a woman's body, for you will at last have understood her essence.
Then a woman is better than a man.
No, not better. Different. It is you making that judgment. There is no such thing as better or worse in objective reality. There is only what is and what you wish to be. Hot is no better than cold. Up no better than down. A point I've made before. Hence, female is no better than male. It just is what it is, just as you are what you are. Yet none of you are restricted, more limited. You can be what you wish to be, choose what you wish to experience, in this lifetime or the next after that, just as you did in the lifetime before. Each of you is always a choice. Each of you is made up of all of it. There is male and female in each of you. Express and experience that aspect of you which it pleases you to express and experience. Yet know that it is all open to each of you.
I don't want to get off onto other topics here. I just want to stay with this male-female paradigm for a while longer. You promised to discuss in much more detail the whole sexual aspect of this duality.
Yes, I think it is time that we talked, you and I, about sex.
Why did you create two sexes? Was this the only way you could figure for us to recreate? How should we deal with this incredible experience called sexuality?
Not with shame, that's for sure, and not with guilt, and not with fear. For shame is not virtue, and guilt is not goodness, and fear is not honor. And not with lust, for lust is not passion, and not with abandon, for abandon is not freedom, and not with aggressiveness, for aggressiveness is not eagerness, and obviously not with ideas of control or power or domination, for these have nothing to do with love. But may sex be used for purposes of simple personal gratification? The surprising answer is yes, because personal gratification is just another word for self-love. Personal gratification has gotten a bad rap through the years, which is the main reason so much guilt is attached to sex. You are told you are not to use for personal gratification something which is intensely personally gratifying. This obvious contradiction is apparent to you, but you don't know where to go with the conclusion. So you decide that if you feel guilty about how good you feel during and after sex, that will at least make it all right. It's not unlike the famous singer you all know, whom I will not name here, who receives millions of dollars for singing her songs. Asked to comment on her incredible success and the riches it has brought her, she said, "I feel almost guilty because I love doing this so much." The implication is clear. If it's something you love doing, you should not also be rewarded additionally with money. Most people earn money by doing something they hate, or something that is at least hard work, not endless joy. So the world's message is, if you feel negatively about it, then you can enjoy it. Guilt is often used by you in your attempt to feel bad about something you feel good about, and thus reconcile yourself with God, who you think does not want you to feel good about anything. You are especially not to feel good about joys of the body, and absolutely not about, as your grandmother used to whisper, sex. Well, the good news is it's all right to love sex. It's also all right to love yourself. In fact, it's mandatory. What does not serve you is to become addicted to sex or anything else. But it is okay to fall in love with it. Practice saying this 10 times each day. I love sex. Practice saying this 10 times. I love money. Now, you want a really tough one? Try saying this 10 times. I love me. Here are some other things you are not supposed to love. Practice loving them. Power, glory, fame, success, winning. You want some more? Try these. You should really feel guilty if you love these. The adulation of others. Being better. Having more. Knowing how. Knowing why. Had enough? Wait, here's the ultimate guilt. You should feel the ultimate guilt if you feel that you know God. Isn't that interesting? All through your life, you have been made to feel guilty about the things you want most. Yet I tell you this, love, love, love the things you desire, for your love of them draws them to you. These things are the stuff of life. When you love them, you love life. When you declare that you desire them, you announce that you choose all the good that life has to offer. So choose sex, all the sex you can get. And choose power, all the power you can muster. And choose fame, all the fame you can attain. And choose success, all the success you can achieve, and choose winning, all the winning you can experience. Yet do not choose sex instead of love, but as a celebration of it. And do not choose power over, but power with. And do not choose fame as an end in itself, but as a means to a larger end. And do not choose success at the expense of others, but as a tool with which to assist others. And do not choose winning at any cost, but winning that costs others nothing, and even brings them gain as well. Go ahead and choose the adulation of others, but see all others as beings upon which you can shower adulation, and do it. Go ahead and choose being better, but not better than others, rather better than you were before. Go ahead and choose having more, but only so that you have more to give. And yes, choose knowing how and knowing why, so that you can share all knowledge with others. And by all means, choose to know God. In fact, choose this first, and all else will follow. All of your life you have been taught that it is better to give than to receive, yet you cannot give what you do not have. That is why self-gratification is so important, and why it is so unfortunate that it has come to sound so ugly. Obviously, self-gratification at the expense of others is not what we're talking about here. This is not about ignoring the needs of others, yet life should also not have to be about ignoring your own needs. Give yourself abundant pleasure, and you will have abundant pleasure to give others. The masters of tantric sex know this. That's why they encourage masturbation, which some of you actually call a sin.
Masturbation? Oh, boy, you've really stretched the limit here. How can you bring up something like that? How can you even say it in a message that's supposed to be coming from God?
I see. You have a judgment about masturbation.
Well, I don't, but a lot of people might. And I thought you said we were producing this program for others to hear.
We are.
Then why are you deliberately offending them?
I am not deliberately offending anyone. People are free to be offended or not as they choose. Yet, do you really think it's going to be possible for us to candidly and openly talk about human sexuality without someone choosing to be offended?
No, but there's such a thing as going too far. I don't think most people are ready to hear God talk about masturbation.
If this program is to be limited to what most people are ready to hear God talk about, it's going to be a very short program. Most people are never ready to hear what God talks about when God is talking about it. They usually wait 2,000 years.
All right, go ahead. We've all gotten over our initial shock.
Good. I was merely using this life experience in which you've all engaged, by the way, but of which no one wants to speak, to illustrate a larger point. The larger point, restated, give yourself abundant pleasure, and you will have abundant pleasure to give to others. Teachers of what you call tantric sex, which is a very high form of sexual expression, incidentally, know that if you come to sex with hunger for sex, your ability to pleasure your partner and to experience a prolonged and joyful union of souls and bodies, which is a very high reason to experience sexuality, by the way, is greatly diminished. Tantric lovers, therefore, often self-pleasure before they pleasure each other. This is frequently done in the presence of each other, and usually with the encouragement and help and loving guidance of each other. Then, when initial hungers have been satisfied, the deeper thirst of the two, the thirst for ecstasy through prolonged union, can be gloriously satisfied. The mutual self-pleasuring is all part of the joyfulness, the playfulness, the lovingness of sexuality fully expressed. It is one of several parts. The experience you call coitus, or intercourse, might come at the end of a 2-hour encounter of love, or it might not. For most of you, it is very nearly the only point of a 20-minute exercise. That is 20 minutes if you're lucky.
You know, I had no idea this was going to turn into a sex manual.
It's not. But it wouldn't be so bad if it did. Most people have a lot to learn about sexuality and its most wondrous, beneficial expression. I was nevertheless still seeking to illustrate the larger point.
The more pleasure you give yourself, the more pleasure you can give to another. Likewise, if you give yourself the pleasure of power, you have more power to share with others. The same is true of fame, wealth, glory, success, or anything else which makes you feel good. By the way, I think it's time we looked at why a certain thing does make you feel good.
Okay, I give up. Why?
Feeling good is the soul's way of shouting, "This is who I am." Have you ever been in a classroom where the teacher was taking attendance, calling the roll, and when your name was called, you had to say, "Here"?
Yeah, yes.
Well, feeling good is the soul's way of saying "here." Now, a lot of people are ridiculing this whole idea of doing what feels good. They say this is the road to hell, yet I say it is the road to heaven. Much depends, of course, on what you say feels good. In other words, what kinds of experiences feel good to you. Yet I tell you this, no kind of evolution ever took place through denial. If you are to evolve, it will not be because you've been able to successfully deny yourself the things that you know feel good, but because you've granted yourself these pleasures and found something even greater. For how can you know that something is greater if you've never tasted the lesser? Religion would have you take its word for it. That is why all religions ultimately fail. Spirituality, on the other hand, will always succeed. Religion asks you to learn from the experience of others. Spirituality urges you to seek your own. Religion cannot stand spirituality, cannot abide it. Spirituality may bring you to a different conclusion than a particular religion, and this no known religion can tolerate. Religion encourages you to explore the thoughts of others and accept them as your own. Spirituality invites you to toss away the thoughts of others and come up with your own. Feeling good is your way of telling yourself that your last thought was truth, that your last word was wisdom, that your last action was love. To notice how far you have progressed, to measure how highly you have evolved, to simply look to see what makes you feel good. And don't seek to force your evolution, to evolve further, faster, by denying what feels good or stepping away from it. Self-denial is self-destruction. Yet also know this, self-regulation is not self-denial. Regulating one's behavior is an active choice to do or not do something based on one's decision regarding who they are. If you declare that you are a person who respects the rights of others, a decision not to steal or rob from them, not to rape and plunder, is hardly self-denial. It is self-declaration. That is why it is said that the measure of how far one has evolved is what makes one feel good. If acting irresponsibly, if behaving in a way which you know might damage others or cause hardship or pain is what makes you feel good, then you have not evolved very far. Awareness is the key here, and it is the task of the elders in your families and communities to create and spread this awareness among the young. It is likewise the job of God's messengers to increase awareness among all peoples, so that they may understand that what is done to or for one is done to or for all, because we are all one. When you come from "we are all one," it is virtually impossible to find that hurting another feels good. So-called irresponsible behavior vanishes. It is within these parameters that evolving beings seek to experience life. It is within these parameters that I say, grant yourself permission to have all that life has to offer, and you will discover it has more to offer than you've ever imagined. You are what you experience. You experience what you express. You express what you have to express. You have what you grant yourself.
I love this. I love this. But can we get back to the original question?
Yes. I created two sexes for the same reason I put the yin and yang in everything, in the whole universe. They are part of the yin and the yang, this male and this female. They are the highest living expression of it in your world. They are the yin and the yang in form, in one of many physical forms. The yin and yang, the here and the there, the this and the that, the up and the down, the hot and the cold, the big and the small, the fast and the slow, the matter and the antimatter. All of it is necessary for you to experience life as you know it.
How may we best use this thing called sexual energy?
Lovingly,
Openly,
playfully, joyfully,
fully, outrageously, passionately, sacredly, romantically, humorously, spontaneously, touchingly, creatively, unabashedly, sensually, and of course,
frequently.
There are those who say that the only legitimate purpose of human sexuality is procreation.
Rubbish. Procreation is the happy after effect, not the logical forethought of most human sexual experience. The idea that sex is only to make babies is naive. And the corollary thought that sex should therefore stop when the last child is conceived is worse than naive. It violates human nature, and that is the nature I gave you. Sexual expression is the inevitable result of an eternal process of attraction and rhythmic energy flow, which fuels all of life. I have built into all things an energy that transmits its signal throughout the universe. Every person, animal, plant, rock, tree, every physical thing sends out energy like a radio transmitter. You are sending off energy, emitting energy right now, from the center of your being in all directions. This energy, which is you, moves outward in wave patterns. The energy leaves you, moves through walls, over mountains, past the moon, and into forever. It never, ever stops. Every thought you've ever had colors this energy. When you think of someone, if that person is sensitive enough, he or she can feel it. Every word you've ever spoken shapes it. Everything you've ever done affects it. The vibration, the rate of speed, the wavelength, the frequency of your emanations shift and change constantly with your thoughts, moods, feelings, words, and actions. You've heard the saying, sending off good vibes, and it's true. That's very accurate. Now every other person is naturally doing the same thing, and so the ether, the air between you, is filled with energy. A matrix of intertwining, interwoven personal vibes that form a tapestry more complex than you could ever imagine. This weave is the combined energy field within which you live. It is powerful and affects everything, including you. You then send out newly created vibes, impacted as you are by the incoming vibes to which you are being subjected, and these in turn add to and shift the matrix, which in turn affects the energy field of everybody else, which impacts the vibes they send off, which impacts the matrix, which impacts you, and so forth. Now you may think this is all just fanciful illusion, but have you ever walked into a room where the air was so thick you could cut it with a knife? Or have you ever heard of two scientists working on the same problem at the same time, on opposite sides of the globe, each working on the problem without the other's knowledge, and each suddenly coming up with the same solution simultaneously and independently? These are common occurrences, and some of the more obvious manifestations of the matrix. The matrix, the combined current energy field within any given parameter, is a powerful vibe. It can directly impact, affect, and create physical objects and events. Wherever two or more are gathered in my name. Your popular psychology has termed this energy matrix the collective consciousness. It can and does affect everything on your planet. The prospects of war and the chances for peace, geophysical upheaval or a planet becalmed, widespread illness or worldwide wellness, all is the result of consciousness. So too the more specific events and conditions in your personal life.
That's fascinating. Fascinating. But, what does it have to do with sex?
Well, patience. I'm getting to that.
All the world is exchanging energy all the time. Your energy is pushing out, touching everything else. Everything and everyone else is touching you. But now an interesting thing happens. At some point midway between you and everything else, those energies meet. To make a more vivid description, let's imagine two people in a room. They are on the far sides of the room from each other. We'll call them Tom and Mary. Now, Tom's personal energy is transmitting signals about Tom in a 360-degree circle out in the universe. Some of that energy wave hits Mary. Mary, meanwhile, is emitting her own energy, some of which hits Tom. But these energies meet each other in a way you may not have thought of. They meet midway between Tom and Mary. Here the energies unite. Remember now, these energies are physical phenomena. They can be measured, felt, and combine to form a new energy unit we'll call Tom-Mary. It is the energy of Tom and Mary combined. Tom and Mary could very well call this energy the body between us, for it is just that, a body of energy to which both are connected, which both are feeding the continuing energies which flow to it, and which is sending energies back to its two sponsors along the thread or cord or pipeline that always exists within the matrix. Indeed, this pipeline is the matrix. It is this experience of Tom-Mary which is the truth of Tom and Mary. It is to this holy communion that both are drawn, for they feel along the pipeline the sublime joy of the body between, of the joined one, of the blessed union. Tom and Mary, standing off at a distance, can feel in a physical way what is going on in the matrix. Both are urgently drawn toward this experience. They want to move toward each other at once. Now their training sets in. The world has trained them to slow down, to mistrust the feeling, to guard against hurt, to hold back. But the soul wants to know Tom-Mary now. If the two are lucky, they will be free enough to set aside their fears and trust that love is all there is. They are irrevocably drawn now, these two, to the body between them. Tom-Mary is already being experienced metaphysically, and Tom and Mary will want to experience it physically. So they'll move closer together. Not to get to each other. It looks that way to the casual observer, but they are each trying to get to Tom-Mary. They are trying to reach that place of divine union which already exists between them, the place where they already know they are one and what it is like to be one. So they move toward this feeling they are experiencing, and as they close the gap between them, as they shorten the cord, the energy they are both sending to Tom-Mary travels a shorter distance and is thus more intense. They move closer still. The shorter the distance, the greater the intensity. They move closer still. Once more the intensity increases. Now they stand just a few feet apart. The body between them is glowing hot, vibrating with terrific speed. The connection to and from Tom-Mary is thicker, wider, brighter, burning with the transfer of incredible energy. The two are said to be burning with desire. They are. They move closer still. Now they touch. The sensation is almost unbearable, exquisite. They feel at the point of their touch all the energy of Tom-Mary, all the compacted, intensely unified substance of their combined being. If you open yourself to your greatest sensitivity, you'll be able to feel this subtle, sublime energy as a tingling when you touch. Sometimes the tingling will run right through you, or as heat at the point of your touch, heat which you may also suddenly feel throughout your body, but concentrated deeply within your lower chakra or energy center. It will burn there especially intensely, and Tom and Mary will now be said to have the hots for each other. Now the two embrace, and they close the gap even further, with Tom, Mary, and Tom, Mary all filling nearly the same space. Tom and Mary can feel Tom, Mary between them, and they want to get even closer, to literally meld with Tom, Mary, to become Tom, Mary in physical form. I have created in the male and female bodies a way to do that. At this moment, Tom and Mary's bodies are ready to do that. Tom's body is now ready to literally enter Mary. Mary's body is ready to literally receive Tom within her. The tingling, the burning, is now beyond intense. It is indescribable. The two physical bodies join. Tom, Mary, and Tom, Mary become one. In the flesh. Still the energies flow between them urgently, passionately. They heave, they move, they can't get enough of each other, can't get close enough together. They strive to get close, closer. They explode, literally, and their entire physical bodies convulse. The vibration sends ripples to their fingertips. In the explosion of their oneness, they have known the God and the Goddess, the Alpha and the Omega, the all and the nothing, the essence of life, the experience of that which is. There are physical chemistries as well. The two have become one. And a third entity often is created of the two in physical form. Thus an outpicturing of Tom, Mary is created. Flesh of their flesh, blood of their blood. They have literally created life. Have I not said that ye are gods?
That is the most beautiful description of human sexuality I've ever heard.
You see beauty where you desire to see it. You see ugliness where you are afraid to see beauty. It would amaze you to know how many people see what I've just said as ugly.
No, it wouldn't. I've already seen how much fear and ugliness the world has placed around sex. But you do leave a lot of questions.
I'm here to answer them, but allow me to go on with my narrative just a bit further before you start throwing them at me.
Yes, please.
This dance I've just described, this energy interaction I've explained, is occurring all the time in and with everything. Your energy, beamed from you like a golden light, is interacting constantly with everything and everyone else. The closer you are, the more intense the energy. The further away, the more subtle. Yet you are never totally disconnected from anything. There is a point between you and every other person, place, or thing which exists. It is here that two energies meet, forming a third, much less dense, but no less real energy unit. Everyone and everything on the planet and in the universe is emitting energy in every direction. This energy mixes with all other energies, crisscrossing in patterns of complexity beyond the ability of your most powerful computers to analyze. The crisscrossing, intermingling, intertwining energies racing between everything that you call physical is what holds physicality together. This is the matrix of which I have spoken. It is along this matrix that you send signals to each other, messages, meanings, healings, and other physical effects, created sometimes by individuals, but mostly by mass consciousness. These innumerable energies are, as I have explained, attracted to each other. This is called the law of attraction. In this law, like attracts like. Like thoughts attract like thoughts along the matrix. And when enough of these similar energies clump together, so to speak, their vibrations become heavier, they slow down, and some become matter. Thoughts do create physical form, and when many people are thinking the same thing, there is a very high likelihood their thoughts will form a reality. That is why "we'll pray for you" is such a powerful statement. There are enough testimonies to the effectiveness of unified prayer to fill a book.
It is also true that unprayer-like thoughts can create effects. A worldwide consciousness of fear, for instance, or anger, or lack or insufficiency, can create that experience, across the globe or within a given locale where those collective ideas are strongest. The Earth nation you call the United States, for example, has long thought itself to be a nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It is not a coincidence that this nation rose to become the most prosperous on earth. It is also not surprising that this nation is gradually losing all that it has worked so hard to create. This nation seems to have lost its vision. The terms under God, indivisible, meant just that. They expressed the universal truth of unity, oneness, a matrix very difficult to destroy. But the matrix has been weakened. Religious freedom has become religious righteousness, bordering on religious intolerance. Individual freedom has all but vanished as individual responsibility has disappeared. The notion of individual responsibility has been distorted to mean every man for himself. This is the new philosophy that imagines itself to be hearkening back to the early American tradition of rugged individualism. But the original sense of individual responsibility upon which the American vision and the American dream was based found its deepest meaning and its highest expression in the concept of brotherly love. What made America great was not that every man struggled for his own survival, but that every man accepted individual responsibility for the survival of all. America was a nation that would not turn its back on the hungry, would never say no to the needy, would open its arms to the weary and the homeless, and would share its abundance with the world. Yet as America became great, Americans became greedy. Not all, but many. And as time went on, more and more. As Americans saw how good it was possible to have it, they sought to have it even better. Yet there was only one way to have more and more and more. Someone else had to have less and less and less. As greed replaced greatness in the American character, there was less room for compassion for the least among the people. The less fortunate were told it was their own damned fault. They didn't have more. After all, America was the land of opportunity, was it not? No one except the less fortunate found it possible to admit that America's opportunity was limited, institutionally, to those already on the inside track. In general, these have not included many minorities, such as those of certain skin color or gender. Americans became arrogant internationally as well. As millions starved across the globe, Americans threw away enough food each day to feed entire nations. America was generous with some, yes, but increasingly her foreign policy came to be an extension of her own vested interests. America helped others when it served America to do so. That is, when it served America's power structure, America's richest elite, with a military machine that protected those elite and their collective assets. America's founding ideal, brotherly love, had been eroded. Now any talk of being your brother's keeper is met with a new brand of Americanism. A sharp mind toward what it takes to hold on to one's own, and a sharp word to any among the less fortunate who would dare ask for their fair share, for their grievances to be redressed. Each person must take responsibility for herself or himself. That is undeniably true. But America and your world can truly work only when every person is willing to stand responsible for all of you as a whole.
So collective consciousness produces collective results.
Exactly. And this has been demonstrated time and time again throughout all of your recorded history. The matrix draws itself into itself, exactly as your scientists describe the so-called black hole phenomenon. It pulls like energy to like energy, even drawing physical objects toward each other. Those objects must then repel each other, move away, or they will merge forever, in effect disappearing in their present form and taking on a new form. All beings of consciousness intuitively know this, so all beings of consciousness move away from the permanent melding in order to maintain their relationship to all other beings. If they did not, they would meld into all other beings and experience the oneness forever. This is the state from which we have come. Having moved away from this state, we are constantly re-attracted to it. This ebb and flow, to and fro movement is the basic rhythm of the universe and everything in it. This is sex, the synergistic energy exchange. You are constantly being attracted, compelled toward union with one another and with all that is in the matrix. Then, at the moment of unity, being repelled by conscious choice away from that unity. Your choice is to remain free of it so that you can experience it. For once you become part of that unity and remain there, you cannot know it as unity, since you no longer know separation. Put another way, for God to know itself as the all of it, God must know itself as not the all of it. In you and in every other energy unit of the universe, God knows itself as the parts of all, and thus gives itself the possibility of knowing itself as the all in its own experience. I can only experience what I am by experiencing what I am not. Yet I am what I am not. And so you see the divine dichotomy. Hence the statement, I am that I am.
Now, as I said, this natural ebb and flow, this natural rhythm of the universe, typifies all of life, including the very movements that create life in your reality. Toward each other you are compelled, as if by some urgent force, only to pull away and separate, only to urgently push toward each other again, once more to separate, and again to hungrily, passionately, urgently seek total union. Together, apart, together, apart, together, apart, your bodies dance in a movement so basic, so instinctual, that you have very little conscious awareness of deliberate action. At some point, you shift into automatic. No one needs to tell your bodies what to do. They simply do it with the urgency of all of life. This is life itself, expressing itself as life itself. And this is life itself producing new life in the bosom of its own experience. All of life works on such a rhythm. All of life is the rhythm. And so, all of life is imbued with the gentle rhythm of God, what you call the cycles of life. Food grows in such cycles. Seasons come and go. Planets spin and circle. Suns explode and implode and explode again. Universes breathe in and breathe out. All of it happens, all of it, in cycles, in rhythms, in vibrations, matching the frequencies of God, Goddess, the All. For God is the All, and the Goddess is everything, and there is nothing else that is, and all that ever was is now, and ever shall be, is your world without end. Amen.
Hello, this is Michael Toms of New Dimensions Radio. We're glad you joined us, and I'm here with Marianne Williamson, author of Return to Love, Raymond Moody, author of Life After Life and Reunions, and Neil Donald Walsh, author of Conversations with God. I thought the best place to begin would be to ask Marianne and Raymond, what are your impressions of Conversations with God, which has become a publishing phenomenon? Marianne, what are your thoughts?
What's most important, it would seem to me, at this time, is not so much that new material is arriving from within us, but that we are presenting the material in a way that is obviously touching people at a deeper and deeper level. I think the issue at this point is less new information and more a critical mass of people who understand the information. And that is what is most impressive about these books. Not only what Neil is saying, but how deeply he's touched so many people. And that's why I think the books are so important.
Raymond, how about you?
Well, I'm just delighted that I find that I agree with God on so many of these points that he raises. He and I seem to be on similar wavelengths about a lot of this. I think that really what comes up to me as I was reading the book as a feeling that I get about it is that very surely, I think, Neil, you're going to be in for a lot of gaff from the fundamentalist wing on this one. And I think you should enjoy that because it's time someone in our society stood up, I think, to that group of people who are so fear-based. And I think also that the message of love in this book comes through very powerfully. And the older I get, and certainly from my life experience in talking with so many people over the years who've had near-death experiences, is that really when it gets right down to it, at the point of death, that's what comes back to people as the most important thing that we can be doing with our lives is to learn how to love. And I'm happy that that message comes across so clearly in these books.
I want to say that I don't see myself, nor do I hope anyone will position me, as one who is taking on anyone or confronting anyone. And I have a special word to say right now to any fundamentalist who is listening. I honor your point of view. I hope that you honor your point of view. I hope that you are not dismayed or feeling unfairly confronted by the material in these books, but rather that you will simply use this material in these books as an opportunity to once again engage the dialogue, to reopen the dialogue. It's when we stop asking questions, it's when we feel we have all the answers that I think all of us on this planet are in deep trouble. And so to any fundamentalists who might be listening to this, please know that it is not my intention to confront or to make anyone wrong. I honor your point of view. I honor all people who hold points of view with great passion. But I also hope that we can continue talking and continue the dialogue. That's why this conversation with God is so extraordinarily important.
Neil, now that Book 1 has been out there for a while, and Book 2 has been published, and Book 3 is on the way, I know that you travel quite a bit. I'm wondering about the level and quality of response you're getting from people to the book.
Well, it's the most extraordinary thing, Michael. They're showing up 800, 1,000, 1,500 in the halls, in the lecture halls and so forth, and the churches where I am asked to appear. And they're saying to me, almost with one voice, thank you for writing my book, because I've had these experiences, or I've had this kind of knowledge within me. I always felt this was the way it was. And they're saying to me as well, thank you for showing me and allowing me to confirm within myself a God that I can fall in love with. And so people are coming to me with great joy, with great gladness in their hearts, with some sense of relief that someone else besides themselves has confirmed for them what they've always known. The most extraordinary thing that I've noticed as I go to these places around the country and around the world is the demographic of the audience. We have young people, 8, 10, 12, and 15, teenagers, lots of teenagers, and a tremendous number of older Americans and older people in their 70s and in their 80s who are coming to these events and who are coming to me afterward at the book signings and so forth and saying, yes, 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 I've always known this. I've always known this. Thank you for helping other people to know it as well. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm getting great confirmation, a very high level of affirmation, and that has helped me, Michael, to be honest, in my own personal life, because, of course, the greatest fear I've had from the beginning of all this is that it's all just a figment of my imagination, or just a sham, or that somehow I'm making it all up, and that I'm leading the lemmings to the sea, as it were. And so one of my own deepest personal fears has been allayed, and I can set that aside now.
What I'd like to do now is to share an excerpt from Book 2 and have each of you respond to it. The quote is, "Previous experience is no indicator of truth, since pure truth is created here and now, not reenacted." Marianne?
There's a line in the Course in Miracles that says, "You see no one as they are, you bring shadow figures from the past." This idea of an eternal present, the idea of being born again in each given moment with our perceptions cleansed, it seems to me what Neil is speaking of and what God is speaking of, what is being spoken of in that phrase. This idea that time shall be no more means that we will live in a time when we will live fully in the present. We will come to a time when we live fully in the present without neurosing about the past or neurosing about the future. Because when you live in the present, but you're neurosing about the past, you are recreating the past rather than living fully in the present. And so the creativity of life is vastly constricted.
When we're not encumbered, Michael, by our thoughts about yesterday or our worries about tomorrow, as Marianne just said, then we realize that this moment now truly is the present. I mean, it is God's present to us. That's why it's called the present.
And that's why it's called eternity also. It's the one place where, Einstein said that time as well as space were just beliefs that we hold. And so the idea here is that time in a linear time, which is just a belief we have, intersects with God's time or eternity in one place, and that is the present. Once again, the present that God gives us.
Yeah, the eternal moment of now.
Raymond, what's your response to that quote?
I like the idea that truth is something of the moment and is a dynamic force rather than a static thing. I hate to see this kind of idea promulgated that there was a cutoff date on miracles, and the God that I see in Neil's books really is a dynamic, changing entity capable of development, which is very exciting.
You see, the implication here, of course, the impactful part of that quote from the book, it has to do with people's thought that they are their yesterdays. We can sit around here, Marianne and Raymond and I and Michael, and throw these philosophical ideas around back and forth for the rest of the day. But what's meaningful to people, to the person on the street, is, oh, I get it. I don't have to be, and I never was, the product of my yesterdays. And nor am I needing to be formed by my fears or thoughts or apprehensions about tomorrow. I truly can recreate myself. In fact, I am doing it whether I want to or not. The truth is that I am recreating myself in every single moment of now. You can't imagine what a gift that is to people when they realize they can shed their yester moments and notice that they are, in fact, not what they once were. It's a great freedom-giving device and a wonderful gift from God. And that's the practical implication of all of this philosophical talk here.
One of the threads that runs through Conversations with God is the theme that we need to be in the here and now and live in the moment. I'm wondering what insights you have, considering that we live in a very fast-paced society, as to how people can do that. Be in the here and now, live in the moment.
Well, just do it. But I don't know anyone who does that better than Marianne. I'm going to cede to her on this one, because she, in fact, of all the people that I know in my life right now, lives in the present moment more purely and more cleanly than anyone I happen to know. So, Marianne, you're the expert.
That was really a sweet thing of you to say. I don't perceive myself as some huge success in this area, but I appreciate your saying it. I do know this, that when he said, you just have to do it, there's a line in the Course in Miracles, there would be no Savior if there were no need for one. To me, the idea of God as something that we call on in any given moment, I think if we are left to our own devices, we will bring the past into the present, because there is a place in our minds which is almost like a dark force that would always have us do that. And it is our instinct at this point to bring it with us into the present. But I believe that in any given moment that we surrender our thoughts and say, God, may your light be here. May your thoughts be here. May your purposes be here. And I think that that's a matter of mental discipline that I think comes from practice and from prayer and meditation. I know, left my own devices, I'm going to bring my thinking. My thinking has false ambition in it. My thinking has fear in it. My thinking has the past in it. My thinking has the future in it. And that is thinking that will rob me of my life. So I ask for celestial help here. I ask God I willingly and consciously invite the Spirit of God to be in charge of my thought forms.
Let me give you a practical tool, too, and see whether you guys like this one, Raymond and Marianne. I've come up with a question that I ask myself it turns out to be a very practical, hands-on tool, allowing me to return to the present moment. And that question that I ask myself whenever I'm confronted with any outside data or any experience internally of myself, whether it's fear or anger that comes up for me or whatever it might be, is this: what would happen if that weren't so? And here's how I apply that. If I find myself in traffic someplace and suddenly becoming angry, I notice, okay, I'm angry because the traffic is slowing me down. And then I ask myself what I call my magic question: but what would happen if that weren't so? And then I realize that I'm at choice about that. The exterior circumstance may not change. The traffic jam may be just as bad as it was 3 seconds earlier, but my perception of what it's doing to me and my idea about myself in relationship to it can change if I allow myself to notice that I have the opportunity to create that change. If I become fearful about something and I say, I'm really afraid about this conversation with Marianne Williamson and Raymond Moody, two huge names in this whole field. What am I doing here talking to these people? And then I think to myself as I sit down in this chair, yes, but what would happen if that weren't so? Then how would you be? And suddenly I can relax and notice that Raymond and Marianne are two perfectly lovely people, and it's okay to be equal with them in this conversation.
And Neil, also, I think, I feel that by and large people tend to put too much of a burden on themselves about that kind of thing. Many of the people who have had profound near-death experiences and have seen the importance of love through that experience, nonetheless tell me that even after a grand vision like that, it's really, in fact, very difficult to put that into practice on a daily basis. And one thing that happens, I think, is that if you just keep that in mind, that this too shall pass away, as in that old saying, over a period of time, that does work on you.
Yes. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, my dear and lovely friend of many years, has a saying. She said, I'm going to have T-shirts printed up that say, I'm not okay and you're not okay, and that's all right.
Oh, that's cute.
So I think we need to give ourselves permission, as you point out, Raymond, give ourselves permission to have it either way, to fall off the wagon, as it were, to get into our past, to get into our drama, be totally okay. When we're see, what you resist persists. When we're totally okay with the drama we're creating, then we'll probably create fewer of them. That's been my experience. The interesting thing about talking with you is that you always leave me with more questions than answers. Now I have questions about politics as well as sex.
Some say they're the same thing, that in politics all you ever do is get...
Wait a minute. You're not going to use an obscenity, are you?
Well, yes. I thought I would shock you a little.
Hey, cut it out. God isn't supposed to talk like that.
Then why do you?
Well, most of us don't.
The hell you don't.
Well, those people who are God-fearing don't.
Oh, I see. You have to fear God in order not to offend him. And who says I am offended anyway by a simple word? Finally, don't you find it interesting that a word some of you use in the height of passion to describe great sex you also use as your highest insult? Does that tell you anything about the way you feel about sexuality?
I think you've gotten confused. I don't think people use that term to describe a glorious, truly romantic sexual moment.
Oh, really? Have you been in any bedrooms lately?
No, have you?
I am in all of them, all of the time.
Well, that should make us all feel comfortable.
What? Are you saying that you do things in your bedroom that you wouldn't do in front of God?
Most people aren't comfortable with anyone watching, much less God.
Yet in some cultures, Aboriginal, some Polynesian, lovemaking is done quite openly.
Yes, well, most people haven't progressed to that level of freedom. In fact, they would consider such behavior regression to a primitive pagan state.
These people you call pagans have an enormous respect for life. They know nothing of rape, and there are virtually no killings in their societies. Your society puts sex, a very natural, normal human function, under cover, then turns around and kills people right out in the open. That is the obscenity. You've made sex so dirty, shameful, taboo, that you're embarrassed to do it.
Nonsense. Most people simply have a different, they might even say a higher, sense of propriety about sex. They consider it a private interacting, for some, a sacred part of their relationship.
Lack of privacy does not equal lack of sanctity. Most of humanity's most sacred rites are performed in public. Do not confuse privacy with sanctity. Most of your worst actions are done in private, and you save only your best behavior for public display. This is not an argument for public sex. It is merely a noting that privacy does not necessarily equal sanctity, nor does publicity rob you of it. As for propriety, that single word and the behavioral concept behind it have done more to inhibit men's and women's greatest joys than any other human construction, except the idea that God is punitive, which finished the job.
Apparently you don't believe in propriety.
The trouble with propriety is that someone has to set the standards. This means automatically that your behaviors are being limited, directed, dictated by someone else's idea of what should bring you joy. In matters of sexuality, as in all other matters, this can be more than limiting. It can be devastating. I can think of nothing more sad than a man or woman feeling they'd like to experience some things, then holding back because they think that what they've dreamt of, fantasized about, would violate the standards of propriety. Mind you, it's not something that they wouldn't do. It's just something that violates propriety. Not just in matters of sexuality, but in all of life. Never, ever, ever fail to do something simply because it might violate someone else's standards of propriety. If I had one bumper sticker on my car, it would read, "Violate propriety." I would certainly put such a sign in every bedroom.
But our sense of what's right and wrong is what holds society together. How can we cohabitate if we have no agreement on that?
Propriety has nothing to do with your relative values of rightness or wrongness. You might all agree that it's wrong to kill a man, but is it wrong to run naked in the rain? You might all agree that it's wrong to take a neighbor's wife, but is it wrong to take your own wife? Or have your wife take you in a particularly delicious way? Propriety seldom refers to legalistic limitations, but more often to simpler matters of what is deemed appropriate. Appropriate behavior is not always the behavior that's in what you call your best interests. It is rarely the behavior that brings you the most joy.
Getting back to sexuality, you're saying then that any behavior is acceptable behavior, so long as there is mutual consent among those involved and affected?
Shouldn't that be true of all of life?
But sometimes we don't know who will be affected or how.
You must be sensitive to that. You must be keenly aware. And where you truly cannot know and cannot guess, you must err on the side of love. The central question in any decision is, what would love do now? Love for yourself and love for all others who are affected or involved. If you love another, you will not do anything that you believe could or would hurt that person. If there is any question or doubt, you will wait until you can get to clarity on the matter.
But that means others can hold you hostage. All they have to say is that such and such a thing would hurt them, and your actions are restricted.
Only by yourself. Wouldn't you want to restrict your own actions to those which do not damage the ones you love?
But what if you feel damaged by not doing something?
Then you must tell your loved one your truth, that you are feeling hurt, frustrated, reduced by not doing a certain thing, that you would like to do this thing, that you would like your loved one's agreement that you may do it. You must strive to seek such an agreement. Work to strike a compromise. Seek a course of action in which everybody can win.
And if such a course cannot be found?
Then I'll repeat what I've said before. Betrayal of yourself in order not to betray another is betrayal nonetheless. It is the highest betrayal. Shakespeare put this another way. To thine own self be true, and it must follow as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man.
But the man who always goes with what he wants becomes a very selfish man. I can't believe you're advocating this.
You assume that man will always make what you call the selfish choice. I tell you this, man is capable of making the highest choice. Yet I also tell you this, the highest choice is not always the choice which seems to serve another.
In other words, sometimes we must put ourselves first.
Oh, always put yourself first. Then, depending upon what you are trying to do or what you are seeking to experience, you will make your choice. When your purpose, your life purpose, is very high, so will your choices also be. Putting yourself first does not mean being what you term selfish. It means being self-aware.
You lay a pretty broad basis for the conduct of human affairs.
It is only through the exercise of the greatest freedom that the greatest growth is achieved, or even possible. If all you are doing is following someone else's rules, then you have not grown, you have obeyed. Contrary to your constructions, obedience is not what I want from you. Obedience is not growth, and growth is what I desire.
Okay, so within these broad parameters you've laid out, may I ask you some final questions about sex before we leave the subject?
Shoot.
If sex is so wonderful a part of the human experience, why do so many spiritual teachers preach abstinence? And why were so many masters apparently celibate?
For the same reason most of them have been depicted as living simply. Those who evolve to a high level of understanding bring their bodily desires into balance with their minds and souls. You are three-part beings, and most people experience themselves as a body. Even the mind is forgotten after age 30. No one reads anymore, no one writes, no one teaches, no one learns. The mind is forgotten. It is not nourished. It is not expanded. No new input, the minimum output required. The mind is not fed. It is not awakened. It is lulled, dulled. You do everything you can to disengage it. Television, movies, pulp paperbacks, whatever you do, don't think, don't think, don't think. So most people live life on a body level. Feed the body, clothe the body, give the body stuff. Most people haven't read a good book. I mean a book from which they can learn something. In years. But they can tell you the entire television schedule for the week. There's something extraordinarily sad in that. The truth is, most people don't want to have to think. They elect leaders, they support governments, they adopt religions requiring no independent thought. Make it easy for me. Tell me what to do. Most people want that. Where do I sit? When do I stand? How should I salute? When do I pay? What do you wish me to do? What are the rules? Where are my boundaries? Tell me, tell me, tell me. I'll do it. Somebody just tell me. Then they get disgusted, disillusioned. They followed all the rules. They did as they were told. What went wrong? When did it turn sour? Why did it fall apart? It fell apart the moment you abandoned your mind, the greatest creative tool you ever had. It's time to make friends with your mind again. Be a companion to it. It's felt so alone. Be a nourisher of it. It's been so starved. Some of you, a small minority, have understood that you have a body and a mind. You've treated your mind well. Still, even among those of you who honor your mind and things of the mind, few have learned to use the mind at more than 1/10 its capacity. If you knew of what your mind is capable, you would never cease to partake of its wonders and its powers. And if you think the number of you who balance your life between your body and your mind is small, the number who see yourselves as three-part beings, body, mind, and spirit, is minuscule. Yet you are three-part beings. You are more than your body and more than a body with a mind. Are you nurturing your soul? Are you even noticing it? Are you healing it or hurting it? Are you growing or withering? Are you expanding or contracting? Is your soul as lonely as your mind? Is it even more neglected? And when was the last time you felt your soul being expressed? When was the last time you cried with joy, wrote poetry, made music, danced in the rain, baked a pie, painted anything that fixed something that was broken, kissed a baby, held a cat to your face, hiked up a hill, swam naked, walked at sunrise, played the harmonica, talked till dawn, made love for hours on a beach, in the woods, communed with nature, searched for God. When was the last time you sat alone with the silence, traveling to the deepest part of your being? When was the last time you said hello to your soul? When you live as a single-faceted creature, you become deeply mired in matters of the body: money, sex, power, possessions, physical stimulations and satisfactions, security, fame, financial gain. When you live as a dual-faceted creature, you broaden your concerns to include matters of the mind: companionship, creativity, stimulation of new thoughts, new ideas, creation of new goals, new challenges, personal growth. When you live as a three-part being, you come at last into balance with yourself. Your concerns include matters of the soul, spiritual identity, life purpose, relationship to God, path of evolution, spiritual growth, ultimate destiny. As you evolve into higher and higher states of consciousness, you bring into full realization every aspect of your being. Yet evolution does not mean dropping some aspects of self in favor of others. It simply means expanding focus, turning away from almost exclusive involvement with one aspect toward genuine love and appreciation for all aspects.
Then why do so many teachers espouse complete abstinence from sex?
Because they do not believe that humans can achieve a balance. They believe the sexual energy and the energies surrounding otherworldly experiences is too powerful to simply moderate, to bring into balance. They believe abstinence is the only way to spiritual evolution, rather than merely one possible result of it.
Let me just say this. Loveless anything is not the fastest way to the goddess. Whether it's loveless sex or loveless spaghetti and meatballs, if you've prepared the feast and are consuming it without love, you're missing the most extraordinary part of the experience. Is it wrong to miss that? Well, here again, wrong may not be the operative word. Disadvantageous would be closer, given that you desire to evolve into a higher spiritual being as rapidly as you can. Gay sex? So many people want to say that I am against gay sexuality or the acting out of it, yet I make no judgment on this or any other choice you make. People want to make all kinds of value judgments about everything, and I kind of spoil the party. I won't join them in those judgments, which is especially disconcerting to those who say that I originated them. I do observe this. There was once a time when people thought that marriage between people of differing races was not only inadvisable, but against the law of God. Amazingly, some people still think this. They pointed to their Bible as their authority, even as they do for their authority on questions surrounding homosexuality.
You mean it is okay for people of differing races to join together in marriage?
The question is absurd, but not nearly as absurd as some people's certainty that the answer is no.
Are the questions on homosexuality equally absurd?
You decide. I have no judgment about that or anything. I know you wish that I did. That would make your lives a lot easier. No decisions to make, no tough calls, everything decided for you, nothing to do but obey. Not much of a life, at least in terms of creativity or self-empowerment. But what the heck? No stress either.
Let me ask you some questions about sex and children. At what age is it appropriate to allow children to become aware of sexuality as a life experience?
Children are aware of themselves as sexual beings, which is to say as human beings, from the outset of their lives. What many parents on your planet now do is try to discourage them from noticing that. If a baby's hand goes to the wrong place, you move it away. If a tiny child begins to find moments of self-pleasure in its innocent delight with its own body, you react in horror and pass that sense of horror on to your child. The child wonders, what did I do? What did I do? Mommy's mad. What did I do? With your race of beings, it has not been a question of when you introduce your offspring to sex. It has been a question of when you stop demanding that they deny their own identity as sexual beings. Somewhere between the ages of 12 and 17, most of you give up the fight already and say essentially, although naturally not with words, you don't speak of these things, okay, now you can notice that you have sexual parts and sexual things to do with them. Yet by this time, the damage has been done. Your children have been shown for 10 years or more that they are to be ashamed of those body parts. Some are not even told the proper name for them. They hear everything from wee-wee to your bottom, to words some of you must strain mightily to invent, all to avoid simply saying penis or vagina. Having thus gotten very clear that all things having to do with those parts of the body are to be hidden, not spoken of, denied, your offspring then explode into puberty, not knowing at all what to make of what's going on with them. They've had no preparation at all. Of course, then they act miserable, responding to their newest and most urgent urges awkwardly, if not inappropriately. This is not necessary, nor do I observe it as serving your offspring, far too many of whom enter their adult lives with sexual taboos, inhibitions, and hang-ups to beat the band. Now, in enlightened societies, offspring are never discouraged, reprimanded, or corrected when they begin to find early delight in the nature of their very being. Nor is the sexuality of their parents, that is, the identity of their parents as sexual beings, particularly avoided or necessarily hidden. Naked bodies, whether of the parents or the children or their siblings, are seen and treated as being totally natural, totally wonderful, and totally okay, not as things of which to be ashamed. Sexual functions are also seen and treated as totally natural, totally wonderful, and totally okay. In some societies, parents couple in full view of their offspring. And what could give children a greater sense of the beauty and the wonder and the pure joy and the total okayness of the sexual expression of love than this? For parents are constantly modeling the rightness and wrongness of all behaviors, and children pick up subtle and not so subtle signals from their parents about everything through what they see their parents thinking, saying, and doing. As noted earlier, you may call such societies pagan or primitive, yet it is observable that in such societies, rape and crimes of passion are virtually non-existent. Prostitution is laughed at as being absurd, and sexual inhibitions and dysfunctions are unheard of. While such openness is not recommended just now for your own society, in all but the most extraordinary of settings, it would no doubt be far too culturally stigmatizing. It is time that the so-called modern civilizations on your planet do something to end the repression, guilt, and shame which too often surrounds and characterizes the totality of your society's sexual expression and experience.
Suggestions? Ideas?
Stop teaching children from the very beginning of their lives that things having to do with the very natural functioning of their bodies are shameful and wrong. Discontinue demonstrating to your offspring that anything sexual is to be hidden. Allow your children to see and observe the romantic side of you. Let them see you hugging, touching, gently fondling. Let them see that their parents love each other, and that showing their love physically is something that is very natural and very wonderful. It would surprise you to know in how many families such a simple lesson has never been taught. When your children begin to embrace their own sexual feelings, curiosities, and urges, cause them to connect this new and expanding experience of themselves with an inner sense of joy and celebration, not guilt and shame. And for heaven's sake, stop hiding your bodies from your children. It's okay if they see you swimming in the nude in a country water hole on a camping trip, or in the backyard pool. Don't go into apoplexy should they catch a glimpse of you moving from the bedroom to the bathroom without a robe. End this frantic need to cover up, close off, shut down any opportunity, however innocent, for your child to be introduced to you as a being with your own sexual identity. Children think their parents are asexual because their parents have portrayed themselves that way. They then imagine that they must be this way because all children emulate their parents. Therapists will tell you that some grown-up offspring have, to this very day, the most difficult time imagining their parents actually doing it, which, of course, fills these offspring, now patients in the therapist's office, with rage or guilt or shame because they naturally desire to do it, and they can't figure out what's wrong with them. So talk about sex with your children. Laugh about sex with your children. Teach them and allow them and remind them and show them how to celebrate their sexuality. That is what you can do for your children. And you do this from the day they are born, with the first kiss, the first hug, the first touch they receive from you, and that they see you receiving from each other.
Thank you. Thank you. I was so hoping that you'd bring some sanity to this subject. But one final question. When is it appropriate to specifically introduce or discuss or describe sexuality with your children?
They will tell you when the time has come. Each child will make it clear unmistakably if you are really watching and listening. It comes in increments, actually. It arrives incrementally, and you will know the age-appropriate way of dealing with the incremental arrival of your child's sexuality if you are clear. If you are finished with your own unfinished business about all of this.
How do we get to that place?
Do what it takes. Enroll in a seminar, see a therapist, join a group, read a book, meditate on it. Discover each other. Most of all, discover each other as male and female again. Discover, revisit, regain, reclaim your own sexuality. Celebrate that. Enjoy that. Own that. Own your own joyful sexuality. And then you can allow and encourage your children to own theirs.
Again, thank you. Now, getting away from the consideration of children and moving back to the larger subject of human sexuality, I have to ask you one more question. And it may seem impertinent, and it may seem flippant even, but I can't let this dialogue end without asking it.
Well, stop apologizing and just ask it.
Ask it, yes, all right. Well, is there such a thing as too much sex?
No, of course not. But there is such a thing as too much of a need for sex. I suggest this. Enjoy everything. Need nothing.
Including people?
Including people. Especially people. Needing someone is the fastest way to kill a relationship.
But we all like to feel needed.
Then stop it. Like to feel unneeded instead. For the greatest gift you can give someone is the strength and the power not to need you for nothing.
Okay, I'm ready to move on. You promised to talk about some of the larger aspects of life on Earth. And ever since your comments about life in the United States, I've wanted to talk more about all of this.
Yes, good. I want to address some of the larger issues facing your planet, and there is no larger issue than the education of your offspring.
We're not doing that well, are we? I can tell by the way you brought that up.
Well, of course, everything is relative. Relative to what you say you are trying to do, no, you're not doing it well.
I thought so.
Everything I say here, everything I've included in this discussion so far and have caused to be placed in this document must be put into that context. I'm not making judgments of rightness or wrongness, goodness or badness. I simply make observations of your effectiveness relative to what you say you are trying to do.
I understand that.
I know that you say you do, but the time may come, even before this dialogue is finished, when you will accuse me of being judgmental.
I would never accuse you of that. I know better.
Knowing better has not stopped the human race from calling me a judgmental god in the past.
Well, it will stop me.
We shall see.
You wanted to talk about education.
Indeed. I observe that most of you have misunderstood the meaning, the purpose, and the function of education, to say nothing of the process by which it is best undertaken.
That's a huge statement, and I need some help with it.
Most of the human race has decided that the meaning and the purpose and the function of education is to pass on knowledge, that to educate someone is to give them knowledge. Generally, the accumulated knowledge of one's particular family, clan, tribe, society, nation, and world. Yet education has very little to do with knowledge.
Oh, you could have fooled me.
Clearly.
Well, what does it have to do with, then?
Wisdom.
Wisdom?
Yes.
Okay, I give up. What's the difference?
Wisdom is knowledge applied.
So, we aren't supposed to try to give our offspring knowledge. We're supposed to try to give them wisdom.
First of all, don't try to do anything. Do it. Secondly, don't ignore knowledge in favor of wisdom. That would be fatal. On the other hand, don't ignore wisdom in favor of knowledge. That would also be fatal. It would kill education. On your planet, it is killing it.
We are ignoring wisdom in favor of knowledge?
In most cases, yes.
How are we doing this?
You're teaching your children what to think instead of how to think.
Explain, please.
Certainly. When you give your children knowledge, you are telling them what to think. That is, you are telling them what they are supposed to know, what you want them to understand is true. When you give your children wisdom, you do not tell them what to know or what is true, but rather how to get to their own truth.
But without knowledge, there can be no wisdom.
Agreed. That is why I have said you cannot ignore knowledge in favor of wisdom. A certain amount of knowledge must be passed on from one generation to the next, obviously. But as little knowledge as possible, the smaller amount the better. Let the child discover for itself. Know this, knowledge is lost, wisdom is never forgotten.
So our schools should teach as little as possible?
Your school should turn their emphasis around. Right now they are focused highly on knowledge and paying precious little attention to wisdom. Classes in critical thinking, problem-solving, and logic are considered by many parents to be threatening. They want such classes out of the curriculum. As well they might, if they want to protect their way of life. Because children who are allowed to develop their own critical thinking processes are very much likely to abandon their parents' morals, standards, and entire way of life. In order to protect your way of life, you have built an education system based upon the development in the child of memories, not abilities. Children are taught to remember facts and fictions, the fictions each society has set up about itself, rather than give the ability to discover and create their own truths. Programs calling for children to develop abilities and skills rather than memories are soundly ridiculed by those who imagine that they know what a child needs to learn. Yet what you have been teaching your children has led your world toward ignorance, not away from it.
Our schools don't teach fictions, they teach facts.
Now you are lying to yourself, just as you lie to your children.
We lie to our children?
Of course you do. Pick up any history book and see. Your histories are written by people who want their children to see the world from a particular point of view. Any attempt to expand historical accounts with a larger view of the facts is sneered at and called revisionist. You will not tell the truth about your past to your children, lest they see you for what you really are. Most history is written from the point of view of that segment of your society you would call white Anglo-Saxon Protestant males. When females or blacks or others in the minority say, "Hey, wait a minute, this isn't how it happened. You've left out a huge part here." You cringe and holler and demand that the revisionists stop trying to change your textbooks. You don't want your children to know how it really happened. You want them to know how you justified what happened from your point of view. Shall I give you an example of this?
Please.
In the United States, you do not teach your children everything there is to know about your country's decision to drop atom bombs on 2 Japanese cities, killing or maiming hundreds of thousands of people. Rather, you give them the facts as you see them and as you want them to see them. When an attempt is made to balance this point of view with the point of view of another, in this case the Japanese, you scream and rage and rant and rave and jump up and down and demand that schools don't dare even think about presenting such data in their historical review of this important event. Thus you have not taught history at all, but politics. History is supposed to be an accurate and full account of what actually happened. Politics is never about what actually happened. Politics is always one's point of view about what happened. History reveals, politics justifies. History uncovers, tells all. Politics covers, tells only one side. Politicians hate history truly written, and history truly written speaks not so well of politicians either. And you are wearing the emperor's new clothes, for your children ultimately see right through you. Children taught to critically think, look at your history and say, my, how my parents and elders have deluded themselves. This you cannot tolerate, so you drum it out of them. You do not want your children to have the most basic facts. You want them to have your take on the facts.
Well, I think you're exaggerating here. I think you've taken this argument a little far.
Really? Most people in your society don't even want their children to know the most basic facts of life. People went bananas when schools simply started teaching children how the human body functions. Now you're not supposed to tell children how AIDS is transmitted, or how to stop it from being transmitted. Unless, of course, you tell them from a particular point of view how to avoid AIDS. Then it is all right. But simply give them the facts and let them decide for themselves? Not on your life.
Children are not ready to decide these things for themselves. They have to be properly guided.
Have you looked at your world lately?
What? What about it?
That's how you've guided your children in the past.
No, it's how we misguided them. If the world is in rotten shape today, and in many ways it is, it's not because we've tried to teach our children the old values, but because we've allowed them to be taught all this newfangled stuff.
You really believe that, don't you?
You're damned right I really believe it. If we just kept our children limited to the 3 R's instead of feeding them all this critical thinking garbage, we'd be a lot better off today. If we kept so-called sex education out of the classroom and in the home where it belonged, we wouldn't be seeing teenagers having babies and single mothers at 17 applying for welfare and a world run amok. If we'd insisted that our young ones live by our moral standards rather than letting them go off and create their own, we wouldn't have turned our once strong, vibrant nation into a pitiable imitation of its former self.
I see.
And one more thing. Don't stand there and tell me how we're supposed to suddenly see ourselves as wrong for what we did at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We ended the war, for God's sake. We saved thousands of lives on both sides. It was the price of war. Nobody liked the decision, but it had to be made.
Mm-hmm. I see.
Yeah, you see. You're just like all the rest of those El Pinko liberal commies. You want us to revise our history, all right. You want us to revise ourselves right out of existence. Then you liberals can have your way at last. Take over the world, create your own decadent societies, redistribute the wealth, power to the people, and all that crap. Except that's never gotten us anywhere. What we need is a return to the past, to the values of our forefathers. That's what we need.
Done now?
Yeah, I'm done. How did I do?
Well, I'm pretty good. That was really good.
Well, when you've been around talk radio for a few years, it comes pretty easily.
That is how people on your planet think, isn't it?
You bet it is, and not just in America either. I mean, you could change the name of the country and change the name of the war, or insert any offensive military action by any nation at any time in history. Doesn't matter. Everybody thinks they're right. Everybody knows it's the other person who's wrong. Forget about Hiroshima. Insert Berlin instead, or Bosnia. Everybody knows the old values are the ones which worked, too. Everybody knows the world is going to hell, not just in America, all over. There's a hue and a cry for a return to old values and for a return to nationalism everywhere on the planet.
I know that there is.
And what I've done here is try to articulate that feeling, that concern, that outrage.
You did a good job. Almost had me convinced.
Well, what do you say? I mean, what do you say to those who really think like this?
I say, do you really think things were better 30 years ago? 40 years ago? 50 years ago? I say memory has poor vision. You remember the good of it and not the worst of it. It's natural, it's normal. But don't be deceived. Do some critical thinking and not just memorizing what others want you to think. To stay with our example, do you really imagine how it was absolutely necessary to drop the atom bomb on Hiroshima? What do your American historians say about the many reports by those who claim to know more about what really happened, that the Japanese Empire had privately revealed to the United States its willingness to end the war before the bomb was dropped? How much of a part did revenge for the horror of Pearl Harbor play in the bombing decision? And if you accept that dropping the Hiroshima bomb was necessary, why was it necessary to drop a second bomb? It could be, of course, that your own account of all this is correct. It could be that the American point of view on all this is the way it actually happened. And that is not the point of this discussion. The point here is that your educational system does not allow for critical thinking on these issues, or very many other issues for that matter. Can you imagine what would happen to a social studies or history teacher in Iowa who asked a class the above questions, inviting and encouraging the students to examine and explore the issues in depth and draw their own conclusions? That is the point. You don't want your young ones drawing their own conclusions. You want them to come to the same conclusions you came to. Thus you doom them to repeat the mistakes to which your conclusions led you.
What about these statements made by so many people about old values and the disintegration of our society today? What about the incredible rise in teen births or welfare mothers or our world run amok?
Your world has run amok. On this I will agree. But your world is not run amok because of what you have allowed your schools to teach your children. It is run amok because of what you have not allowed them to teach. You have not allowed your schools to teach that love is all there is. You have not allowed your schools to speak of a love which is unconditional.
Hell, we won't even allow our religions to speak of that.
That's right. And you will not allow your offspring to be taught to celebrate themselves and their bodies, their humanness, and their wondrous sexual selves. And you will not allow your children to know that they are, first and foremost, spiritual beings inhabiting a body. Nor do you treat your children as spirits coming into bodies. In societies where sexuality is openly spoken of, freely discussed, joyously explained and experienced, there is virtually no sexual crime, only a tiny number of births which occur when they are not expected, and no illegitimate or unwanted births. In highly evolved societies, all births are blessings, and all mothers and all children have their welfare looked after. Indeed, the society would have it no other way. In societies where history is not bent to the views of the strongest and most powerful, the mistakes of the past are openly acknowledged and never repeated, and once is enough for behaviors which are clearly self-destructive. In societies where critical thinking and problem-solving and skills for living are taught, rather than facts simply memorized, even so-called justifiable actions of the past are held up to intense scrutiny. Nothing is accepted on face value.
How would that work? Let's use our example from World War II. How would a school system teaching life skills rather than merely facts approach the historical episode at Hiroshima?
Your teachers would describe to their class exactly what happened there. They would include all the facts which led up to that event. They would seek the views of historians from both sides of the encounter, realizing that there is more than one point of view on everything. They would then not ask the class to memorize the facts of the matter. Instead, they would challenge the class. They would say, now you've heard all about this event. You know all that came before and all that happened after. We've given you as much of the knowledge of this event as we could get our hands on. Now, from this knowledge, what wisdom comes to you? If you were chosen to solve the problems which were being faced in those days and which were solved by the dropping of the bomb, how would you solve them? Can you think of a better way?
Oh, sure, that's easy. Anybody can come up with answers that way. With the benefit of hindsight, anybody can look over their shoulder and say, I would have done it differently.
Then why don't you?
I beg your pardon?
I said, then why don't you? Why have you not looked over your shoulder, learned from your past, and done it differently? I'll tell you why. Because to allow your children to look at your past and analyze it critically, indeed to require them to do so as a part of their education, would be to run the risk of them disagreeing with how you did things. They will disagree anyway, of course. You just won't allow too much of it in your classrooms, so they have to take to the streets, wave signs, tear up draft cards, burn bras and flags, do whatever they can do to get your attention, to get you to see. Your young people have been screaming at you, there must be a better way, yet you do not hear them. You do not want to hear them. And you certainly don't want to encourage them in the classroom to start critically thinking about the facts you are giving them. Just get it, you say to them. Don't come in here and tell us we've been doing it wrong. Just get that we've been doing it right. That's how you educate your children. That's what you've been calling education.
But there are those who would say it's the young people and their crazy, wacko liberal ideas who have taken this country and this world down the tubes, sent it to hell, pushed it to the edge of oblivion, destroyed our values-oriented culture and replaced it with a do whatever you want to do, whatever feels good morality, which threatens to end our very way of life.
The young people are destroying your way of life. The young people have always done that. Your job is to encourage it, not discourage it. It is not your young people who are destroying the rainforests. They are asking you to stop it. It is not your young people who are depleting your ozone layer. They are asking you to stop it. It is not your young people who are exploiting the poor in sweatshops all over the world. They are asking you to stop it. It is not your young people who are taxing you to death, then using the money for war and machines of war. They are asking you to stop it. It is not your young people who are ignoring the problems of the weak and the downtrodden, letting hundreds of people die of starvation every day on a planet with more than enough to feed everybody. They are asking you to stop it. It is not your young people who are engaging in the politics of deception and manipulation. They are asking you to stop it. It is not your young people who are sexually repressed, ashamed, and embarrassed about their own bodies and passing on this shame and embarrassment to their offspring. They are asking you to stop it. It is not your young people who have set up a value system which says that might is right and a world which solves problems with violence. They are asking you to stop it. Nay, they are not asking you, they are begging you.
Yet it is young people who are violent, young people who join gangs and kill each other, young people who thumb their nose at law and order and any kind of order, young people who are driving us crazy.
When the cries and pleas of young people to change the world are not heard and never heeded, when they see that their cause is lost, that you will have it your way no matter what, young people who are not stupid will do the next best thing. If they can't beat you, they will join you. Your young people have joined you in your behaviors. If they are violent, it is because you are violent. If they are materialistic, it is because you are materialistic. If they are acting crazy, it is because you are acting crazy. And if they are using sex manipulatively, irresponsibly, shamefully, it is because they see you doing the same. The only difference between young people and older people is that young people do what they do out in the open. Older people hide their behaviors. Older people think that young people cannot see. Yet young people see everything. Nothing is hidden from them. They see the hypocrisy of their elders, and they try desperately to change it. Yet having tried and failed, they see no choice but to imitate it. In this they are wrong. Yet they have never been taught differently. They have not been allowed to critically analyze what their elders have been doing. They have only been allowed to memorize it. What you memorize, you memorialize.
How, then, should we educate our young?
First, treat them as spirits. They are spirits entering a physical body. That is not an easy thing for a spirit to do. Not an easy thing for a spirit to get used to. It is very confining, very limiting. So the child will cry out at suddenly being so limited. Hear this cry, understand it, and give your children as much of a sense of unlimitedness as you possibly can. Next, introduce them to the world you have created with gentleness and care. Be full of care. That is to say, be careful of what you put into their memory storage units. Children remember everything they see, everything they experience. Why do you spank your children the moment they exit the womb? Do you really imagine this is the only way to get their engines going? Why do you take your babies away from their mothers minutes after they have been separated from the only life form they have known in all of their present existence? Will not the measuring and the weighing and the prodding and the poking wait for just a moment while the newly born experience the safety and the comfort of that which has given it life? Why do you allow some of the earliest images to which your child is exposed to be images of violence? Who told you this was good for your children? And why do you hide images of love? Why do you teach your children to be ashamed and embarrassed of their own bodies and their functions by shielding your own body from them and telling them not to ever touch themselves in ways which pleasure them? What message do you send them about pleasure? And what lessons about the body? Why do you place your children in schools where competition is allowed and encouraged, where being the best and learning the most is rewarded, where performance is graded and moving at one's own pace is barely tolerated? What does your child understand from this? Why do you not teach your children of movement and music and the joy of art and the mystery of fairy tales and the wonder of life? Why do you not bring out what is naturally found in the child, rather than seek to put in what is unnatural to the child? And why do you not allow your young ones to learn logic and critical thinking and problem solving and creation, using the tools of their own intuition and their deepest inner knowing, rather than the rules and the memorized systems and conclusions of a society which has already proven itself to be wholly unable to evolve by these methods, yet continues to use them? Finally, teach concepts, not subjects. Devise a new curriculum and build it around 3 core concepts: awareness, honesty, responsibility. Teach your children these concepts from the earliest age. Have them run through the curriculum until the final day. Base your entire educational model upon them. Birth all instruction deep within them.
I don't understand what that would mean.
It means everything you teach would come from within these concepts.
Can you explain that? How would we teach the 3 R's?
From the earliest primers to your more sophisticated readers, all tales, stories, and subject matter would revolve around the core concepts. That is, they would be stories of awareness, stories dealing with honesty, stories about responsibility. Your children would be introduced to the concepts, injected into the concepts, immersed in the concepts. Writing tasks likewise would revolve around these core concepts and others which are attendant to them as the child grows in the ability to self-express. Even computation skills would be taught within this framework. Arithmetic and mathematics are not abstractions, but are the most basic tools in the universe for living life. The teaching of all computation skills would be contextualized within the larger life experience in a way which draws attention to and places focus upon the core concepts and their derivatives.
What are these derivatives?
Well, to use a phrase which your media people have made popular, they are the spin-offs.
The entire educational model can be based on these spin-offs, replacing the subjects in your present curriculum, which teach basically facts.
For instance?
Well, let's use our imagination. What are some of the concepts which are important to you in life?
Well, I would say honesty, as you have said.
Yes, go ahead. That's a core concept.
And fairness, that's an important concept to me.
Good. Any others?
Treating others nicely, that's one. I don't know how to put that into a concept.
Go on, just let the thoughts flow.
Getting along, being tolerant, not hurting others, seeing others as equal. Those are all things I would hope I could teach my children.
Excellent. Keep going.
Believing in yourself, that's a good one. And, wait, there's one coming. Yeah, that's it, walking in dignity. I guess I would call it walking in dignity. I don't know how to put that into a better concept either, but it has to do with the way one carries oneself in one's life, the way one honors others, and the path others are taking.
This is good stuff. This is all good stuff. You're getting down to it now. And there are many other such concepts which all children must deeply understand if they are to evolve and grow into complete human beings. Yet you do not teach these things in your schools. These are the most important things in life. These things we now are talking of. But you do not teach them in school. You do not teach what it means to be honest. You do not teach what it means to be responsible. You do not teach what it means to be aware of other people's feelings and respectful of other people's paths. You say it is up to parents to teach these things. Yet parents can only pass on what has been passed on to them. And the sins of the father have been visited upon the son. So you are teaching in your homes the same stuff your parents taught you in their homes.
So, what's wrong with that?
As I keep saying repeatedly here, taken a look at the world lately?
You keep bringing us back to that. You keep making us look at that. But all of that isn't our fault. We can't be blamed for the way the rest of the world is.
It's not a question of blame. It's a question of choice. And if you are not responsible for the choices humankind has been making and keeps making, who is?
Well, we can't keep making ourselves responsible for all of it.
I tell you this, until you are willing to take responsibility for all of it, you cannot change any of it. You cannot keep saying they did it, and they are doing it, and if only they would get it right. Remember the wonderful line from Walt Kelly's comic strip character Pogo, and never forget it. We have met the enemy, and they is us.
We've been repeating the same mistakes for hundreds of years, haven't we?
For thousands of years, my son. You've been making the same mistakes for thousands of years. Humankind has not evolved in its most basic instincts much beyond the caveman era. Yet every attempt to change that is met with scorn. Every challenge to look at your values and maybe even restructure them is greeted with fear and then anger. Now along comes an idea from me to actually teach higher concepts in schools. Oh boy, now we're really treading on thin ice. Still, in highly evolved societies, that is exactly what is done.
Yes, but the problem is not all people agree on these concepts, on what they mean. That's why you can't teach them in our schools. Parents go nuts when you try to introduce these things into the curriculum. They say you're teaching values, and that the school has no place in such instruction.
They are wrong. Again, based on what you say as a race of people that you're trying to do, which is build a better world. They are wrong. Schools are exactly the place for such instruction, precisely because schools are detached from parents' prejudices. Precisely because schools are separated from parents' preconceived notions. You've seen what has resulted on your planet from the passing down of values from parent to child. Your planet is a mess. You don't understand the most basic concepts of civilized societies. You don't know how to solve conflict without violence. You don't know how to live without fear. You don't know how to act without self-interest. You don't know how to love without condition. These are basic understandings, and you have not even begun to approach a full comprehension of them, much less implement them, after thousands and thousands of years.
Is there any way out of this mess?
Yes, it is in your schools. It is in the education of your young. Your hope is in the next generation and the next. But you must stop immersing them in the ways of the past. Those ways have not worked. They have not taken you where you say you want to go. Yet if you are not careful, you are going to get exactly where you are headed. So stop. Turn around. Sit down together and collect your thoughts. Create the grandest version of the greatest vision you ever had about yourselves as a human race. Then take the values and concepts which undergird such a vision and teach them in your schools. Why not courses such as Understanding Power,
Peaceful conflict resolution,
Elements of Loving Relationships,
personhood and self-creation,
Body, Mind, and Spirit, How They Function,
engaging creativity,
Celebrating Self, Valuing Others,
joyous sexual expression,
Fairness,
tolerance,
Diversities and Similarities,
ethical economics,
Creative Consciousness and Mind Power,
awareness and wakefulness,
Honesty and Responsibility,
visibility and transparency,
Science and Spirituality.
Much of this is taught right now. We call it social studies.
I'm not talking about a 2-day unit in a semester-long course. I'm talking about separate courses on each of these things. I'm talking about a complete revision of your school's curricula. I am speaking of a values-based curriculum. You're now teaching what is largely a fact-based curriculum. I'm talking about focusing your child's attention as much on understanding the core concepts and the theoretical structures around which their value system may be reconstructed, as you now do on dates and facts and statistics.
In the highly evolved societies of your galaxy and your universe, concepts for living are taught to offspring beginning at a very early age. What you call facts, which in those societies are considered far less important, are taught at a much later age. On your planet, you have created a society in which little Johnny has learned how to read before getting out of preschool, but still hasn't learned how to stop biting his brother. And Susie has perfected her multiplication tables using flashcards and rote memory in ever earlier and earlier grades, but has not learned that there is nothing shameful or embarrassing about her body. Right now, your schools exist primarily to provide answers. It would be far more beneficial if their primary function was to ask questions. What does it mean to be honest or responsible or fair? What are the implications? For that matter, what does it mean that 2 + 2 = 4? What are the implications? Highly evolved societies encourage all children to discover and create those answers for themselves.
But that would lead to chaos.
As opposed to the non-chaotic conditions under which you now live your life?
Okay. So it would lead to more chaos.
I'm not suggesting that your schools never share with your offspring any of the things which you have learned or decided about these things. Quite to the contrary. Schools serve their students when they share with young ones what elders have learned and discovered, decided and chosen in the past. Students may then observe how all this has worked. In your schools, however, you present these data to the student as that which is right, when the data really should be offered as simply that, data. Past data should not be the basis of present truth. Data from a prior time or experience should always and only be the basis for new questions. Always the treasure should be in the question, not in the answer. And always the questions are the same. With regard to this past data, which we have shown you, do you agree or do you disagree? What do you think? Always this is the key question. Always this is the focus. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Now, obviously, children will bring to this question the values of their parents. Parents will continue to have a strong role, obviously the primary role, in creating the child's system of values. The school's intention and purpose would be to encourage offspring from the earliest age until the end of formal education to explore those values and to learn how to use them, apply them, functionalize them, and yes, even to question them. For parents who do not want children questioning their values are not parents who love their children, but rather who love themselves through their children.
I wish, oh, how I wish, that there were schools such as the ones you describe.
There are some which seek to approach this model.
There are.
Yes. Read the writings of the man called Rudolf Steiner. Explore the methods of the Waldorf School, which he developed.
Well, of course I know all about those schools. Is this a commercial?
This is an observation.
Because you knew I was familiar with the Waldorf schools. You knew that.
Of course I knew that. Everything in your life has served you, brought you to this moment. I have not just started talking with you. I've been talking with you for years, through all of your associations and experiences.
You're saying the Waldorf school is the best?
No. I am saying it is a model which works, given where you say as a human race you want to go, given what you claim you want to do, given what you say you want to be. I am saying it is an example, one of several I could cite, although on your planet and your society they are rare, of how education may be accomplished in a way which focuses on wisdom more than simply knowledge.
Well, it's a model I very much approve of. There are many differences between a Waldorf school and other schools. Let me give you an example. It's just one, simple one, but it dramatically illustrates the point. In the Waldorf school, the teacher moves with the children through all levels of the primary and elementary learning experience. For all those years, the children have the same teacher, rather than moving from one person to another. Can you imagine the bond which is formed here? Can you see the value? The teacher comes to know the child as if it were his or her own. The child moves to a level of trust and love with the teacher, which opens doors many traditionally oriented schools never dreamed existed. At the end of those years, the teacher reverts back to the first grade, starting over again with another group of children and moving through all the years of the curriculum once more. A dedicated Waldorf teacher may wind up working with only 4 or 5 groups of children in an entire career, but he or she has meant something to those children beyond anything that is possible in a traditional school setting. This educational model recognizes and announces that the human relationship, the bonding and the love which is shared in such a paradigm is just as important as any fact the teacher may impart to the child. It's like homeschooling outside the home.
Yes, it's a good model.
There are other good models?
Yes, and you are making some progress on your planet with regard to education, but it's very slow. Even the attempt to place a goals-oriented, skill development-focused curriculum in public schools has met with enormous resistance. People see it as threatening or ineffective. They want children to learn facts. Still, there are some inroads, yet there is much to be done. And that is only one area of the human experience which could use some overhauling, given what you say as human beings that you are seeking to be.
Yes, I should imagine the political arena could use some changes, too.
To be sure.
I've been waiting for this. This is more of what I assumed you were promising me when you told me that we would deal with planetary issues on a global scale. So can we begin to look at our human politics by my asking you what may seem like an elementary question?
No questions are undeserving or unworthy. Questions are like people.
Ah, good one. Okay, then let me ask. Is it wrong to undertake a foreign policy based on your country's own vested interests?
No. First, from my standpoint, nothing is wrong. But I understand how you use the term, so I will speak within the context of your vocabulary. I'll use the term wrong to mean that which is not serving you, given who and what you choose to be. This is how I've always used the terms right and wrong with you. It is always within this context, for in truth, there is no right or wrong. So, within that context, no, it is not wrong to base foreign policy decisions on vested interest considerations. What is wrong is to pretend that you're not doing so. This most countries do, of course. They take action or fail to take action for one set of reasons, then give as a rationale another set of reasons.
Why? Why do countries do that?
Because governments know that if people understood the real reasons for most foreign policy decisions, the people would not support them. This is true of governments everywhere.
There are very few governments which do not deliberately mislead their people. Deception is part of government. For few people would choose to be governed the way they are governed. Few would choose to be governed at all, unless government convinced them that its decisions were for their own good. This is a hard convincing, for most people plainly see the foolishness in government. So government must lie to at least try to hold the people's loyalty. Government is the perfect portrayer of the accuracy of the axiom that if you lie big enough, long enough, the lie becomes the truth. People in power must never let the public know how they came to power, nor all that they've done and are willing to do to stay there. Truth and politics do not and cannot mix, because politics is the art of saying only what needs to be said, and saying it in just the right way, in order to achieve a desired end. Not all politics are bad, but the art of politics is a practical art. It recognizes with great candor the psychology of most people. It simply notices that most people operate out of self-interest. So politics is the way that people of power seek to convince you that their self-interest is your own. Governments understand self-interest. That is why governments are very good at designing programs which give things to people. Originally, governments had very limited functions. Their purpose was simply to preserve and to protect. Then someone added, provide. When governments began to be the people's provider, as well as the people's protector, governments started creating society, rather than preserving.
But aren't governments simply doing what the people want? Don't governments merely provide the mechanisms through which the people provide for themselves on a societal scale? For instance, in America, we place a very high value on the dignity of human life, individual freedom, the importance of opportunity, the sanctity of children. So we've made laws and asked government to create programs to provide income for the elderly so they can retain their dignity past their earning years, to ensure equal employment and housing opportunities for all people, even those who are different from us or whose lifestyle we don't agree with, to guarantee through child labor laws that a nation's children don't become a nation's slaves, and that no family with children goes without the basics of a life with dignity, food, clothing, shelter.
Such laws reflect well upon your society. Yet in providing for people's needs, you must be careful not to rob them of their greatest dignity, the exercise of personal power, individual creativity, and the single-minded ingenuity which allows people to notice that they can provide for themselves. It is a delicate balance which must be struck. You people seem to know only how to go from one extreme to the other. Either you want government to do it all for the people, or you want to kill all government programs and erase all government laws tomorrow.
Yes, and the problem is that there are so many who can't provide for themselves in a society which gives the best life opportunities routinely to those holding the right credentials, or perhaps not holding the wrong ones, who can't provide for themselves in a nation where landlords won't rent to large families, companies won't promote women, justice is too often a product of status, access to preventive health care is limited to those with sufficient income, and where many other discriminations and inequalities exist on a massive scale.
Governments, then, must replace the conscience of the people?
No. Governments are the people's conscience, outspoken. It is through governments that people seek, hope, and determine to correct the ills of society.
That is well said, yet I repeat, you must take care not to smother yourself in laws, trying to guarantee people a chance to breathe. You cannot legislate morality. You cannot mandate equality. What is needed is a shift of collective consciousness, not an enforcer of collective conscience. Behavior and all laws and all government programs must spring from beingness, must be a true reflection of who you are.
The laws of our society do reflect who we are. They say to everyone, this is how it is here in America. This is who Americans are.
In the best of cases, perhaps. But more often than not, your laws are the announcements of what those in power think you should be but are not.
The elitist few instruct the ignorant many through the law.
Precisely.
What's wrong with that? No, really. If there are a few of the brightest and best among us to look at the problems of society, of the world, and propose solutions, does that not serve the many?
It depends on the motives of those few and on their clarity. Generally, nothing serves the many more than letting them govern themselves.
Anarchy. It's never worked.
You cannot grow and become great when you are constantly being told what to do by government.
It could be that government, and by that I mean the law by which we've chosen to govern ourselves, is a reflection of society's greatness, or lack thereof, that great societies pass great laws.
And very few of them. For in great societies, very few laws are necessary.
Still, truly lawless societies are primitive societies where might is right. Laws are man's attempt to level the playing field, to ensure that what is truly right will prevail, weakness or strength notwithstanding. Without codes of behavior upon which we mutually agree, how could we coexist?
I'm not suggesting a world with no codes of behavior, no agreements. I am suggesting that your agreements and codes be based on a higher understanding and a grander definition of self-interest. What most laws actually do say is what the most powerful among you have as their vested interest. Let's just look at one example.
All right.
Smoking. Now, the law says you cannot grow and use a certain kind of plant, hemp, because, so government tells you, it is not good for you. Yet the same government says it is all right to grow and use another kind of plant, tobacco, not because it is good for you, indeed the government itself says it is bad, but presumably because you've always done so. The real reason that the first plant is outlawed and the second is not has nothing to do with health. It has to do with economics, and that is to say power. Your laws, therefore, do not reflect what your society thinks of itself and wishes to be. Your laws reflect where the power is.
No fair. No fair. You picked a situation where the contradictions are apparent. Most situations are not like that.
On the contrary, most are.
Then what is the solution?
To have as few laws, which are really limits, as possible. The reason the first weed is outlawed is only ostensibly about health. The truth is, the first weed is no more addictive and no more health risk than cigarettes or alcohol, both of which are protected by the law. Why is it then not allowed? Because if it were grown, half the cotton growers, nylon and rayon manufacturers, and timber products people in the world would go out of business. Hemp happens to be one of the most useful, strongest, toughest, longest-lasting materials on your planet. You cannot produce a better fiber for clothes, a stronger substance for ropes, an easier to grow and harvest source for pulp. You cut down hundreds of thousands of trees per year to give yourself Sunday papers so that you can read about the decimation of the world's forests. Hemp could provide you with millions of Sunday papers without cutting down one tree. Indeed, it could substitute for so many resource materials at 1/10 the cost. And that is the catch. Somebody loses money if this miraculous plant, which also has extraordinary medicinal properties, incidentally, is allowed to be grown. And that is why marijuana is illegal in your country. It is the same reason you have taken so long to mass-produce electric cars, provide affordable, sensible health care, or use solar heat and solar power in every home. You've had the wherewithal and the technology to produce all of these things for years. Why, then, do you not have them? Look to see who would lose money if you did. There you will find your answer. This is the great society of which you are so proud. Your great society is to be dragged, kicking and screaming, to consider the common good. Whenever common good or collective good is mentioned, everyone yells communism. In your society, if providing for the good of the many does not produce a huge profit for someone, the good of the many is more often than not ignored. This is true not only in your country, but also around the world. The basic question facing humankind, therefore, is, can self-interest ever be replaced by the best interests, the common interest of humankind? If so, how? In the United States, you have tried to provide for the common interest, the best interest, through laws. You failed miserably. Your nation is the richest, most powerful on the earth, and it has one of the highest infant mortality rates. Why? Because poor people cannot afford quality prenatal and postnatal care, and your society is profit-driven. I cite this as just one example of your miserable failure. The fact that your babies are dying at a higher rate than most other industrialized nations in the world should bother you. It does not. That says volumes about where your priorities are as a society. Other countries provide for the sick and needy, the elderly and infirm. You provide for the rich and wealthy, the influential and the well-placed. 85% of retired Americans live in poverty. Many of these older Americans, and most people on low income, use the local hospital emergency room as their family doctor, seeking medical treatment under only the most dire of circumstances and receiving virtually no preventive health maintenance care at all. There's no profit, you see, in people who have little to spend. They've worn out their usefulness. And this is your great society.
Well, you make things sound pretty bad. Yet America has done more for the underprivileged and the unfortunate, both here and abroad, than any other nation on earth.
America has done much. That is observably true. Yet do you know that as a percentage of its gross national product, the United States provides proportionately less for foreign aid than many much smaller countries? The point is that before you allow yourself to become too self-congratulatory, perhaps you should look at the world around you. For if this is the best your world can do for the less fortunate, you all have much to learn. You live in a wasteful, decadent society. You've built into virtually everything you make what your engineers call planned obsolescence. Cars cost 3 times as much and last a third as long. Clothes fall apart after the 10th wearing. You put chemicals in your food so they can stay on your shelf longer, even if it means your stay on the planet is shorter. You support, encourage, and enable sports teams to pay obscene salaries for ridiculous efforts, while teachers, ministers, and researchers fighting to find a cure for the diseases which kill you go begging for money. You throw away more food each day in your nation's supermarkets, restaurants, and homes than it would take to feed half the world. Yet this is not an indictment, merely an observation. And not of the United States alone, for the attitudes that sicken the heart are epidemic around the world. The underprivileged everywhere must grovel and scrimp to merely stay alive, while the few in power protect and increase great hoards of cash, lie on sheets of silk, and each morning twist bathroom fixtures made of gold. And as emaciated children of ribs and skin die in the arms of weeping mothers, their country's leaders engage in political corruptions which keep donated foodstuffs from reaching the starving masses. No one seems to have the power to alter these conditions, yet the truth is, power is not the problem. No one seems to have the will. And thus it will always be so long as no one sees another's plight as his own.
Well, why don't we? How can we see these atrocities daily and allow them to continue?
Because you don't care. It's a lack of caring. The entire planet faces a crisis of consciousness. You must decide whether you simply care for each other.
It seems such a pathetic question to have to ask. Why can't we love the members of our own family?
You do love the members of your own family. You simply have a very limited view of who your family members are. You don't consider yourself part of the human family, and so the problems of the human family are not your own.
How can the peoples of the earth change their worldview?
That depends on what you want to change it to.
Well, how can we eliminate more of the pain, more of the suffering?
By eliminating all separations between you, by constructing a new model of the world, by holding it within the framework of a new idea.
Which is?
Which is going to be a radical departure from the present worldview. Presently, you see the world, we're speaking geopolitically now, as a collection of nation-states, each sovereign, separate, and independent of each other. The internal problems of these independent nation-states are, by and large, not considered the problems of the group as a whole, unless and until they affect the group as a whole, or the most powerful members of that group.
The group as a whole reacts to the conditions and problems of individual states based on the vested interests of the larger group. If no one in the larger group has anything to lose, conditions in an individual state could go to hell and no one would much care. Thousands can starve to death each year. Hundreds can die in civil war. Despots can pillage the countryside. Dictators and their armed thugs can rape, plunder, and murder. Regimes can strip the people of basic human rights, and the rest of you will do nothing. It is, you say, an internal problem. But when your interests are threatened there, when your investments, your security, your quality of life is on the line, you rally your nation and try to rally your world behind you and rush in where angels fear to tread. You then tell the big lie, claiming you are doing what you are doing for humanitarian reasons, to help the oppressed peoples of the world, when the truth is, you're simply protecting your own interests. The proof of this is where you do not have interests, you don't have concern.
Hey, the world's political machinery operates on self-interest. What else is new?
Something will have to be new if you wish your world to change. You must begin to see someone else's interests as your own. This will happen only when you reconstruct your global reality and govern yourselves accordingly.
Are you talking about a one-world government?
I am.
You know, you promised you'd get into larger geopolitical issues facing the planet, but I didn't think you would enter this debate.
It's time for the world to stop kidding itself, to wake up, to realize that the only problem of humanity is lack of love. Love breeds tolerance. Tolerance breeds peace. Intolerance produces war and looks indifferently upon intolerable conditions. Love cannot be indifferent. It does not know how. The fastest way to get to a place of love and concern for all humankind is to see all humankind as your family. The fastest way to see all humankind as your family is to stop separating yourself. Each of the nation-states now making up your world must unite.
We do have the United Nations,
which has been powerless and impotent. In order for that body to work, it would have to be completely restructured. Not impossible, but perhaps difficult and cumbersome.
Okay, what do you propose?
I don't have a proposal. I merely offer observations. In this dialogue, you tell me what your new choices are, and I offer observations and ways to manifest that. What is it you now choose with regard to the current relationship between people and nations on your planet?
All right, I'll use your words. If I had my way, I would choose for us to get to a place of love and concern for all humankind.
Given that choice, I observe that what would work would be the formation of a new world political community, with each nation-state having an equal say in the world's affairs and an equal proportionate share of the world's resources.
It'll never work. The haves will never surrender their sovereignty, wealth, resources to the have-nots. And argumentatively, why should they?
Because it is in their best interest.
Well, they don't see that, and I'm not sure that I do.
If you could add billions of dollars a year to your nation's economy, dollars which could be spent to feed the hungry, clothe the needy, house the poor, bring security to the elderly, provide better health, and produce a dignified standard of living for all, wouldn't that be in your nation's best interests?
Well, in America, there are those who would argue that it would help the poor at the expense of the rich and the middle-income taxpayer. Meanwhile, the country goes to hell, crime ravages the nation, inflation robs the people of their life savings, unemployment skyrockets, the government grows bigger and fatter, and in school they're handing out condoms.
You sound like a radio talk show.
Well, these are the concerns of many Americans.
Then they are short-sighted. Do you not see that if billions of dollars a year, that's millions a month, hundreds and hundreds of thousands a week, unheard of amounts each day, could be sunk back into your system, that if you could use these monies to feed your hungry, clothe your needy, house your poor, bring security to your elderly, and provide health care and dignity to all, the causes of crime would be lost forever? Do you not see that new jobs would mushroom as dollars were pumped back into your economy? That your own government could even be reduced because it would have less to do?
I suppose some of that could happen. I can't imagine government ever getting smaller, but just where are these millions and billions going to come from? Taxes imposed by your New World government? More taking from those who work to get it, to give to those who won't stand on their own 2 feet and go after it?
Is that how you frame it?
No, but it is how a great many people see it. I just wanted to fairly state their view.
Well, I'd like to talk about that later. Right now, I don't want to get off track, but I want to come back to that later.
Great.
But you've asked where these new dollars would come from. Well, they would not have to come from any new taxes imposed by the New World community, although members of the community, individual citizens, would want under an enlightened governance to send 10% of their income to provide for society's needs as a whole, nor would they come from new taxes imposed by any local government. In fact, some local governments would surely be able to reduce taxes. All of these benefits would result from the simple restructuring of your worldview, the simple reordering of your world political configuration.
How?
The money you save from building defense systems and attack weapons.
Oh, I get it. You want us to close down the military.
Not just you. Everybody in the world. But not close down your military. Simply reduce it drastically. Internal order would be your only need. You could strengthen local police, something you say you want to do but cry each year at budget time that you cannot do, at the same time dramatically reducing your spending on weapons of war and preparations for war, that is, offensive and defensive weapons of mass destruction.
Well, first, I think your figures exaggerate how much could be saved by doing that. Second, I don't think you'll ever convince people they should give up their ability to defend themselves.
Let's look at the numbers. As of March 1994, the world's governments spend about $1 trillion a year for military purposes. That's $1 million a minute worldwide. The nations that are spending the most could redirect the most to the other priorities mentioned. So larger, richer nations would see it in their best interest to do so, if they thought it was possible. But larger, richer nations cannot imagine going defenseless, for they fear aggression and attack from the nations which envy them and want what they have. There are 2 ways to eliminate this threat. Share enough of the world's total wealth and resources with all of the world's people so that no one will want and need what someone else has, and everyone may live in dignity and remove themselves from fear. Create a system for the resolution of differences that eliminates the need for war, and even the possibility of it.
The people of the world would probably never do this.
They already have.
They have?
Yes. There is a great experiment now going on in your world in just this sort of political order. That experiment is called the United States of America.
Which you said was failing miserably.
It is. It has very far to go before it could be called a success. Still, it is the best experiment going. As Winston Churchill said, democracy is the worst system, except all others.
Your nation was the first to take a loose confederation of individual states and successfully unite them into a cohesive group, each submitting to one central authority. At the time, none of the states wanted to do this, and each resisted mightily, fearing the loss of its individual greatness and claiming that such a union would not serve its best interests. It may be instructive to understand just what was going on with these individual states at that time. While they had joined together in a loose confederation, there was no real U.S. government, and hence no power to enforce the Articles of Confederation to which the states had agreed. The states were conducting their own foreign affairs, several reaching private agreements on trade and other matters with France, Spain, England, and other countries. States traded with each other as well, and although their Articles of Confederation forbade it, some states added tariffs to the goods shipped in from other states, just as they did for goods from across the ocean. Merchants had no choice but to pay at the harbor if they wanted to buy or sell their goods, there being no central authority, although there was a written agreement to prohibit such taxing. The individual states also fought wars with each other. Each state considered its militia a standing army. 9 states had their own navies. And "Don't tread on me" could have been the official motto of every state in the Confederation. Over half of the states were even printing their own money, although the Confederation had agreed that doing so would also be illegal. In short, your original states, though joined together under the Articles of Confederation, were acting exactly as independent nations do today. Although they could see that the agreements of their confederation, such as the granting to Congress the sole authority to coin money, were not working, they staunchly resisted creating and submitting to a central authority that could enforce these agreements and put some teeth into them. Yet in time, a few progressive leaders began to prevail. They convinced the rank and file that there was more to be gained by creating such a new federation than they would ever lose. Merchants would save money and increase profits because individual states could no longer tax each other's goods. Governments would save money and have more to put into programs and services that truly helped people because resources would not have to be used to protect individual states from each other. The people would have greater security and safety and greater prosperity, too, by cooperating with, rather than fighting with, each other. Far from losing their greatness, each state could become greater still. And that, of course, is exactly what has happened. The same could be made to happen with the 160 nation-states in the world today if they were to join together in a united federation. It could mean an end to war.
How so? There would still be disagreements.
So long as humans remain attached to outer things, that is true. There's a way to truly eliminate war and all experience of unrest and lack of peace. But that is a spiritual solution. We are here exploring a geopolitical one. Actually, the trick is to combine the two. Spiritual truth must be lived in practical life to change everyday experience. Until this change occurs, there would still be disagreements. You are right. Yet there need not be wars. There need not be killing. Are there wars between California and Oregon over water rights? Between Maryland and Virginia over fishing? Between Wisconsin and Illinois? Ohio and Massachusetts?
No.
And why not? Have not various disputes and differences arisen between them?
Through the years, I suppose so.
You can bet on it. But these individual states have voluntarily agreed. It was a simple, voluntary agreement to abide by certain laws and abide by certain compromises on matters common to them, while retaining the right to pass separate statutes on matters relating to each individually. And when disputes between states do arise due to differing interpretations of the federal law, or someone simply breaking that law, the matter is taken to a court, which has been granted the authority, that is, given the authority by the states, to resolve the dispute. And if the current body of law does not provide a precedent or a means by which the matter can be brought through the courts to a satisfactory resolution, the states and the people in them send their representatives to a central government to try to create agreement on new laws that will produce a satisfactory circumstance, or at the very least, a reasonable compromise. This is how your federation works. A system of laws, a system of courts, empowered by you to interpret those laws, and a justice system, backed by armed might if needed, to enforce the decisions of those courts. Although no one could argue that the system doesn't need improving, this political concoction has worked for more than 200 years. There is no reason to doubt that the same recipe will work between nation-states as well.
If this is so simple, why hasn't it been tried?
It has. Your League of Nations was an early attempt. The United Nations is the latest. Yet one failed and the other has been only minimally effective because, like the 13 states of America's original confederation, The member nation-states, particularly the most powerful, are afraid they have more to lose than to gain from the reconfiguration. That is because the people of power are more concerned with holding on to their power than with improving the quality of life for all people. The haves know that such a world federation would inevitably produce more for the have-nots, but the haves believe this would come at their expense, and they're giving up nothing.
Isn't their fear justified? And is wanting to hold on to what you have so long struggled for unreasonable?
First, it is not necessarily true that to give more to those who now hunger and thirst and live without shelter, others must give up their abundance. As I pointed out, all you would have to do is take the $1 trillion spent annually worldwide for military purposes and shift that to humanitarian purposes, and you will have solved the problem without spending an additional penny or shifting any of the wealth from where it now resides to where it does not. Of course, it could be argued that those international conglomerates whose profits come from war and tools for war would be losers, as would their employees and all those whose abundance is derived from the world's conflict consciousness. But perhaps your source of abundance is misplaced. If one has to depend on the world living in strife in order for one to survive, perhaps this dependence explains why your world resists any attempt to create a structure for lasting peace. As for the second part of your question, wanting to hold on to what you've struggled so long to acquire, as an individual or as a nation, is not unreasonable if you come from an outside world consciousness.
A what?
If you derive your life's greatest happiness from experiences obtainable only in the outside world, the physical world outside of yourself, you will never want to give up an ounce of all that you've piled up as a person and a nation to make you happy. As long as those who have not see their unhappiness tied to the lack of material things, they too will get caught in the trap. They will constantly want what you have got, and you will constantly refuse to share it. That's why I said earlier that there is a way to truly eliminate war and all experience of unrest and lack of peace, but this is a spiritual solution. Ultimately, every geopolitical problem, just as every personal problem, breaks down to a spiritual problem. All of life is spiritual, and therefore all of life's problems are spiritually based and spiritually solved. Wars are created on your planet because somebody has something that somebody else wants. This is what causes someone to do something that somebody else does not want them to do. All conflict arises from misplaced desire. In other words, in the midst of the greatest tragedy, see the glory of the process. Even as you die with a bullet through your chest, even as you are being gang raped. Now, this sounds like such an impossible thing to do, yet when you move to God consciousness, you can do it. You don't have to do it, of course. It depends on how you wish to experience the moment. In a moment of great tragedy, the challenge always is to quiet the mind and move deeply within the soul. You automatically do this when you have no control over it. Have you ever talked with a person who accidentally ran a car off a bridge, or found himself facing a gun or nearly drowned? Often they will tell you that time slowed way down, that they were overcome by a curious calm, that there was no fear at all. Fear not, for I am with you. That is what poetry has to say to the person facing tragedy. In your darkest hour, I will be your light. In your blackest moment, I will be your consolation. In your most difficult and trying time, I will be your strength. Therefore have faith, for I am your shepherd. You shall not want. I will cause you to lie down in green pastures. I will lead you beside still waters. I will restore your soul and lead you in the paths of righteousness for my name's sake.
And yea, though you walk through the valley of the shadow of death, you will fear no evil, for I am with you. My rod and my staff will comfort you. I am preparing a table before you in the presence of your enemies. I shall anoint your head with oil. Your cup will run over. Surely goodness and mercy will follow you all the days of your life, and you will dwell in my house and in my heart forever.
That's wonderful. What you said there is just wonderful. I wish the world could get that. I wish the world could understand, could believe.
This program will help that. You are helping that. So you are playing a role, you are doing your part in raising the collective consciousness. That is what all must do.
Yes.